I dedicate this to my partner for her support, help and love, to my children, who make the world a better place, and finally, to all the unknown working-class anarchists, past, present and future, whose hopes and struggles make Kropotkin relevant. The right to well-being means the possibility of living like human beings, and of bringing up children to be members of a society better than ours, whilst the right to work only means the right to be always a wage slave, a drudge, ruled over and exploited by the middle class of the future. The right to well-being is the social revolution, the right to work means nothing but the treadmill of commercialism. It is high time for the worker to assert his right to the common inheritance and to enter into possession. Peter Kropotkin. Well-being for all, the conquest of bread. Introduction. Bread and liberty. Kropotkin was a prominent figure in the realm of learning, recognized as such by the foremost men of the world. But to us he meant much more than that. We saw in him the father of modern anarchism, its revolutionary spokesman and brilliant exponent of its relation to science, philosophy, and progressive thought. As a personality he towered high above most of his contemporaries by virtue of his humanity and faith in the masses. Anarchism to him was not an ideal for the select few. It was a constructive social theory, destined to usher in a new world for all of mankind. For this he had lived and labored all his life. Emma Goldman 1. Peter Kropotkin, 1842–1921, was the foremost anarchist theoretician of the late 19th and early 20th century. His fellow anarchist and friend Enrico Malatesta rightly stated he was without doubt one of those who have contributed most to the elaboration and propagation of anarchist ideas and has well deserved the recognition and the admiration that all anarchists feel for him. Leading anarcho-syndicalist Rudolf Rocker stated he owed a great deal to Kropotkin and his books had influenced my whole development, had shaped my whole life. Kropotkin was a scholar and a thinker, a man of extraordinarily wide reading and learning, a historian, geographer, economist and social philosopher. He was no utopist. He had a practical view of life. 3. For George Orwell, Kropotkin's inventive and pragmatical outlook made him one of the most persuasive of anarchist writers. 4. Kropotkin's ideas left their mark on the Libertarian Five movement across the globe, a movement that is still indebted to his decades of activism within it as one of the most seminal figures in the history of the anarchist movement as well as one of its most important theoreticians. 6. As Nicholas Walters summarized, Kropotkin's most characteristic doctrines are, anarchist communism as the end, that the whole of society should be organized on the basis of common ownership and popular control at grassroots, and of revolutionary expropriation as the means that this must be accomplished by the forcible seizure by the mass of the people of all capital and property. His political doctrines may be summed up by the phrase used for the title of the Russian edition of La Conquête du Pain, Bread and Liberty. 7. While not the first advocate of communist anarchism, Kropotkin was instrumental in helping it to become the dominant anarchist theory of the late 19th century, a position it holds to this day. His works were spread across the globe, influencing the labor and anarchist movements in Europe, the Americas, and Asia, particularly in Japan, Korea, and China. As well as being the world's leading anarchist thinker for 5 decades, Kropotkin was an active anarchist militant who participated in the many debates within the movement over strategy and tactics. He consistently advocated a vision of socialism from below, built by the working class managing their own struggles. Workmen's organizations are the real force capable of accomplishing the social revolution after the awakening of the proletariat has been accomplished, first by individual action, then by collective action, by strikes and revolts extending more and more, and where workmen's organizations have not allowed themselves to be dominated by the gentlemen who advocate the conquest of political power, but have continued to walk hand in hand with anarchists as they have done in Spain, they have obtained, on the one hand, immediate results, an 8-hour day in certain trades in Catalonia, and on the other have made good propaganda for the social revolution, the one to come, not from the efforts of those highly placed gentlemen, but from below, from workmen's organizations. 8. His anarchism was built upon the awareness that the worker claims his share in the riches he produces, he claims his share in the management of production, and he claims not only some additional well-being, but also his full rights in the higher enjoyment of science and art. 9. His goal was to produce a society fit for humans to live in, prosper and fully develop their potential rather than one marked by classes and hierarchies within which most people simply survive. This vision of self-liberation of the oppressed is reflected in the strategies he advocated: direct action and revolutionary unionism, his vision of revolution, mass action to expropriate capital and destroy the state, as well as his sketches of a free society, created and managed from below by the people themselves, directly, and is expressed in numerous articles for the anarchist press. Unfortunately, although critically important in getting a clear understanding of Kropotkin's politics, most of these writings are unknown. 10. The most easily available of his texts are those that are very general and theoretical, not those dealing with the concrete political and strategic issues facing the anarchist movement at the time. This means that he far too often gets cast as a visionary or as a theorist rather than as an active anarchist militant actively engaged in the issues of the day, grappling with challenges facing the workers' movement and anarchist strategies within and out with it to produce social transformation. So in order to get a better grasp of Kropotkin's ideas, we need to look at the articles he wrote for the libertarian press, which he himself stated are more expressive of my anarchist ideas. 11. While he mentions in passing anarchist advocacy of direct action, economic class war and revolutionary unionism in his general introductions to libertarian ideas, it is his articles in anarchist newspapers which are more focused on these practical matters. As he acknowledged in one polemic over syndicalism in 1907, I now ask myself if it would not be useful to make a selection of these articles on the labor movement and publish them in a volume, for if he had, then it would show that he along with other anarchists had always believed that the working class movement organized in each trade for the direct conflict with capital, today in France it is called syndicalism and direct action, constitutes true strength, and is capable of leading up to the social revolution and realizing it. 12. This anthology seeks to show the importance Kropotkin placed on the workers' movement both as a fertile area for anarchist propaganda and as a means of creating libertarian communism. It seeks to challenge the all-too-common notion that he was a dreamer, presenting enticing visions of a better world but with no idea how to reach it. In reality, he was keenly aware of the need to understand capitalism and the state, to participate in the oppositional movements and struggles within it, and to learn the lessons of previous revolutions to ensure the success of the next one. To do so will show why Kropotkin's influence was so great and the impact he had on the development of anarchism. It aims to combine his better-known theoretical works with the less well-known articles he wrote to influence the anarchist and workers' movements, showing how he built upon and developed the libertarian ideas previously championed by Proudhon and Bakunin. These ideas, such as anti-statism, anti-capitalism, self-management, possession, socialization, communal economic federalism, decentralization, working-class self-emancipation, and so forth, are as important today as they were in his time. It aims to allow a new generation of radicals to gain an understanding of Kropotkin's libertarian communism in order to develop it for the struggles we face today. Anarchism before Kropotkin. Just as anarchism did not spring into existence, Minerva-like, in 1840 with the publication of Proudhon's What is Property, so Kropotkin's ideas grew and developed over time, building upon workers' struggles and the legacies of previous libertarian thinkers. When he became an anarchist, he was part of a movement which, influenced by Proudhon and Bakunin, had experienced both the joy and crushing defeat of the Paris Commune as well as the struggles within the International Working Men's Association, IWMA, over political action and the so-called workers' state. In order to understand Kropotkin's ideas and his contributions to the commonwealth of ideas which is anarchism, we first need to sketch their political context. While Kropotkin, particularly in his later works like the article on anarchism for the Encyclopaedia Britannica, presented anarchism as something which has existed as long as hierarchical authority has, Anarchism is better understood as being a specific socio-economic theory and movement which was born in the 19th century. Before 1840, no libertarian theory was called anarchism, nor was there any popular movement termed anarchist by its members. Many had been called this by their governmental and wealthy opponents as an insult. 13. This does not mean that anarchistic theories and movements did not exist. They did, but they only became retrospectively called anarchist once the anarchist movement discovered them. This can be seen from William Godwin, whom Kropotkin suggested had stated in 1793 in a quite definite form the political and economic principle of anarchism, and so was the first theorizer of socialism without government, that is to say, of anarchism. 14. However, Godwin never used the term anarchism, and he was only rediscovered, along with Max Stirner, by anarchists in the 1890s. His ideas had no direct influence on anarchism, which developed independently after his death in 1836. Therefore, regardless of the merit of the ideas of Godwin and Stirner, it would be anachronistic to discuss them when sketching anarchism before Kropotkin joined the movement. We therefore start with Proudhon's reformist anarchism before discussing Bakunin's contribution to revolutionary anarchism. The latter is particularly important, given that it was in the IWMA that many of the strategies normally associated with anarchism, union organizing and struggle, social revolution, etc., first developed. Within these federations of the IMWA developed what may be described as modern anarchism. 15. However, as will be seen, Proudhon's influence in the IWMA was significant, and many of the ideas of revolutionary anarchism have their roots in his reformist anarchism. This placing anarchism within a historical context does not mean, however, that it is the product of a few gifted individuals. While thinkers like Proudhon, Bakunin, and Kropotkin helped to develop anarchist ideas, anarchism itself originated in everyday struggles, and the anarchist movement was renewed each time it received an impression from some great practical lesson. It derived its origin from the teachings of life itself. 16. Proudhon developed his ideas in the context of the rise of the French workers' movement and its demands for self-managed workplace associations to replace wage labor, as well as the 1848 revolution. 17. Bakunin, likewise, contributed to anarchism by taking up ideas already expressed within the IWMA by workers across Europe. Little wonder, then, that Kropotkin stressed that anarchism had its origins in the same creative, constructive activity of the masses which has worked out in times past all the social institutions of mankind, and in the revolts against the representatives of force, external to these social institutions, who had laid their hands on these institutions and used them for their own advantage. In this sense, from all times there have been anarchists and statists, but anarchy was brought forth by the same critical and revolutionary protest which gave birth to socialism in general. Anarchism, unlike other forms of socialism, lifted its sacrilegious arm, not only against capitalism, but also against these pillars of capitalism, law, authority, and the state. All anarchist writers did was to work out a general expression of anarchism's principles, and the theoretical and scientific basis of its teachings. 18. The birth of anarchism. Proudhon and mutualism. Anarchism as a named socio-economic theory and movement starts with Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, 1809–1865, a working-class French writer who was one of the most influential socialist thinkers of his time. His works defined anarchism as a form of libertarian, or anti-state, socialism with the goal of a federation of self-managed workplace and self-governing communities. Proudhon ensured his fame with his seminal 1840 work What is Property? Which, as well providing the enduring radical slogan Property is Theft, saw him proclaim, "I am an anarchist." This book analyzed the justifications for property, turning them against the institution, and concluded that those who do not possess today are proprietors by the same title as those who do possess, but, instead of inferring therefrom that property should be shared by all, I demand, in the name of general security, its entire abolition. 19. Property, Proudhon argued, violates equality by the rights of exclusion and increase, and freedom by despotism. It has perfect identity with theft, and the worker has sold and surrendered his liberty to the proprietor who exploits the workers by appropriating their collective force. Anarchy was the absence of a master, of a sovereign, while the proprietor was synonymous with the sovereign, for he imposes his will as law, and suffers neither contradiction nor control. Thus property is despotism, as each proprietor is sovereign lord within the sphere of his property, and so freedom and property were incompatible. Property had to be socialized, with accumulated capital being social property and the land a common thing. He also advocated industrial democracy. Every industry needs leaders, instructors, superintendents. They must be chosen from the workers by the workers themselves. 20. He developed these ideas in his 1846 System of Economic Contradictions. This analyzed the contradictory nature of capitalism. For example, while machinery promised us an increase of wealth and liberty, it also produced an increase of poverty and brought us slavery. Having degraded the worker by giving him a master, it completes his degeneracy by reducing him from the rank of artisan to that of unskilled laborer. Under capitalism, machines make the chains of serfdom heavier and deepen the abyss which separates the class that commands and enjoys from the class that obeys and suffers. 21. Under capitalism, workers have sold their arms and parted with their liberty to the boss, and so you enter the regime of property. The surplus of labor, essentially collective, passes entirely, like the revenue, to the proprietor. However, by virtue of the principle of collective force, workers are the equals and associates of their leaders, and so that association may be real, he who participates in it must do so as an active factor with a deliberative voice in the council based on equality. This implied socialization of property, as workers must straightway enjoy the rights and prerogatives of associates and even managers when they join a workplace. Recognizing that the present form of organizing labor is inadequate and transitory, he urged a solution based upon equality, in other words, the organization of labor, which involves the negation of political economy and the end of property. 22. As he summarized 2 years later. Under universal association, ownership of the land and of the instruments of labor is social ownership. We want the mines, canals, railways handed over to democratically organized workers' associations. We want these associations to be models for agriculture, industry, and trade, the pioneering core of that vast federation of companies and societies woven into the common cloth of the democratic and social republic. 23. His influential 1851 work, General Idea of the Revolution, saw him at his most radical. No authority, no government, not even popular, that is the revolution. Capitalist and landlord exploitation stopped everywhere. The state was established for the rich against the poor, its laws simply spider webs for the rich and powerful, steel chains for the weak and poor, fishing nets in the hands of the government. Cooperatives would ensure wage labor abolished due to the immorality, tyranny, and theft suffered in capitalist firms, which plunder the bodies and souls of the wage workers and are an outrage upon human dignity and personality. Instead, the industry to be carried on, the work to be accomplished, are the common and undivided property of all those who take part therein. Land and housing would revert to the commune with repairs, management, and upkeep of buildings, as well as for new constructions being organized by communes and building workers' associations. 24. This would produce a federal system. Unless democracy is a fraud, and the sovereignty of the people a joke, it must be admitted that each citizen in the sphere of his industry, each municipal, district or provincial council within its own territory, is the only natural and legitimate representative of the sovereign. 25. Proudhon's vision of a free economy was based on workers' self-management of production with the exchange of produce among working men's associations by means of labor checks issued by the National Bank. 26. Socially, he advocated a system of communal federalism, as only this ensured not an abstract sovereignty of the people, as in the Constitution of 1793 and subsequent constitutions, or as in Rousseau's social contract, but an effective sovereignty of the working, reigning, governing masses. How could it be otherwise if they are in charge of the whole economic system including labor, capital, credit, property, and wealth? 27. An agricultural industrial federation would shield the citizens of the federated communes from capitalist exploitation as much from the inside as from the outside and stop the political decay of the masses, economic serfdom or wage labor, in a word, the inequality of conditions and fortunes. This was necessary as political right must have the buttress of economic right. 28. Federation was based on mandating and recalling delegates, for we can follow our deputies step by step and make them transmit our arguments and our documents, we shall indicate our will to them, and when we are discontented, we will revoke them. Thus the imperative mandate, permanent revocability, are the most immediate, undeniable, consequences of the electoral principle. It is the inevitable program of all democracy. He also urged the National Assembly, through organization of its committees, to exercise executive power, just the way it exercises legislative power through its joint deliberations and votes. 29. These ideas, it must be noted, were applied during the Paris Commune and were praised by Karl Marx in the Civil War in France. 30. As anarchist James Guillaume argued at the time, the Paris Revolution is federalist, in the sense given it years ago by the great socialist, Proudhon. It is above all the negation of the nation and the state. 31. To achieve these goals Proudhon opposed revolution in favor of reform. He saw mutual banking, cooperative credit, as the means by which labor would organize and emancipate itself, arguing it was the organization of labor's greatest asset and would lead to the spontaneous, popular formation of groups, workshops, or workers' associations. 32. Proudhon did not abstractly compare an ideal system to the current one, arguing against such speculation by the utopian socialists. Rather than seeking to invent another perfect community or social panacea, he urged radicals to analyze, understand, and so transcend capitalism by seeing what tendencies within it point beyond it. It is important, then, that we should resume the study of economic facts and practices, discover their meaning, and formulate their philosophy. Until this is done, no knowledge of social progress can be acquired, no reform attempted. The error of socialism has consisted hitherto in perpetuating religious reverie by launching forward into a fantastic future instead of seizing the reality which is crushing it. 33. He stressed that radicals had to be forward-looking rather than seeking to recreate past glories, denouncing this queer preoccupation which, in time of revolution, bedazzles the most steadfast minds, and, when their burning aspirations carry them forward into the future, has them constantly harking back to the past. Could society not turn its gaze in the direction in which it is going? 34. This was combined with a strong advocacy of working-class self-emancipation. Workers, laborers, men of the people, whoever you may be, the initiative of reform is yours. It is you who will accomplish that synthesis of social composition which will be the masterpiece of creation, and you alone can accomplish it. 35. Social reform had to be done outside of the state, for the problem of association consists in organizing the producers, and by this organization subjecting capital and subordinating power. Such is the war that you have to sustain, a war of labor against capital, a war of liberty against authority, a war of the producer against the non-producer, a war of equality against privilege. He rejected the idea that the state could be captured for social change, arguing that it finds itself inevitably enchained to capital and directed against the proletariat, and so it is of no use to change the holders of power or introduce some variation into its workings. An agricultural and industrial combination must be found by means of which power, today the ruler of society, shall become its slave. During the 1848 revolution he proposed that a provisional committee be set up, amongst the workers, in opposition to the bourgeois representatives, so that a new society be founded in the center of the old society, for the government can do nothing for you. But you can do everything for yourselves. This organization of popular societies was the pivot of democracy, the cornerstone of republican order, and would rip the nails and teeth off state power and hand over the government's public force to the citizens. 36. These ideas would be expounded and developed by subsequent anarchists, not least Kropotkin, who highly respected Proudhon as undoubtedly one of the greatest writers who have ever dealt with economical questions, a writer who was one of the most suggestive, maybe the most suggestive amongst those writers who lead men to think for themselves. He has covered in his works nearly the whole field of human enterprise, economics, politics, art, war, and everywhere he has dealt with the subject in the most suggestive way. 37. Moreover, the point of view of Proudhon was the only one which, in my opinion, was really scientific. 38. And the Frenchman was the writer whom I like best of all those who wrote about the social question. 39. At the bottom of Proudhon's general idea of the revolution lay a deeply practical idea, that of anarchy. 40. This does not mean Kropotkin was uncritical of the French anarchists' ideas, specifically rejecting his reformism and ideas on payment by labor done, concluding that while as a critic he is great, as a constructor he is weak. 41. Suffice it to say, this did not stop Kropotkin repeatedly noting Proudhon's importance as a thinker and his contributions to anarchism. Libertarians in the First International. Proudhon had infused anarchism with most of its basic concepts: anti-statism, anti-capitalism, federalism, workers' self-management, as well as a clear focus on the working classes as the agents of social transformation premised on their self-organization and self-emancipation, albeit within a reformist strategy. After his death in January 1865, Proudhon's followers applied his ideas within the nascent labor movement across Europe, but particularly in France. So when the French mutualists helped found the IWMA, libertarian ideas were set for a new evolution based on the requirements of this new environment: trade unions. This would give birth to revolutionary anarchism, initially collectivist and then communist. It is necessary to stress that the IWMA was not created by Marx but by French and British trade unionists. 42. Sadly, the Marx-centric perspective is common within radical circles, and so the IWMA itself is marginalist. Combined with an all too frequent ignorance of Proudhon's ideas, this means that we do not know much about its debates, and what we think we know is often wrong. This can be seen from the so-called collectivism debates which climaxed at the Basel Congress of 1869 with the success of a collectivist motion which was opposed by some of the French internationalists. This is usually portrayed as the victory of Marxism over Proudhon's ideas, but in reality, it was a debate on the specific issue of agricultural collectivization. The endorsement of collectivism by the International at the Basel Congress might appear to be a rejection of the French position on cooperatives. Actually, it was not, for collectivism as it was defined by its proponents meant simply the end of private ownership of agricultural land. Lumped together with this was usually the demand for common ownership of mines and railways. 43. Thus it was not a debate over cooperative production in favor of some other model, but rather concerned its extension to agriculture. At the Geneva Congress of 1866, the French internationalists, usually labeled Proudhonists, persuaded the Congress to agree by unanimous vote that there was a higher goal: the suppression of salaried status, i.e., wage labor, which could be done only through cooperatives. At the Lausanne Congress of 1867, they acknowledged the necessity of public ownership of canals, roads, and mines, and there was unanimous accord on public ownership of the means of transportation and exchange of goods. 44. This was Proudhon's position as well, and the resolution on collectivization had a remarkably Proudhonian tone, with it urging the collectivization of roads, canals, railways, mines, quarries, collieries, and forests, and these to be ceded to workers' companies which would guarantee the mutual rights of workers and would sell their goods or services at cost. The land would be turned over to agricultural companies, i.e., agricultural workers, with the same guarantees as those required of the workers' companies. 45. De PP clarified the issue: collective property would belong to society as a whole, but would be conceded to associations of workers. The state would be no more than a federation of various groups of workers. 46 As Proudhon had advocated workers' companies to run publicly owned industries as well as arguing the land was common property and be transferred to communes, the resolution was not the rejection of Proudhon's ideas that many assume. In fact, it can be considered a logical fusion of his arguments on land ownership and workers' associations. Given that the main leader of the collectivist position was César de Pepy, a self-proclaimed mutualist, this debate was fundamentally one amongst followers of Proudhon, not between mutualists and Marxists. Indeed, the 1869 resolution was consistent with Proudhon's ideas, meaning that in the congresses of the First International the libertarian idea of self-management prevailed over the statist concept. 47. It was also within the International that libertarians applied Proudhon's ideas on an agricultural and industrial combination in the labor movement. Here we discover the syndicalist idea of unions as the means of both fighting capitalism and replacing it being raised. 48 They were first raised in the International by delegates from the Belgium section at the Brussels Conference in 1868. Unions were for the necessities of the present, but also the future social order, the embryos of the great workers' companies which will one day replace the capitalist companies with their thousands of wage earners, at least in all industries in which collective force is used and there is no middle way between wage slavery and association. The productive societies arising from the trades unions will embrace whole industries, thus forming a new corporation which would be organized equitably, founded on mutuality and justice and open to all. 49. The then Secretary of the Belgium Federation, Eugene Hinz, wrote an article on these ideas in its newspaper L'Internationale which discussed how the current Conseil Federal Council, made up of delegates from the Sociétés de Resistance, resistance societies, would coordinate the activities of the trades as well as fixing cost and sale prices, and so wages. The Sociétés de Resistance themselves would organize production. The international sections would include all workers and would reflect matters of general concern at a local level based on a commite administrative council. Consumer cooperatives would function as communal shops, bazaars communaux, and control the distribution of goods at cost price, i.e., on a non-profit basis. General insurance funds would exist for old age, sickness, and life insurance based on the caisses de secours mutuel et de prévoyance, mutual aid and contingency funds. In this way the economic and political organizations of the working classes were to remain outside the bourgeois framework, so that it could supersede the bourgeois institutions and power in the long run. 50. At the Basel Congress of the IWMA this was repeated: trade unions will continue to exist after the suppression of the wage system, they will be the organization of labor. 51. This mode of organization leads to the labor representation of the future as wage slavery is replaced by the free federation of free producers while the organization of trade unions on the basis of town or country, leads to the commune of the future, government is replaced by the assembled councils of the trade bodies, and by a committee of their respective delegates. 52. This vision of a future economic regime based on federations of workers' associations echoed Proudhon's vision right down to the words used. It reflected both current trade union organization and the Frenchman's ideas as expressed in, for example, System of Economic Contradictions and on the political capacity of the working classes, and was a common idea within the libertarian wing of the International. As early as the 1860s and 1870s, the followers of Proudhon and Bakunin in the First International were proposing the formation of workers' councils designed both as a weapon of class struggle against capitalists and as the structural basis of the future libertarian society. 53. So we see the Barcelona internationalist paper La Federación argue, in November 1869, that the International contains within itself the seeds of social regeneration, it holds the embryo of all future institutions. 54. The next year saw French left mutualist, and future communard martyr, Eugene Varlin argue that unions form the natural elements of the social edifice of the future, it is they who can be easily transformed into producers' associations, it is they who can make the social ingredients and the organization of production work. 55. Bakunin and revolutionary anarchism. So by 1869 a clear collectivist current that advocated common ownership of both land and capital as well as embracing trade unions as both the means of struggle and the structure of a free society had developed in the IWMA. The most famous champion of these ideas was Mikhail Bakunin, 1814 to 1876. Bakunin was, like Kropotkin, a Russian aristocrat who renounced his title to join the struggle against autocracy and became an anarchist. Embracing Hegelian philosophy as a student, Bakunin became a left Republican and spent time in Paris discussing ideas with his friend Proudhon. A man of action, he enthusiastically participated in the 1848 revolutions but was arrested and sent back to Tsarist Russia to be imprisoned in solitary confinement in the Peter and Paul prison. After pressure from his family, the Tsar finally reduced his sentence to exile in Siberia, from which he escaped to Europe. There he developed his ideas towards revolutionary anarchism and created the Alliance of Social Democracy to spread them. Failing to convince the League for Peace and Freedom to embrace libertarian socialism, he joined the IWMA in July 1868. As Kropotkin summarized, Bakunin found the proper surroundings and ground for his revolutionary agitation in the International Working Men's Association. Here he saw masses of workers of all nations joining hands across frontiers, and striving to become strong enough in their unions to throw off the yoke of capitalism. And at once he understood what was the chief stronghold the workers had to storm, in order to be successful in their struggle against capital, the state. Destroy the state, became the war cry. Down with capitalism and down with the state. 56. He took up and expanded upon the ideas already being expressed in the libertarian wing of the IWMA, arguing that socialism had to be based on a federation of workers' councils. The federative alliance of all working men's associations will constitute the commune, by the creation of a revolutionary communal council composed of one or two delegates, vested with plenary but accountable and removable mandates. All provinces, communes, and associations would send their representatives to an agreed meeting place, vested with similar mandates to constitute the federation of insurgent associations, communes, and provinces, to organize a revolutionary force capable of defeating reaction. It is the very fact of the expansion and organization of the revolution for the purpose of self-defense among the insurgent areas that will bring about the triumph of the revolution. Since revolution everywhere must be created by the people, and supreme control must always belong to the people organized in a free federation of agricultural and industrial associations, organized from the bottom upwards by means of revolutionary delegation. 57. Anarchists could only achieve their goal by the development and organization of the social, and, by consequence, anti-political, power of the working masses as much in the towns as in the countryside. 58. This meant that workers had to organize themselves at the point of production. Toilers, count no longer on anyone but yourselves. Do not demoralize and paralyze your growing strength by being duped into alliances with bourgeois radicalism. Abstain from all participation in bourgeois radicalism and organize outside of it the forces of the proletariat. The bases of this organization are, the workshops and the federation of workshops, the creation of fighting funds, instruments of struggle against the bourgeoisie, and their federation, not only national, but international. 59. A living, powerful, socialist movement can be made a reality only by the awakened revolutionary consciousness, the collective will, and the organization of the working masses themselves. 60. The International, therefore, had to expand and organize itself, so that when the revolution breaks out, there will be a serious international organization of workers' associations, capable of replacing this departing world of states. 61. Therefore the organization of the trade sections, their federation in the international, and their representation by chambers of labor, bear in themselves the living germs of the social order, which is to replace the bourgeois world. They are creating not only the ideas but also the facts of the future itself. 62. the war between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie is unavoidable, as there was an irreconcilable antagonism which results inevitably from their respective stations in life and would only end with the abolition of the bourgeoisie as a distinct class. In order for the worker to become strong, he must unite with other workers in the union of all local and national workers' associations into a worldwide association, the Great International Working Men's Association. It was only through practice and collective experience and the progressive expansion and development of the economic struggle that the worker would recognize his true enemies, the privileged classes, including the clergy, the bourgeoisie, and the nobility, and the state, which exists only to safeguard all the privileges of those classes. There was but a single path, that of emancipation through practical action, which has only one meaning. It means workers' solidarity in their struggle against the bosses. It means trades unions, organization, and the federation of resistance funds. 63. Strikes were the beginnings of the social war of the proletariat against the bourgeoisie. Strikes are a valuable instrument from 2 points of view. Firstly, they electrify the masses, awaken in them the feeling of the deep antagonism which exists between their interests and those of the bourgeoisie. Secondly, they help immensely to provoke and establish between the workers of all trades, localities, and countries the consciousness and very fact of solidarity, a twofold action, both negative and positive, which tends to constitute directly the new world of the proletariat, opposing it almost in an absolute way to the bourgeois world. 64. In addition, as strikes spread from one place to another, they come close to turning into a general strike. And with the ideas of emancipation that now hold sway over the proletariat, a general strike can result only in a great cataclysm which forces society to shed its old skin. 65. Thus the socialist movement must be based on workplace organization and struggles, as strikes create, organize, and form a workers' army, an army which is bound to break down the power of the bourgeoisie and the state, and lay the ground for a new world. However, this did not imply ignoring political issues or struggles. Anarchism, Bakunin stressed, does not reject politics generally. It will certainly be forced to involve itself insofar as it will be forced to struggle against the bourgeois class. It only rejects bourgeois politics as it establishes the predatory domination of the bourgeoisie. 66. This needed to be fought, and to create a people's force capable of crushing the military and civil force of the state, it is necessary to organize the proletariat. 67. As revolution requires an insurrection of all the people and the voluntary organization of the workers from below upward. 68. As well as union organization, Bakunin also saw the need for anarchists to organize as anarchists to influence the class struggle. The alliance of social democracy was the necessary complement to the international. But the international and the alliance, while having the same ultimate aims, perform different functions. The international endeavors to unify the working masses, regardless of nationality or religious and political beliefs, into one compact body. The alliance, on the other hand, tries to give these masses a really revolutionary direction. This did not mean that the alliance was imposing a foreign theory onto the members of the unions, because the programs of one and the other differ only in the degree of their revolutionary development. The program of the alliance represents the fullest unfolding of the international. 69. The alliance would work within popular organizations and unleashes the people's will and gives wider opportunity for their self-determination and their social economic organization, which should be created by them alone from the bottom upwards. It must not in any circumstances, ever be their master. What is to be the chief aim and pursuit of this organization? To help the people towards self-determination on the lines of the most complete equality and fullest human freedom in every direction, without the least interference from any sort of domination, that is, without any sort of government control. 70. With these ideas Bakunin inevitably came into conflict with Marx. While the latter wished the International to become a political party and participate in elections, political action, Bakunin rejected this in favor of economic direct action by unions, predicting that when common workers are sent to legislative assemblies, the result is that the worker deputies, transplanted into a bourgeois environment, into an atmosphere of purely bourgeois ideas, will in fact cease to be workers and, becoming statesmen, they will become bourgeois. For men do not make their situations, on the contrary, men are made by them. 71. This analysis was confirmed by the rise of reformism within the ranks of Marxist social democracy. This, however, reflected a deeper issue, namely on whether social transformation should proceed from above, by a few leaders, or from below, by the masses. A socialist state, whether created by elections or revolution, would not lead to liberation. The state, stressed Bakunin, is the government from above downwards, by one or another minority. It has always been the patrimony of some privileged class, and when all other classes have exhausted themselves it becomes the patrimony of the bureaucratic class. The Marxist state will not content itself with administering and governing the masses politically, it will also administer the masses economically, concentrating in the hands of the state the production and distribution of wealth. This will result in a new class, a new hierarchy, which would exploit the masses as the state was the sole proprietor and the only banker, capitalist, organizer and director of all national labor, and the distributor of all its products. 72. This also was confirmed by the Bolshevik regime under Lenin. 73. This happens because every state, even the pseudo-people's state concocted by Mr. Marx, is in essence only a machine ruling the masses from above, through a privileged minority of conceited intellectuals who imagine that they know what the people need and want better than do the people themselves. 74. Hence, Bakunin stressed, anarchists do not accept, even in the process of revolutionary transition, either constituent assemblies, provisional governments, or so-called revolutionary dictatorships, because we are convinced that revolution is only sincere, honest, and real in the hands of the masses, and that when it is concentrated in those of a few ruling individuals it inevitably and immediately becomes reaction. 75. Thus, as Kropotkin suggested, the International was essentially a working men's organization, the workers understanding it as a labor movement and not as a political party. 76. This was at the heart of the Bakunin-Marx conflict, a conflict which did not reflect personalities but rather different visions of the labor movement. The Marxists endeavored by means of all sorts of intrigues to transform the International Association, created for the purposes of a direct struggle against capitalism, into an arm of parliamentary politics. 77. This struggle came to its head in 1872 and the Hague Congress, where gerrymandering by Marx and Engels ensured the expulsion of Bakunin and committed the International to political action. 78. The majority of the IWMA met at Saint Imier in 1872 and urged the proletarians of every land to establish solidarity of revolutionary action outside of all bourgeois politicking. This organization of labor resistance created a community of interests, trains the proletariat in collective living and prepares it for the supreme struggle. The strike was a precious weapon in the struggle and a product of the antagonism between labor and capital. These ordinary economic struggles prepare the proletariat for the great and final revolutionary conquest which will destroy all class difference. The future socialist society would be created by the proletariat itself, its trades bodies and the autonomous communes. 79. Kropotkin embraced Bakunin's position. For him, the IWMA was the classic example of what a genuine labor movement should be, namely a vast organization of trade unions, which it was intended to spread all over the world, and which would have carried on, with international support, the direct struggle of labor against capital. 80. Within its libertarian wing grew up then the young power which took up the struggle for freedom in Europe and developed gradually into communist anarchism, with its ideal of economical and political equality, and its bold negation of the exploiting of man by capital and state alike. 81. Anarchists, Kropotkin summarized, do not seek to constitute, and invite the working men not to constitute, political parties in the parliaments. Accordingly, since the foundation of the International Working Men's Association in 1864 to 1866, they have endeavored to promote their ideas directly amongst the labor organizations and to induce those unions to a direct struggle against capital, without placing their faith in parliamentary legislation. 82. Kropotkin's ideas. Anarchism, then, has always been a form of libertarian socialism and opposed both state and capitalism. It sees the working class as the means of social transformation, for only those who were oppressed and exploited by capitalism and the state had an interest in freeing themselves from both. This was the theoretical context when Kropotkin joined the anarchist movement in 1872. By the time Kropotkin escaped from a Tsarist prison and went into exile in 1876, Bakunin was dead, but the movement he was part of continued. Kropotkin contributed immensely to the further development of this rich commonwealth of ideas. This can be seen in all aspects of Kropotkin's thought. Thus he defined anarchism as the no-government system of socialism. 83. In this he, like Bakunin, followed Proudhon, who stressed that the capitalist principle and the governmental principle are one and the same principle, and so the abolition of the exploitation of man by man and the abolition of government of man by man are one and the same formula. It is to protect this exploitation of man by man that the state exists, and so anarchists are simultaneously striving for the abolition of capital and of the state, for if you do away with the former, you still have to do away with the latter, and vice versa. 84. Kropotkin, like Bakunin, also accepted most of Proudhon's fundamental principles, such as workers' self-management of production, federalism, socialization, anti-statism, and anti-capitalism. He, like Bakunin, recognized the necessity of social revolution, rejecting Proudhon's reformism, as well as his patriarchy in favor of a consistent libertarian egalitarianism. He took Bakunin's union-based revolutionary anarchism and, like others in the IWMA, developed it towards an explicit acceptance of libertarian communism, the goal of distribution according to need rather than labor done. In addition, Kropotkin applied his scientific training to anarchism. This meant gathering evidence and drawing conclusions from it, analyzing capitalist society and discovering the tendencies within it that pointed to a future free society. Just as change had to come from below, from the actions of the people themselves, so revolutionary politics had to be based on an analysis of the facts and built upwards. While there is a tendency to portray him as someone pining for a past that never existed, such as idealizing the medieval commune. 85, the reality is different. Ironically, this is best seen by the very book often used to characterize him as backward-looking: fields, factories, and workshops. As becomes clear reading this work, his conclusions are based on a detailed analysis of industrial trends within all the major advanced capitalist economies of the time. Similarly with his arguments for communism and anarchism, which he supported with examples drawn from modern society. Thus he pointed to the federalism used within the European railways as evidence in favor of free agreement, as well as examples of distribution according to needs such as free roads, libraries, and so on. 86. He focused his analysis on contemporary society. We shall not construct a new society by looking backwards. We shall only do so by studying, as Proudhon has already advised, the tendencies of society today and so forecasting the society of tomorrow. The only basis upon which it is possible to construct the society of the future is the new conceptions which germinate in men's minds. And these alone can give the revolutionary, aided by his revolutionary fire, the boldness of thought necessary for the success of the revolution. 87. This applied to movements that arise within class society but in opposition to it. The origin of the anarchist inception of society lies in the criticism of the hierarchical organizations and the authoritarian conceptions of society, and the analysis of the tendencies that are seen in the progressive movements of mankind. Kropotkin discussed the various social institutions humanity had created to survive in the hostile environment of class society, institutions which resist the encroachments upon their life and fortunes by those who endeavored to establish their personal authority over them. These took the form of the primitive clan, the village community, the medieval guild, and the unions from which modern anarchism sprang. The labor combinations were an outcome of the same popular resistance to the growing power of the few, the capitalists in this case. 88. This expressed itself during revolutions as well, when these popular organizations become strong enough to overthrow the current system and become the framework of a new one. On capitalism and the state. For anarchism, capitalism is an exploitative, oppressive, class-riddled economic system defended by a centralist, hierarchical state. Kropotkin echoed this analysis of Proudhon and Bakunin. It is evident that in present-day society, divided as it is between masters and serfs, true liberty cannot exist. It will not exist so long as there are exploiters and slaves, government and governed. 89. Modern society was based upon the liberty to exploit human labor without any safeguard for the victims of such exploitation and the political power organized as to assure freedom of exploitation to the middle class. 90. Its political and economic aspects are facts and conceptions which we cannot separate from each other. In the course of history, these institutions have developed, supporting and reinforcing each other, and so they are connected with each other not as mere accidental coincidences but by the links of cause and effect. 91. The two were interwoven, as the political regime is always an expression of the economic regime which exists at the heart of society. This meant that regardless of how the state changes, it continues to be shaped by the economic system, of which it is always the expression and, at the same time, the consecration and the sustaining force. 92. Echoing Proudhon's analysis of property as both theft, exploitation, and despotism, oppression, Kropotkin argued that under capitalism a worker was forced to sell his work and his liberty to others who accumulate wealth by the labor of their serfs. 93. Private property, as a result, meant that individual freedom has remained, both in theory and in practice, more illusory than real, and that the want of development of the personality, leading to herd psychology, and the lack of individual creative power and initiative are certainly one of the chief defects of our time. Economical individualism has not kept its promise. It did not result in any striking development of individuality. 94. This was for an obvious reason. For the worker who must sell his labor, it is impossible to remain free, and it is precisely because it is impossible that we are anarchists and communists. 95. Capitalism was rooted in exploitation and inequality. The very essence of the present economic system is that the worker can never enjoy the well-being he has produced. Inevitably, industry is directed, not towards what is needed to satisfy the needs of all, but towards that which, at a given moment, brings in the greatest profit for a few. Of necessity, the abundance of some will be based on the poverty of others, and the straitened circumstances of the greater number will have to be maintained at all costs, that there may be hands to sell themselves for a part only of that which they are capable of producing, without which private accumulation of capital is impossible. 96. Private property in the means of production ensures that the worker finds no acre to till, no machine to set in motion, unless he agrees to sell his labor for a sum inferior to its real value, and so some part of the value of his produce will be unjustly taken by the employer. Moreover, as production's only aim is to increase the profits of the capitalist, we have continuous fluctuations of industry, the crisis coming periodically. 97. Crisis was caused by overproduction, that is, production that is above the purchasing power of the worker, which remains fatally characteristic of the present capitalist production, because workers cannot buy with their salaries what they have produced and at the same time copiously nourish the swarm of idlers who live upon their work. 98. Kropotkin also critiqued capitalist economics, arguing that it has always confined itself to stating facts occurring in society, and justifying them in the interest of the dominant class. Having found something profitable to capitalists, it has set it up as a principle. 99. He dismissed the sophisms taught by economists, uttered more to confirm exploiters in their rights than to convert the exploited. 100. And recognized the role of economists as defenders of the class system. Political economy, that pseudoscience of the bourgeoisie, does not cease to give praise in every way to the benefits of individual property. Yet the economists do not conclude, the land to him who cultivates it. On the contrary, they hasten to deduce from the situation, the land to the lord who will get it cultivated by wage earners. 101. The state exists to defend this regime. It is a society for mutual insurance between the landlord, the military commander, the judge, the priest, and later on the capitalist, in order to support each other's authority over the people, and for exploiting the poverty of the masses and getting rich themselves. Such was the origin of the state, such was its history, and such is its present essence, and the rich perfectly well know that if the machinery of the state ceased to protect them, their power over the laboring classes would be gone immediately. 102. The mission of all governments is to protect and maintain by force the privileges of the possessing classes. 103. A key part of this role has been state intervention to create and support capitalism. The rise of capitalism has always seen the state tighten the screw for the worker and impose industrial serfdom. While preaching laissez-faire for itself, the bourgeoisie was at pains not to sweep away the power of the state over industry, over the factory serf. 104. This has continued to this day and, rhetoric notwithstanding, the state has always intervened to support capitalism. While all governments have given the capitalists and monopolists full liberty to enrich themselves with the underpaid labor of working men, they have never, nowhere given the working men the liberty of opposing that exploitation. Never has any government applied the leave things alone principle to the exploited masses. It reserved it for the exploiters only. What, then, is the use of talking, with Marx, about the primary accumulation as if this push given to the capitalists were a thing of the past? In short, nowhere has the system of non-intervention of the state ever existed. Everywhere the state has been, and still is, the main pillar and the creator, direct and indirect, of capitalism and its powers over the masses. Nowhere, since states have grown up, have the masses had the freedom of resisting the oppression by capitalists. The state has always interfered in the economic life in favor of the capitalist exploiter. It has always granted him protection in robbery, given aid and support for further enrichment. And it could not be otherwise. To do so was one of the functions, the chief mission of the state. 105. This analysis applied to modern so-called democratic states as representative democracy was an organ of capitalist domination. 106. This outcome is no accident. The state has evolved certain characteristics that ensure it. The state not only includes the existence of a power situated above society, but also of a territorial concentration as well as the concentration in the hands of a few of many functions in the life of societies. It implies some new relationships between members of society, in order to subject some classes to the domination of others, and this becomes obvious when one studies the origins of the state. 107. This centralization is required to ensure minority rule, and so the structure of the state reflected its role as defender of the exploitation of the many by the few. To attack the central power, to strip it of its prerogatives, to decentralize, to dissolve authority, would have been to abandon to the people the control of its affairs, to run the risk of a truly popular revolution. That is why the bourgeoisie sought to reinforce the central government even more. 108. Using the example of the French Revolution, Kropotkin showed how the middle classes, now that they had seen and felt the strength of the people, did all they could to dominate the people, to disarm them and to drive them back into subjection, and made haste to legislate in such a way that the political power which was slipping out of the hand of the court should not fall into the hands of the people. 109. Centralization took power away from the mass of the people and gave it to the few, and so while the people have tried at different times to become an influence in the state, to control it, to be served by it, they have never succeeded. Instead, it has always ended in the abandonment of this mechanism of hierarchy and laws to others than the people, to the sovereign after the revolutions of the 16th century, to the bourgeois after those of the 17th in England and 18th in France. 110. The state was not some evil imposed on society from outside, but one which grows out of it and which, while sharing key features, evolves alongside it. Every economic phase has a political phase corresponding to it, he argued. A society founded on serfdom is in keeping with absolute monarchy. A society based on the wage system and the exploitation of the masses by the capitalists finds its political expression in parliamentarianism. As such, the state form changes and evolves, but its basic function, defender of minority rule, and structure, delegated power into the hands of a few, remains. Moreover, the state has not always existed, and to confuse all forms of social organization with it would be a mistake made only by those who cannot visualize society without a concentration of the state. To do so is to overlook the fact that man lived in societies for thousands of years before the state had been heard of, and that large numbers of people have lived in communes and free federations. The state is only one of the forms assumed by society in the course of history. Why then make no distinction between what is permanent and what is accidental? 111. It was a particular form of social organization, and so the word state should be reserved for those societies with the hierarchical system and centralization. 112. That is, those where the people was not governing itself. 113. Based on this evolutionary analysis of the state and its links with capitalism, anarchists drew the conclusion that the state organization, having been the force to which the minorities resorted for establishing and organizing their power over the masses, cannot be the force which will serve to destroy these privileges. 114. It exists to protect exploitation, speculation, and private property. It is itself the byproduct of the rapine of the people. The proletarian must rely on his own hands, he can expect nothing of the state. It is nothing more than an organization devised to hinder emancipation at all costs. 115. Unsurprisingly, Kropotkin was critical of those socialists who viewed the capitalist state as both a means to save themselves from the horrors of the economic regime created by that very same state, and to achieve the social revolution through the state by preserving and even extending most of its powers. 116. On state socialism. Given an analysis of capitalism as an exploitative class system, Kropotkin, like most anarchists, viewed himself as a socialist and insisted that anarchists constitute the left wing of the socialist movement. 117. Yet, at the same time, he warned of the dangers of state socialism both in terms of tactics and final goals. So if anarchism was the left wing of the socialist movement, then Marxism was its right wing. It is self-evident that when we speak of a revival of socialism, we don't mean a revival of social democracy. The writers of the last school have done all they could to make people believe that social democracy is socialism, and socialism is nothing but social democracy. But everyone can easily ascertain for himself that social democracy is only one fraction of the great socialist movement, the fraction which believes that all necessary changes in the socialist direction can be accomplished by parliamentary reforms within the present state, and that when all main branches of production shall be owned by the state, and governed by a democratic parliament, and every working man will be a wage worker for the state, this will be socialism. There remains, however, a very considerable number of socialists who maintain that socialism cannot be limited to such a meek reform, that it implies much deeper changes, economical and political, and that the above reform cannot be realized within the present state by its representative institutions. Many begin thus to see that it is not by acquiring power in Parliament under the unavoidable penalty of ceasing to be a socialist party and gradually becoming a moderate radical party that the changes required by socialism can ever be realized. Social democracy is the right wing of the great socialist movement, not this movement itself. It is, then, a revival of socialism altogether that we see coming, one of its causes being precisely the failure of social democracy to bring about the great changes which mankind needs and claims at the present moment of its history. 118. In terms of tactics, Kropotkin opposed the Marxism of his time, social democracy, as it had moved away from a pure labor movement, in the sense of a direct struggle against capitalists by means of strikes, unions, and so forth. Strikes repelled them because they diverted the workers' forces from parliamentary agitation. Marxists recognized the state and pyramidal methods of organization, which stifled the revolutionary spirit of the rank-and-file workers, while anarchists recognized neither the state nor pyramidal organization, and rejecting a narrowly political struggle, inevitably became a more revolutionary party, both in theory and in practice. 119. Social Democrats, because of their electioneering, are continually driven by the force of circumstances to become tools of the ruling classes in keeping things as they are. 120. Anarchists stressed economic class struggle because it would be desirable to have no feudal political struggle to meddle with it and to obstruct the revolution. There should be the workers on the one side, the possessing classes on the other side, and the social-economical problem in its purity between the two. 121. Thus, rather than encourage the direct action of the labor unions, Marxism turned the labor movement into an electoral, political, and parliamentary movement, which could but waste and destroy their real forces. 122. Echoing Bakunin, he saw that those who yesterday were considered socialists are today letting go of socialism, by renouncing its mother idea of the need to abolish individual ownership of social capital and passing over into the camp of the bourgeoisie, while retaining, so as to hide their turnabout, the label of socialism. 123. As if the bourgeoisie, he argued, still holding on to its capital, could allow the Marxists to experiment with socialism even if they succeeded in gaining control of power. As if the conquest of the municipalities were possible without the conquest of the factories. History has proven Kropotkin correct on the differences in results between direct action and electioneering. However moderate the war cry, provided it is in the domain of relations between capital and labor, as soon as it proceeds to put it into practice by revolutionary methods, it ends by increasing it and will be led to demand the overthrow of the regime of property. On the other hand, a party which confines itself to parliamentary politics ends up abandoning its program, however advanced it may have been at the beginning. 124. As well as causing the rise of reformism within the labor movement, Marxism also failed to understand that the modern state could not be utilized to create socialism. As Kropotkin stressed, one does not make an historical institution follow in the direction to which one points, that is, in the opposite direction to the one it has taken over the centuries. To expect this would be a sad and tragic mistake, simply because the old machine, the old organization, was slowly developed in the course of history to crush freedom, to crush the individual, to establish oppression on a legal basis, to create monopolists, to lead minds astray by accustoming them to servitude. It is the greatest hindrance to the birth of a society based on equality and liberty, as well as the historic means designed to prevent this blossoming. 125. A social revolution needs new, non-statist forms of social organization to succeed. To give full scope to socialism entails rebuilding from top to bottom a society dominated by the narrow individualism of the shopkeeper. It is a question of completely reshaping all relationships. In every street, in every hamlet, in every group of men gathered around a factory or along a section of the railway line, the creative, constructive and organizational spirit must be awakened in order to rebuild life in the factory, in the village, in the store, in production, and in distribution of supplies. All relations between individuals and great centers of population have to be made all over again, from the very day, from the very moment one alters the existing commercial or administrative organization. And they expect this immense task, requiring the free expression of popular genius, to be carried out within the framework of the state and the pyramidal organization which is the essence of the state. They expect the state to become the lever for the accomplishment of this immense transformation. They want to direct the renewal of a society by means of decrees and electoral majorities. How ridiculous! 126. Kropotkin's opposition to state socialism was not focused purely on the negative effects of replacing class struggle on the economic terrain with political action within bourgeois states. He also warned of the dangers associated with handing economic decision-making to the state. This would simply be the mere substitution of the state as the universal capitalist for the present capitalists. 127. This was nothing more than the idea of the state as capitalist, to which the social democratic fraction of the great socialist party is now trying to reduce socialism. 128. However, a highly complex state machine, leads to the formation of a class especially concerned with state management, which, using its acquired experience, begins to deceive the rest for its personal advantage. 129 These warnings echoed those of Proudhon and Bakunin, and so it was unsurprising that anarchists were quick to recognize the Bolshevik regime as state capitalist. 130 Marxism would simply see the bourgeois replaced by the bureaucracy. The anarchists consider that to hand over to the state all the main sources of economic life, the land, the mines, the railways, banking, insurance, and so on, as also the management of all the main branches of industry, would mean to create a new instrument of tyranny. State capitalism would only increase the powers of bureaucracy and capitalism. 131. Kropotkin simply did not think that such a regime could function and meet the needs of the people, as the economic changes that will result from the social revolution will be so immense and so profound, that it will be impossible for one or even a number of individuals to elaborate the social forms to which a further society must give birth. The elaboration of new social forms can only be the collective work of the masses. 132 The notion that a strongly centralist government could command that a prescribed quantity of a good be sent to such a place on such a day and be received on a given day by a specified official and stored in particular warehouses was not only undesirable but also wildly utopian. 133 During his discussion of the benefits of free agreement against state tutelage, Kropotkin noted that only the former allowed the utilization of the cooperation, the enthusiasm, the local knowledge of the people. 134. Kropotkin's own experience had shown how the high functionaries of the Tsarist bureaucracy were simply charming in their innocent ignorance of the areas they were meant to be administrating, and how, thanks to Marxism, the socialist ideal had lost the character of something that had to be worked out by the labor organizations themselves, and became state management of industries. State capitalism. As an anarchist, he knew that governments become isolated from the masses, and so the very success of socialism required the ideas of no government, of self-reliance, of free initiative of the individual to be preached side by side with those of socialized ownership and production. Thus it was essential that socialism was decentralist, federal and participatory, that the structure of the society which we longed for was worked out, in theory and practice, from beneath by all labor unions with a full knowledge of local needs of each trade and each locality. 135. This analysis applies to both social democracy and its offspring Leninism. In 1917, while distancing Marxism from the predictable, and predicted, by anarchists, consequences of working within the bourgeois state, Lenin argued the bourgeois state had to be smashed and replaced by a Soviet state modeled on the Paris Commune. 136 However, Bolshevism retained a centralist state structure and so replaced the initiative of all with that of the few at the top of the new social hierarchy, with disastrous results. 137 As the Russian Revolution degenerated before his eyes, Kropotkin warnings on state socialism were vindicated. The natural evils of state communism are increased tenfold under the excuse that all misfortunes of our life are due to the intervention of foreigners. The attempt to build up a communist republic on the lines of strongly centralist state communism under the iron rule of the dictatorship of a party is ending in a failure. We learn in Russia how communism cannot be introduced, so long as a country is governed by the dictatorship of a party. The Labor and Peasant Council Soviets evidently lose all their significance. When it comes to building up quite new forms of life, everything has to be worked out by men on the spot. An all-powerful centralist government proves absolutely incapable of doing that through its functionaries. No matter how countless they may be, it becomes a nuisance. It develops such a formidable bureaucracy. This is what you, the working men of the West, can and must avoid by all means. The immense constructive work that is required from a social revolution cannot be accomplished by a central government. It requires the knowledge, the brains, and the willing collaboration of a mass of local and specialized forces, which alone can cope with the diversity of economical problems in their local aspects. 138. Like the Russian anarchists in 1905 and 1917, Kropotkin argued that the Soviets controlling the political and economical life of the country is a grand idea. However, this was not what happened in Russia, and they are reduced to a passive role. The pressure of party dictatorship becomes a death sentence on the new construction. 139 He stressed that production and exchange represented an undertaking so complicated that the plans of the state socialists would prove to be absolutely ineffective as soon as they were applied to life. No government would be able to organize production if the workers themselves through their unions did not do it in each branch of industry, for in all production there arise daily thousands of difficulties which no government can solve or foresee. Only the efforts of thousands of intelligences working on the problems can cooperate in the development of a new social system and find the best solutions for the thousands of local needs. 140 As he correctly predicted, the communists, with their methods, instead of putting the people on the path to communism, will finish by making them hate its very name. Perhaps they are sincere, but their system hinders them introducing in practice the least principle of communism. The saddest thing is that they recognize nothing, do not wish to acknowledge their errors, and every day take away from the masses a fragment of the conquests of the revolution, to the profit of the centralizing state. 141. The Bolsheviks have shown how the revolution is not to be made. 142 Creating communism by a strongly centralist state makes success absolutely impossible and paralyzes the constructive work of the people. 143 Social reconstruction required the cooperation of the laboring classes of all nations, and for that purpose the idea of a great international of all working men of the world must be renewed. There must be a union of all the trade unions of the world, of all those who produce the wealth of the world united, in order to free the production of the world from its present enslavement to capital. 144. On class struggle and the workers' movement. Given that workers were exploited and oppressed by capitalism and that the state exists to defend it, Kropotkin viewed the class struggle as inherent within capitalism, a great contest between labor and capital which constitutes the very essence of modern history. 145 The social position of the working class people ensured their key role in the struggle for freedom. Being exploited today at the bottom of the social ladder, it is to the worker's advantage to demand equality. He has never ceased demanding it, he has fought for it and will fight for it again, whereas the bourgeois thinks it is to his advantage to maintain inequality. 146. So Kropotkin, like his Marxist opponents, viewed the popular masses, workers and peasants, as the only agents of social transformation. 147 Thus the anarchists have always advised taking an active part in those workers' organizations which carry on the direct struggle of labor against capital and its protector the state. This struggle permits the worker to obtain some temporary improvements in the present conditions of work, while it opens his eyes to the evil that is done by capitalism and the state that supports it, and wakes up his thoughts concerning the possibility of organizing consumption, production, and exchange without the intervention of the capitalist and the state. 148. Kropotkin was well aware of the importance of popular, mass, struggles, as any popular movement is a step towards the social revolution. It awakens the spirit of revolt, it makes men accustomed to seeing the established order, or rather the established disorder, as eminently unstable. 149 The key popular movement for communist anarchists was the trade unions, and so Kropotkin, like Bakunin before him, saw the necessity of anarchists participating in the labor movement. Since the enemy on whom we declare war is capital, it is against capital that we have to direct our efforts, without allowing ourselves to be distracted from our aim by the sham agitation of political parties. Since the great struggle for which we prepare ourselves is an essentially economic struggle, it is on the economic ground that our agitation has to take place. 150. Kropotkin had always preached active participation in the workers' movement, in the revolutionary workers' movement. 151 This is reflected throughout his anarchist career, from his earliest activism onwards. So in Tsarist Russia in the early 1870s he argued that radical activity had to be made among the peasantry and urban workers as only then can insurrection count on success. 152 He reiterated this position a few months before his death. The trade union movement will become a great power for laying the foundations of an anti-state communist society. If I were in France, where at this moment lies the center of the industrial movement, and if I were in better health, I would be the first to rush headlong into this movement in favor of the First International, not the Second or the Third, which only represent the usurpation of the idea of the Workers' International for the benefit of a party which is not half composed of workers. 153. This was because in a social revolution a decisive blow will have to be administered to private property. From the beginning, the workers will have to proceed to take over all social wealth so as to put it into common ownership. This revolution can only be carried out by the workers themselves. In order to do this, the great mass of workers will not only have to constitute itself outside the bourgeoisie, it will have to take action of its own during the period which will precede the revolution, and this sort of action can only be carried out when a strong workers' organization exists. This meant it was the mass of workers we have to seek to organize. We have to submerge ourselves in the organization of the people, help them to translate their aspirations and hatreds into action. When the mass of workers is organized and we are with it to strengthen its revolutionary idea, to make the spirit of revolt against capital germinate there, then it will be the social revolution. 154. Therefore, to make the revolution, the mass of workers will have to organize themselves. Resistance and the strike are excellent means of organization for doing this. It was a question of organizing societies of resistance for all trades in each town, of creating resistance funds against the exploiters, of giving more solidarity to the workers' organizations of each town and of putting them in contact with those of other towns, of federating them. Workers' solidarity must no longer be an empty word but practiced each day between all trades and all nations. 155 The unions would take over production. No one can underrate the importance of this labor movement for the coming revolution. It will be those agglomerations of wealth producers which will have to reorganize production on new social bases, to organize the life of the nation, and means of production. They, the laborers, grouped together, not the politicians. 156. Kropotkin was critical of trade unions that limited their goals and argued that anarchists had to work to widen the union's vision, to get them to go beyond just higher wages and better conditions. 157 Hence his often repeated positive comments on the Spanish anarchist movement as well as his praise for the activities of the American anarchists in the early 1880s, were not our Chicago comrades right in despising politics, and saying the struggle against robbery must be carried on in the workshop and the street, by deeds not words. 158. So it must be stressed that Kropotkin's arguments for anarchist participation in the labor movement was a recurring theme in his works. 159 The early 1880s saw him write numerous articles on the subject in an attempt to counter the ultra-revolutionary posturing that had overtaken the French anarchist movement in the late 1870s. 160 Imprisonment and exile after the Lyon trial hindered his work, but he returned to the task in 1889 after the success of the London dockers' strike. The May 1st demonstrations saw him reiterating his earlier arguments for anarchist participation in the labor movement. 161 He urged anarchists in France to use the 1891 May Day demonstrations to rejoin popular movements, contributing his immense influence to a growing tendency in libertarian circles arguing for participation in the labor movement. 162 Unlike the attempt 10 years previously, this call for anarchist participation in the labor movement was more successful. French anarchists joined the labor movement in increasing numbers, leading to the rise of revolutionary syndicalism in the mid-1890s. 163. Thus the anarchist movement by calling with all its strength for the solidarity of the workers helped create a labor movement which has no connection with the parliamentary camp of social democracy. This was anti-parliamentary unionism in the tradition of the old-time International Working Men's Association and what in France, Switzerland is called anti-political syndicalism. 164. However, Kropotkin did not ignore the need for non-economic, political, rights and struggles. Anarchists are not asserting, as has sometimes been said, that political rights have no value for us. Rather, political liberties cannot be defended by way of a law, a scrap of paper that could be torn up at the least whim of the rulers. Only direct action can do that, for it is only by transforming ourselves into a force, capable of imposing our will, that we shall succeed in making our rights respected. When the masses go into the streets and take up the defense of our rights, then nobody will dare dispute those rights, nor any others that we choose to demand. Then, and only then, shall we have truly gained such rights, for which we might plead to Parliament for decades in vain. Humanity retains only the rights it has won by hard struggle and is ready to defend at every moment, with arms in hand. In short, freedoms are not given, they are taken. 165. So while rejecting politics and stressing the necessity of workplace struggles, he recognized the need to consider all aspects of life. We do not mean by this that we should neglect opportunities of carrying out agitation on all the questions of national life which are raised around us. On the contrary, we think that socialists must take advantage of all opportunities which may lead to an economic agitation, and we are convinced that each agitation, begun on the basis of the struggle of the exploited against the exploiters, however circumscribed its sphere of action, the ends proposed, and the ideas advanced may be to begin with, may become a fruitful source of socialist agitation. It would therefore be useful, not to pass proudly by the various questions which concern the workers in their districts, for the sole reason that these questions have only very little to do with socialism. On the contrary, taking part in all questions and taking advantage of the interest which they arouse, we could work to spread agitation to a wider extent and, seek to enlarge theoretical conceptions and awaken the spirit of independence and rebellion in those who are interested in the agitation which is produced. This participation is all the more necessary because it presents a unique method of fighting the false opinions which are spread by the bourgeoisie at every opportunity of this kind. 166. Thus basic political liberties were extorted from Parliament by force, by agitations that threatened to become rebellions. It was by establishing trade unions and practicing strike action despite the edicts of Parliament and the hangings that workers won the right to associate and strike in Britain, for example. 167. All that was progressive in the life of the civilized world, he argued, was centered around the labor movement. 168. So it was absolutely impossible to confine the ideas of the working mass within the narrow circle of reductions in working hours and wage increases. The social question compels attention. 169. Thus direct action leads to a wider perspective. It is not only more wages that labor wants. Not only shorter hours. It agitates for the disappearance of the capitalist system. It wants to expropriate the capitalist, to make all into its own hands fields, docks, railways, flour mills and storehouses, and to organize everything in the interest of those who produce. 170. In this way anarchist communism wins more and more ground among those working men who try to get a clear conception as to the forthcoming revolutionary action. The syndicalist and trade union movements, which permit the workingmen to realize their solidarity and to feel the community of their interests better than any election, prepare the way for these conceptions. 171. On syndicalism and revolutionary minorities. Given the key part working class organization and struggle played in his politics, it should come as no surprise that Kropotkin was very supportive of syndicalism, arguing that the current opinions of the French syndicalists are organically linked with the early ideas of the left wing of the International. 172. Both syndicalism and communist anarchism traced their roots to the libertarian wing of the IWMA and supported workers' direct action against capital. 173. They are not identical though. There are three main differences: the need for anarchist groups, the difficulties facing a revolution and the structure of a libertarian society. First, Kropotkin did not think that syndicalism by itself would automatically become or remain revolutionary. As he explained in a letter to an Italian comrade in 1914, "My opinion is absolutely that which was expressed by Malatesta. The syndicate is absolutely necessary. It is the only form of workers' association which allows the direct struggle against capital to be carried on without a plunge into parliamentarianism. But, evidently, it does not achieve this goal automatically, since in Germany, in France, and in England, we have the example of syndicates linked to the parliamentary struggle, while in Germany the Catholic syndicates are very powerful, and so on. There is need of the other element which Malatesta speaks of and which Bakunin always professed." 174. This other element was the anarchist group, and unsurprisingly Kropotkin had been, like Malatesta, a member of Bakunin's Alliance of Social Democracy. Unlike many syndicalists who considered the revolutionary unions as all that was needed to achieve a social revolution, 175 Kropotkin was well aware of the need for anarchists to influence the class struggle in a revolutionary direction, and so the task we impose ourselves is to acquire sufficient influence to induce the workmen to avail themselves of the first opportunity of taking possession of land and the mines, of railways and factories, to bring working class people to the conviction that they must rely on themselves to get rid of the oppression of capital. 176. Kropotkin was convinced that the formation of an anarchist party, far from being prejudicial to the common revolutionary cause, is desirable and useful to the greatest degree. 177. Hence the need to unite the most active individuals into one general organization. Revolutionaries must not stand outside the people but among them, must serve not as a champion of some alien opinions worked out in isolation, but only as a more distinct, more complete expression of the demands of the people themselves. 178. Anarchist groups had to encourage the spirit of revolt within the working classes, and before the revolution affirmed its aspirations openly in the streets, by actions, and so ensure that they will get the best hearing. 179. As he explained after the 1905 Russian Revolution, "I write with the idea that the paper must become an organ for the foundation of a durable, serious anarchist party in Russia. The current revolutionary period will not last 1 year or 2. It will go on. And in this period there must develop such an anarchist party, one which will be not only a fighting party of attack, which could be Blanquist as well, but a party which represents the anarchist framework of thought, in its existing theories, in its understanding of the predominant role of the people, in its conception of the progressive life of the people, etc., a party which must itself experience the Russian Revolution." 180. Anarchists had to participate within popular movements and struggles so that the idea of anarchist communism, today represented by feeble minorities, but increasingly finding popular expression, will make its way among the mass of the people. Spreading everywhere, the anarchist groups will take strength from the support they find among the people, and will raise the red flag of the revolution. When revolution breaks out, what is now the minority will become the people, the great mass, and that mass, rising against property and the state, will march forward towards anarchist communism. 181. Second, Kropotkin recognized that capitalism and the state would require a popular insurrection to abolish. So while many syndicalists viewed a general strike with workplace occupations as sufficient for revolution, he disagreed. Although a general strike is a good method of struggle, it does not free the people that use it from the necessity of an armed struggle against the dominating order. 182. As will be discussed below, he, like Bakunin and other communist anarchists like Malatesta, was well aware of the need for both insurrection and defense of a social revolution. The publication of How We Shall Bring About the Revolution by leading French syndicalists Pataudet and Poget in 1909 showed that many syndicalists had recognized the validity of the communist anarchist critique. It discussed how the general strike very soon changed into an insurrectional strike, and that the unions sought to arm themselves into an organization of defense, with a trade union and federal basis. 183. However, their account of the defeating of the counter-revolutionary forces is extremely short and remarkably easy, making Kropotkin note in his preface to the English translation that they had considerably attenuated the resistance that the social revolution will probably meet with on its way. 184. Kropotkin took a more realistic position, arguing that a society in which the workers would have a dominant voice would require a revolution to create, a revolution far more profound than any of the revolutions which history had on record. In such a rebellion, however, the workers would have against them, not the rotten generation of aristocrats against whom the French peasants and republicans had to fight in the 18th century, and even that fight was a desperate one, but the far more powerful, intellectually and physically, middle classes, which have at their service all the potent machinery of the modern state. Thus each time that such a period of accelerated evolution and reconstruction on a grand scale begins, civil war is liable to break out on a small or large scale. 185. Given the conflicts of both the Russian and Spanish revolutions, Kropotkin's warnings proved prescient. 186. Third, while advocating the idea of unions seizing workplaces and organizing production in a free society, Kropotkin did not consider this as all that was required. Workers would become the managers of production, but in a system of independent communes for the territorial organization, and of federations of trade unions for the organization of men in accordance with their different functions, as well as thousands upon thousands of free combines and societies growing up everywhere for the satisfaction of all possible and imaginable needs. This was the concrete conception of society regenerated by a social revolution. 187. As syndicalism focused on just one aspect of this vision, Kropotkin considered it as incomplete. This is reflected in his preface to Pataudet and Poget. Kropotkin heartily recommends the book, and as it shows how the trade unions, groups formed for combat against capital, could transform themselves, in a time of revolution, into groups for production. He adds, it is not anarchism that they picture for us, for it is the trade union congress which discusses matters that will be settled on the spot and which local life, alone, is in a position to solve. Be that as it may, the authors had the life-giving breath of anarchism in their conceptions of the future due to the mass action it discusses and, undoubtedly, because it stresses one key feature of an anarchist society, namely unions organizing production. 188. So historian James Joll was wrong to assert that as far as effective action by the anarchist movement was concerned, it was the French syndicalist Manet rather than Malatesta who was right in 1907 during their famous exchange on syndicalism at the International Anarchist Congress. 189. Anyone familiar with Kropotkin's or Malatesta's ideas and activism would know that communist anarchists were hardly against anarchists working in unions. Kropotkin's position, like that of Malatesta, was not anti-syndicalism but rather syndicalism plus. 190. So communist anarchists and the syndicalists held similar viewpoints. Both advocated working-class self-emancipation by means of economic organization and struggle against both capital and the state. Kropotkin, like other revolutionary anarchists, was arguing for these ideas decades before the term syndicalism was coined. This explained the closest rapport between the left wing of the international and present-day syndicalism, the close rapport between anarchism and syndicalism, and the ideological contrast between Marxism and the principles of social democracy and syndicalism. 191. However, he was well aware that a union need not, by its very nature, become or remain revolutionary. It needed the action of anarchists within it to bring it to its full potential. On national liberation. Anarchism does not limit itself to just fighting economic and political oppression and exploitation, but rather works to destroy authority in all its aspects and refuses all hierarchical organization. 192. This means that as well as statism and capitalism, anarchists also opposed, for example, patriarchal relationships between the sexes, as the revolution, intoxicated with the beautiful words, liberty, equality, solidarity, would not be a revolution if it maintained slavery at home. Half humanity subjected to the slavery of the hearth would still have to rebel against the other half. 193 It also applied between nations and ethnic groups and, unsurprisingly, Kropotkin was a supporter of national liberation struggles. True internationalism will never be attained except by the independence of each nationality, little or large, compact or disunited, just as anarchy is in the independence of each individual. If we say no government of man over man, how can we permit the government of conquered nationalities by the conquering nationalities? 194. This meant that anarchists do not treat questions of nationality lightly, and we are firmly persuaded that as long as there are states, be they called empires, kingdoms, bourgeois republics, or even social democratic republics, the danger of a weak nation being invaded, crushed, and exploited by its more powerful neighbors will remain. 195. Kropotkin lived during the time when direct imperialism reached its height. He was well aware that the conquest of colonies by European powers, and so imperialist rivalries, were driven both by reasons of state and economic interest. With the workers being unable to purchase with their wages the riches they are producing, industry must search for new markets elsewhere, amidst the middle classes of other nations. It must find markets, in the East, in Africa, anywhere. It must increase, by trade, the number of its serfs in Egypt, in India, on the Congo. But everywhere it finds competitors in other nations which rapidly enter into the same line of industrial development. And wars, continuous wars, must be fought for the supremacy in the world market, wars for the possession of the East, wars for getting possession of the seas, wars for the right of imposing heavy duties on foreign merchandise. 196 Capital knows no fatherland, and if high profits can be derived from the work of Indian coolies whose wages are only one half of those of English workmen, or even less, capital will migrate to India, as it has gone to Russia, although its migration may mean starvation for Lancashire. 197 This shaped modern warfare. Men no longer fight for the pleasure of kings, they fight for the integrity of revenues and for the growing wealth and benefit of the barons of high finance and industry. Political preponderance is quite simply a matter of economic preponderance in international markets. What Germany, France, Russia, England, and Austria are all trying to win is not military preponderance, it is economic domination. It is the right to impose their goods and their customs tariffs on their neighbors, the right to exploit industrially backward peoples, to appropriate from a neighbor either a port which will activate commerce, or a province where surplus merchandise can be unloaded. When we fight today, it is to guarantee our great industrialists a profit of 30%, to assure the financial barons their domination at the bourse, and to provide the shareholders of mines and railways with their incomes. 198. Genuine internationalism had to oppose imperialism and to proclaim the complete liberty of each nation, however small it might be, and its absolute right to develop along the lines it wished. 199 Indeed, it is very possible that the more internationalist a man becomes, the greater will be his regard for the local individualities which make up the international family, the more he will seek to develop local, individual characteristics. 200. However, while opposing foreign oppression, Kropotkin was not blind to the limitations of nationalism and its aim to simply create an independent country. Given his stress on change from below, by the oppressed masses themselves, he argued that in order to be successful any national liberation movement had to take up the social question. Hence the failure of all nationalist movements lies in this curse, that the economic question remains on the side. It seems to me that in each national movement we have a major task, to set forth the question of nationalism on an economic basis and carry out agitation against serfdom, etc. at one with the struggle against oppression by foreign nationality. 201 This meant that a national movement which does not include in its platform the demand for an economical change advantageous to the masses has no chance of success unless supported by foreign aid. 202 Anarchists, then, should not ignore national liberation struggles because they lacked a clearly defined socialist politics. Rather, When revolt breaks out, when men arm themselves against their exploiters, others who are oppressed should be with them. They should enlarge the meaning of their revolt, raise up among them a flag which represents a superior ideal without doubt, always. 203. Anarchists, Kropotkin argued, should work within national liberation movements in order to broaden their vision and to turn them into human liberation struggles from all forms of oppression, economic, political, social and national. The aim would not be a fragmentation of humanity into isolated peoples, but rather the creation of a universal human community sharing the globe based upon a free federation of free peoples no longer divided by classes or hierarchies. On mutual aid and ethics. The role of cooperation in animal and human life was the theme of Kropotkin's most famous work, Mutual Aid. 204. However, it is primarily a work of popular science, not an explicitly anarchist work. This means that it has to be supplemented by his revolutionary writings in order to place its arguments in the correct context. Moreover, the methodology used, the study, from below, of the evolution of popular institutions, was anarchistic in nature. You have seen, with mutual aid, he wrote, what a remarkable, powerful tool of investigation the anarchist tendency represents. 205. In this Kropotkin applied his scientific training. The inductive-deductive method which we employ in natural sciences has so well proved its efficacy that the 19th century has been able to advance science in 100 years more than it had progressed before during 2000 years. And when men of science began, in the second half of the century, to apply the same method to the study of human societies, never did they stumble upon an obstacle which rendered its rejection necessary, or made advisable a return to the medieval scholasticism resuscitated by Hegel. Besides, when some naturalists, doing honor to their bourgeois education, and pretending to be followers of the scientific method of Darwin, told us, crush whoever is weaker than yourself, such is the law of nature, it was easy for us to prove, first, that this was not Darwin's conclusion, and, using the same scientific method, to show that these scientists were on the wrong path, that such a law does not exist, that nature teaches us a very different lesson, and that their conclusions were in no wise scientific. 206. Kropotkin's ideas on mutual aid have been subject to misunderstanding and, at times, distortion. 207. Much of this would have been avoided if critics had consulted its subtitle, A Factor of Evolution. Kropotkin never denied that individual competition existed, stating that the work concentrated on cooperation simply because struggle had already been analyzed, described, and glorified from time immemorial. It was necessary to show, first of all, the immense part which this factor mutual aid plays in the evolution of both the animal world and human societies. Only after this has been fully recognized will it be possible to proceed to a comparison between the two factors. It was a book on the law of mutual aid, viewed as one of the chief factors of evolution, not of all factors of evolution and their respective values. 208. So there is no need to ponder why we have the state and capitalism if we are naturally cooperative. Both have arisen precisely because we are also naturally competitive and, as a result, people exploit and oppress others until the oppressed organize to stop them. 209. Relations within a species contained elements of both competition and cooperation, the relative importance of which varied according to circumstances. Although the relative importance of competition and cooperation fluctuated by season and circumstance, natural selection generated a historical tendency toward cooperation. Species that cooperated had a better chance of survival in the struggle for life than did less sociable ones. This applied to humans too, as history testified to a constant struggle between tendencies toward competition and cooperation. 210. Rather than idealize nature, Kropotkin simply argued that the notion of life as a constant struggle between individuals is an exaggeration which is even more unscientific than Rousseau's idealization of nature. Mutual aid is as much a law of nature as mutual struggle, and that the question was who is the fittest, those who compete against each other or those who cooperate in the struggle against a harsh environment. He presented extensive evidence that showed that those animals which acquire habits of mutual aid are undoubtedly the fittest because life in societies is the most powerful weapon in the struggle for life, taken in its widest sense. Cooperation provides more chances to survive, and animals and humans find in association the best arms for the struggle for life, understood, of course, in its wide Darwinian sense. 211 This analysis has been vindicated. Kropotkin's ideas, though unorthodox, were scientifically respectable, and indeed the contention that mutual aid can be a means of increasing fitness had become a standard part of modern sociobiology. 212. Another misunderstanding is confusing mutual aid with altruism. Kropotkin's arguments rested, not on the notion, that love was inherent to the natural world, but on an analysis of the dynamics of the struggle for existence. 213 Mutual aid, rather than mutual struggle, between members of the same group or species was the best means of surviving. It is neither love nor sympathy that causes animals to assist one another, but rather a more hard-nosed recognition that it is in their own interests for survival to do so. This cooperation and group living, however, was the broad and necessary foundation upon which the still higher moral feelings are developed. 214 As such, it was the real foundation of our ethical conceptions. 215 So mutual aid helps to explain altruistic actions and sentiments, and why these have evolved, but it is not identical. As he explained in a subsequent work, mutual aid, justice, morality are thus the consecutive steps of an ascending series. Morality developed later than the others, and so was an unstable feeling and the least imperative of the three. Mutual aid simply ensured the ground is prepared for the further and the more general development of more refined relations. 216. Thus mutual aid was the basis of ethical behavior, including altruism, but not identical. This meant that the moral concepts were subject to change. Man is a result of both his inherited instincts and his education. 217 For Kropotkin, human action was not genetically predetermined but rather influenced its surroundings. While the fundamental features of human characters can only be mediated by a very slow evolution, the relative amount of individualist and mutual aid spirit are among the most changeable features of man. Both being equally products of an anterior development, their relative amounts are seen to change in individuals and even societies with a rapidity which would strike the sociologist if only he paid attention to the subject, and analyzed the corresponding facts. 218. A hierarchical society will shape people in certain, negative, ways and produce a human nature radically different from a libertarian one. In a society based on exploitation and servitude, he stressed, human nature itself is degraded and authority and servility walk ever hand in hand. Capitalism, religion, and government are the great sources of moral depravity. 219 While morality had an evolutionary basis, it was the most changeable aspect of humanity, and his last work, Ethics, was a critical overview of how these concepts have developed over the millennia. Therefore, anarchists recognize that social customs change within and between societies. What was once considered normal or natural may come to be seen as oppressive and hateful. This is because the conception of good or evil varies according to the degree of intelligence or of knowledge acquired. There is nothing unchangeable about it. 220 The key thing, then, was to inquire into the substance of those institutions which bred jealousies and of those which diminish them. 221 If hierarchy degrades, then freedom can raise. So when we hear men saying that anarchists imagine men much better than they really are, we merely wonder how intelligent people can repeat that nonsense. Do we not say continually that the only means of rendering men less rapacious and egotistic, less ambitious and less slavish at the same time, is to eliminate those conditions which favor the growth of egotism and rapacity, of slavishness and ambition? 222 Thus we change ourselves when we change the world. Another of the great myths associated with Kropotkin and mutual aid in particular is the notion that both ignore class struggle in favor of some sort of cross-class cooperation. Thus we find Paul Avrich asserting that the partisans of syndicalism went beyond Kropotkin by reconciling the principle of mutual assistance with the Marxian doctrine of class struggle. For the syndicalists, mutual aid did not embrace humanity as a whole, but existed only within the ranks of a single class, the proletariat, enhancing its solidarity in the battle with the manufacturers. 223. This is incorrect on many levels. Kropotkin clearly embraced the doctrine of class struggle as had Bakunin before him, and so there is nothing specifically Marxian about it. For anarchists, history is nothing but a struggle between the rulers and the ruled, the oppressors and the oppressed. 224. And so we seek to awaken the spirit of revolt in the hearts of the city workers, and to direct it towards the natural enemy of the wage earner, the monopolist of the instruments of work and of raw materials. 225. Cooperation could not be applied between classes. What solidarity can exist between the capitalist and the worker he exploits? Between the governing and the governed? 226. This awareness is reflected in mutual aid as well, which is hardly silent on social struggle, highlighting as it did trade unions and strikes. Nor was this an accident, as this expressed his desire to show the incredible amount of mutual aid support among workers, as manifested during strikes. 227. Indeed, a major theme of the book is the evolution of mutual aid institutions in response to social change and class conflict. Mutual aid also provides substantial evidence to support the anarchist theory of social change. People have always organized themselves to resist the negative results of mutual struggle, such as the oppression and exploitation resulting from private property, the state, and other social hierarchies, and these forms of mutual aid take many forms, including village folk moods, neighborhood forums, unions, strikes, guilds, cooperatives, and so on. Thus the mutual aid tendency continued to live in the villages and among the poorer classes in the towns, and insofar as new economical and social institutions were a creation of the masses, they have all originated from the same source of mutual aid. By these means, the masses maintained their own social organization, which was based upon their own conceptions of equity, mutual aid, and mutual support, even when they were submitted to the most ferocious theocracy or autocracy. 228. Thus institutions of mutual aid created by the masses to survive under capitalism become the basis of a free society. A strike showed the organizing capacities displayed by the working man. 229. And trains the participants for a common management of affairs and for distribution of responsibilities, distinguishes the people most talented and devoted to a common cause, and finally, forces the others to get to know these people and strengthens their influence. 230. Unsurprisingly, then, labor unions were natural organs for the direct struggle with capitalism and for the composition of the future social order. 231. Kropotkin also pointed to the strikingly independent, freely federated activity of the sections of Paris and all great cities and many small communes during the French Revolution in 1793. 232. The revolution began by creating the commune, and through this institution it gained immense power, and by acting in this way, and the libertarians would no doubt do the same today, the districts of Paris laid the foundations of a new, free, social organization. Thus the principles of anarchism, already dated from 1789, and they had their origin, not in theoretical speculations, but in the deeds of the great French Revolution. 233. During the Russian Revolution of 1905, Kropotkin was in favor of joining the Soviets as long as they remained organs of struggle against the bourgeoisie and the state, and not organs of authority. Anarchists' participation in the Soviets was completely right, as they were not a government but a place for revolutionary discussion. 234. Without the participation of local forces, Kropotkin argued in 1920, without an organization from below of the peasants and workers themselves, it is impossible to build a new life. The Soviets served precisely this function of creating an organization from below. 235. Kropotkin, in summary, was showing how the future was appearing in the present, how we create the new world as we fight against the old. On social revolution. Popular struggles and mutual aid institutions like unions, while essential to improve working class conditions under capitalism, were not seen as an end in themselves. Rather, they were the best means of creating a free society. The class struggle was the link between today and a better tomorrow, with collective revolt strikes and working class insurrections both preparing, in men's minds as in actions, a revolt of the masses, a revolution. 236 Thus economic struggle against exploitation turns into a political struggle against the state. There is no serious strike that occurs today without the appearance of troops, the exchange of blows and some acts of revolt. Here they fight with the troops, there they march on the factories. In Pittsburgh in the United States, the strikers found themselves masters of a territory as large as France, and the strike became the signal for a general revolt against the state. In Ireland the peasants on strike found themselves in open revolt against the state. Thanks to government intervention, the rebel against the factory becomes the rebel against the state. 237. Social revolution was required to destroy both the state and capitalism. Neither could be reformed away. Working class people had to rely on themselves to get rid of the oppression of capital, without expecting that the same thing can be done for them by anybody else. The emancipation of the workmen must be the act of the workmen themselves. 238 It was that class which, alone, will take arms and make the revolution. 239. Social revolution was a mass rising up against property and the state. 240 It would be based on expropriation, the guiding word of the coming revolution, without which it will fail in its historic mission, the complete expropriation of all those who have the means of exploiting human beings, the return to the community of the nation of everything that in the hands of anyone can be used to exploit others. 241 It was only through a social revolution, made by the workers themselves, that the present exploitation of labor by capital can be altered. 242. Kropotkin was not foolish enough to believe that a free society would be created overnight. 243 For anarchists, a social revolution is a process and not an event, although, of course, a process marked by such events as general strikes, uprisings, insurrections, and so on. Indeed, he continually stressed that a revolution would face extensive problems, not least economic disruption. Suppose we have entered a revolutionary period, with or without civil war, it does not matter, a period when old institutions are falling into ruins and new ones are growing in their place. The movement may be limited to one state, or spread over the world, it will have nevertheless the same consequence, an immediate slackening of individual enterprise all over Europe. Capital will conceal itself, and hundreds of capitalists will prefer to abandon their undertakings and go to watering places rather than abandon their unfixed capital in industrial production. And we know how a restriction of production in any one branch of industry affects many others, and these in turn spread wider and wider the area of depression. Already, at this moment, millions of those who have created all riches suffer from want of what must be considered necessaries for the life of a civilized man. Let the slightest commotion be felt in the industrial world, and it will take the shape of a general stoppage of work. Let the first attempt at expropriation be made, and the capitalist production of our days will at once come to a stop, and millions of unemployed will join the ranks of those who are already unemployed now. More than that, the very first advance towards a socialist society will imply a thorough reorganization of industry as to what we have to produce. Socialism implies a transformation of industry so that it may be adapted to the needs of the customer, not those of the profit maker. Many a branch of industry must disappear, or limits its production, many a new one must develop. We are now producing a great deal for export. But the export trade will be the first to be reduced as soon as attempts at social revolution are made. All that can be, and will be reorganized in time not by the state, of course, why, then, not say by Providence, but by the workers themselves. 244. So Kropotkin was well aware that a revolution would face many problems, including the disruption of economic activity, civil war, and isolation, the reconstruction of society in accordance with more equitable principles will necessitate a disturbed period. 245 Hence anarchists do not believe that in any country the revolution will be accomplished at a stroke, in the twinkling of an eye, as some socialists dream. A political revolution can be accomplished without shaking the foundations of industry, but a revolution where the people lay hands upon property will inevitably paralyze exchange and production. This point cannot be too much insisted upon. The reorganization of industry on a new basis cannot be accomplished in a few days. 246. As with many other aspects of anarchist theory, many Marxists are not aware of Kropotkin's position. Marxist Bertel Ollmann's words are typical: unlike anarcho-communists, none of us believe that communism will emerge full-blown from a socialist revolution. Some kind of transition and period of indeterminate length for it to occur are required. 247 In reality, Kropotkin held no such position and recognized revolution as a long process. It is a whole insurrectionary period of 3, 4, perhaps 5 years that we must traverse to accomplish our revolution in the property system and in social organization. 248 The revolution would move towards communism over time. We know that an uprising can overthrow and change a government in one day, while a revolution needs 3 or 4 years of revolutionary convulsion to arrive at tangible results. If we should expect the revolution, from its earliest insurrections, to have a communist character, we would have to relinquish the possibility of a revolution, since in that case there would be need of a strong majority to agree on carrying through a change in the direction of communism. 249. So the revolution will take a different character in each of the different European nations. The point attained in the socialization of wealth will not be everywhere the same. 250 It was by its very nature a learning process, and by degrees, the revolutionary education of the people was being accomplished by the revolution itself. 251. Given this, it is strange to claim that anarchists thought a full-blown communist society was possible overnight, given that anarchists had always stressed the difficulties facing a social revolution. Ironically, while Kropotkin was discussing the problems facing a revolution, the Marxists of the time were suggesting the opposite. It took until 1920 and Nikolai Bukharin's, infamous, The Economics of the Transition Period for Marxists to recognize this basic point. Bukharin noted 4 real costs of revolution and that great revolutions were always accompanied by destructive civil wars. This may appear to have been an obvious point, but it apparently came as something of a revelation to many Bolsheviks. It directly opposed the prevailing social democratic assumption that the transition to socialism would be relatively painless. Profound or not, Bolsheviks generally came to accept the law and to regard it as a significant discovery by Bukharin. 252 The Bolsheviks sought to cope with this inevitable disruption by state coercion and centralism, which made matters much worse. It was the very problems a revolutionary period would face that recommended the anarchist solution. Socialism could only be built from the bottom up, and the next revolution will be accomplished outside Parliament, by the free initiative of British workmen, who will take possession for themselves of capital, land, houses, and instruments of labor, and then combine in order to start life on new lines of local independence. No parliament, however noisy, will help accomplish the social revolution. It is not to parliamentary rule that the revolted workmen will look for the economic and political reorganization of the people. 253 Economically, this meant that the workers, the producers, must become the managers of the producing concern. 254 And the expropriation of everything that enables any man, be he financier, mill owner, or landlord, to appropriate the product of others' toil. This meant the property of the great landlords is socialized, housing taken over by the commune, industry communalist and turned over to those who work in them. In short, oust the landowners, and hand over the mills and factories to the worker. 255 Politically, workers would feed rate as soon as they would have broken the capitalist yoke in their own city. 256 Like Proudhon and Bakunin, Kropotkin argued this federation would be based on mandated and recallable delegates, not representatives. The question of true delegation versus representation can be better understood if one imagines 100 or 200 men, who meet each day in their work and share common concerns, who have discussed every aspect of the question that concerns them and have reached a decision. They then choose someone and send him to reach an agreement with other delegates of the same kind. The delegate is not authorized to do more than explain to other delegates the considerations that have led his colleagues to their conclusion. Not being able to impose anything, he will seek an understanding and will return with a simple proposition which his mandatories can accept or refuse. This is what happens when true delegation comes into being. When the communes send their delegates to other communes, they need no other kind of mandate. 257. Revolution was an immense work of social transformation. It could not be left to a few leaders, whether local or national. A revolutionary government would result in people confiding in their governors, entrusted to them the charge of taking the initiative rather than acting for themselves and advancing in the direction of the new order of things. Social change is the product of the people in action, and the brain of a few individuals are absolutely incapable of finding solutions to the problems a revolt will face, solutions which can only spring from the life of the people. For anarchists, a revolution is not a simple change of governors. It is the taking possession by the people of all social wealth, and this cannot be achieved by decrees emanating from a government. This economic change will be so immense and so profound that it is impossible for one or any individual to elaborate the different social forms which must spring up in the society of the future. This elaboration of new social forms can only be made by the collective work of the masses, and a New York authority external to it will only be an obstacle, a drag on the action of the people. A revolutionary state, therefore, becomes the greatest obstacle to the revolution, and to dislodge it requires the people to take up arms, to make another revolution. 258. This was the lesson of the Paris Commune, a revolt which Kropotkin analyzed in detail and discussed many times. Central to his critique was that it retained a government within Paris whilst proclaiming the free federation of communes out with. This was Bakunin's position, who praised it as a bold and outspoken negation of the state, but also noted that the communards had set up a revolutionary government and so organized themselves in reactionary Jacobin fashion, forgetting or sacrificing what they themselves knew were the first conditions of revolutionary socialism, rather than by the free association or federation of workers, firstly in their unions, then in the communes, regions, nations, and finally in a great federation. International and universal, organized solely from the bottom upwards. 259. Kropotkin expanded upon Bakunin's analysis, arguing that while proclaiming the free commune, the people of Paris proclaimed an essential anarchist principle, but they stopped mid-course and gave themselves a communal council copied from the old municipal councils. Thus the Paris Commune did not break with the tradition of the state, of representative government, and it did not attempt to achieve within the commune that organization from the simple to the complex it inaugurated by proclaiming the independence and free federation of the communes. Isolated in the town hall, the commune council became immobilized by red tape and lost the sensitivity that comes from continued contact with the masses. Paralyzed by their distancing from the revolutionary center, the people they themselves paralyzed the popular initiative. 260. The other major flaw in the commune was that it treated the economic question as a secondary one, which would be attended to later on, after the triumph of the commune. But the crushing defeat which soon followed, and the bloodthirsty revenge taken by the middle class, proved once more that the triumph of a popular commune was materially impossible without a parallel triumph of the people in the economic field. 261. For Kropotkin, then, the lessons of the Paris Commune were fourfold. Firstly, a decentralist confederation of communities is the necessary political form of a free society, the point of departure for future revolutions and the precise and visible aim of the revolution. 262. Secondly, if no central government was needed to rule the independent communes, if national government is thrown overboard and national unity is obtained by free federation, then a central municipal government becomes equally useless and noxious. The same federative principle would do within the commune. 263 This meant the need for a better means of agitating. The revolutionaries amongst the people appeared to understand that the Council of the Commune ought to be considered a useless show, a tribute paid to the traditions of the past, that the people not only should not disarm, but that they should maintain concurrently with the council their intimate organization, their federated groups, and that from these groups and not from the Hôtel de Ville should spring the necessary measures for the triumph of the revolution. 264 Any future commune must not repeat within itself the error of entrusting a few men with the management of all its affairs. It must organize itself on the principle of no rulers. 265 And be based on a confederation of neighborhood and workplace assemblies freely cooperating. Thirdly, it is critically important to unify political and economic revolutions into a social revolution. They tried to consolidate the commune first and put off the social revolution until later, whereas the only way to proceed was to consolidate the commune by means of the social revolution. Economic revolution had to start immediately, for the insurgent people will not wait for any old government in its marvelous wisdom to decree economic reforms. They will abolish individual property by themselves taking possession, in the name of the whole people and by violent expropriation of the whole of social wealth. They will take possession and establish their rights of usufruct immediately. They will organize the workshops so that they will continue production. 266 Fourthly, the rebelled communes needed to feed rate. Let each commune free itself first, then the freed communes will be brought to unite their efforts. Thus each city, each village, was free to join the movement and create great federations of revolted communes. 267. Given this, we can see how false it was of Lenin to assert that the best of the anarchists argued that we must think only of destroying the old state machine. It is no use probing into the concrete lessons of earlier proletarian revolutions and analyzing what to put in the place of what has been destroyed, and how. 268 No anarchist thinker has ever proclaimed such nonsense. Kropotkin analyzed numerous revolutions, particularly the Paris Commune, precisely to learn their lessons. Ironically, while it took Lenin until 1917 to advocate the Soviets as the basis of a socialist state, libertarians in Russia saw their potential over a decade before. The syndicalists regarded the Soviets as admirable versions of the Bourses du Travail, but with a revolutionary function added to suit Russian conditions. Open to all leftist workers regardless of specific political affiliation, the Soviets were to act as nonpartisan labor councils improvised from below, with the aim of bringing down the old regime. Kropotkin was associated with the anarchists of Club Ivalia, Bread and Freedom, who also likened the 1905 Petersburg Soviet as a non-party mass organization to the Central Committee of the Paris Commune of 1871. 269 In 1907 anarchists concluded that the revolution required the proclamation in villages and towns of workers' communes with Soviets at their head. 270. So Lenin, typically, reversed the facts. It was Marxists who were notoriously silent on the nature of socialist revolution, while anarchists had written extensively on the subject. 271 This was because there are periods in human development when a conflict is unavoidable, and civil war breaks out quite independently of the will of particular individuals, and the question was how to attain the greatest results with the most limited amount of civil war, the smallest number of victims, and a minimum of mutual embitterment. To achieve this there was only one means, namely, that the oppressed part of society should obtain the clearest possible conception of what they intend to achieve, and how, and that they should be imbued with the enthusiasm which is necessary for that achievement. 272. Needless to say, while trying to learn the lessons of past revolutions, Kropotkin was clear that we must not try to repeat the past. Echoing a similar warning made by Proudhon at the start of the 1848 revolution, he stressed the need to look forwards. Even at the time the revolutionary fever seized the people, they did not seek their ideal in the future. They sought it in the past. Instead of dreaming of a new revolution, they sighed for those of the past. In 1793 they dreamed of establishing a Rome or an ancient Sparta. In 1848 they wished to recommence at 1792. In 1848 they admired in secret the Jacobins of 1793. The German revolutionary of our days dreams of reproducing 1848, and the Executive Committee of Petersburg take Blanky and Barbes for their ideal. Even in constructing an utopia of future life, none dare break through the laws of antiquity. Ancient Rome presses with all its weight on our century. 273. So while the autonomous federated commune was the basic unit of a free society, how this would be structured would vary according to circumstances. Thus Kropotkin pointed to both the neighborhood-based sections of the French Revolution and the workplace Soviets of the Russian. The common feature was that they were popular organizations built and run from below, for to make a revolution it is not enough that there should be risings. It is necessary that after the risings there should be something new in the institutions that make up society, which would permit new forms of life to be elaborated and established. 274 These new bodies would not be perfect in every way, and the role of anarchists would be to work within these popular organizations to push them in a libertarian direction. We do not believe that these communes will make a full application of our anarchist principles. But we do believe that while the revolution will be the result of all revolutionary parties, our ideas, our teachings also will have their effect. There surely will be less reliance upon authority, and very much more upon our own efforts. We may be sure that as soon as separate groups of workers are able to alter the present bad system, they will try to do so. If they can take possession of a factory they will. And from these separate efforts will result the revolution, extending its sphere, coordinating and combining the separate acts. 275. Lenin is also responsible for many Marxists believing that anarchists have no notion that a revolution needs to be defended. 276 In reality Kropotkin, like Bakunin before him, recognized that it is self-evident that the ruling classes will not let themselves be expropriated without opposing resistance. 277 This necessitated both insurrection and the defense of the revolution, as only an armed populace can oppose counter-revolution by means of the armament of entire unions, the expedient distribution of duties to unions and so on. 278 So if armed brigands attack a people, is not that same people, armed with good weapons, the surest rampart to oppose to the foreign aggressor? Invaders can only be repulsed by a popular rising alone. 279. Kropotkin's vision of revolution was based on the arming of the people. The French people will seize the arms, and when the people of Paris is armed it acts. And its act will be the proclamation of the Commune. 280 Freedom had to be defended, and a people who know how to organize the accumulation of wealth and its reproduction in the interest of the whole of society, no longer need to be governed. A people who will itself be the armed force of the country and who will know how to give to armed citizens the necessary cohesion and unity of action will no longer need to be commanded. 281 This applied to both the creation and the defense of a free society. The only way in which a state of anarchy can be obtained is for each man who is oppressed to act as if he were at liberty, in defiance of all authority to the contrary. In speaking of the revolution, we signify the aggregate of so many successful individual and group revolts as will enable every person within the revolutionist territory to act in perfect freedom, without having to constantly dread the prevention or the vengeance of an opposing power upholding the former system. Under these circumstances it is obvious that any visible reprisal could and would be met by a resumption of the same revolutionary action on the part of the individuals or groups affected, and that the maintenance of a state of anarchy in this manner would be far easier than the gaining of a state of anarchy by the same methods and in the face of hitherto unshaken opposition. 282. As Kropotkin stressed, when it comes to a struggle, in every town and in every village, against the forces of the old regime, which, after a moment of stupor, reorganize themselves to stop the revolution, it is only the impulse of the revolutionists on the spot which can overcome that powerful resistance. 283. This recognition of the need of violence by the oppressed to end the systemic violence of class society and defend themselves against those seeking to re-enslave them did not mean Kropotkin favored violence for its own sake. he was very clear that revolutionary terror was not an instrument for liberation. Very sad would be the future of the revolution if it could only triumph by terror. 284 This was the lesson of the French Revolution, for the Revolutionary Tribunal and the guillotine could not make up for the lack of a constructive communist theory. 285 His warnings were proven right by the Bolshevik regime, where the Red Terror did not deter the, far worse, White Terror, but was also used by the new regime against the workers and peasants to secure its hold on power. 286. In summary, Kropotkin's vision of revolution is a realistic account that squarely faces problems and presents concrete solutions to them. Anarchists, moreover, can point to various revolutionary events that support this conclusion. During the Russian Revolution, the Makhnovist movement in the Ukraine successfully applied anarchist ideas while fighting both white and red tyranny. While the Bolsheviks disbanded Soviets, broke strikes, repressed socialist opposition groups, abolished democracy in the military and imposed dictatorial one-man management in the workplace, the Makhnovists protected freedom of speech and organization, called Soviet congresses, encouraged workers' self-management of production and maintained army democracy. 287 In the Spanish Revolution, libertarians successfully expropriated workplaces and applied workers' self-management, created rural collectives and a self-managed militia to fight Franco's forces while maintaining extensive freedom for non-fascist groups. 288. On Anarchy and Communism. While recognizing there were different forms of anarchism and the need for free experimentation, Kropotkin also argued that a free society, one that abolished private property, had to organize itself on the lines of communistic anarchy. Anarchy leads to communism, and communism to anarchy if you are serious in the pursuit of equality. 289 He spent as much time explaining why communism, distribution according to need rather than deed, was the best economic form to secure the maximum of individual liberty, as well he did arguing for anarchy, the necessity for decentralization, federalism, free agreement, and self-management. Communist anarchist society would be based on voluntary associations which would represent an interwoven network, composed of an infinite variety of groups and federations of all sizes and degrees, local, regional, national and international, temporary or more or less permanent for all possible purposes, production, consumption and exchange, communications, sanitary arrangements, education, mutual protection, defense of the territory, and so on, and, on the other side, for the satisfaction of an ever-increasing number of scientific, artistic, literary, and sociable needs. 290 A free society, by definition, would be created from below, by the masses themselves, and so reflect the wishes of those who create it. A question which we are often asked is, how will you organize the future society on anarchist principles? If the question were put to someone who fancies that a group of men is able to organize society as they like, it would seem natural. But in the ears of an anarchist, it sounds very strangely, and the only answer we can give to it is, we cannot organize you. It will depend upon you what sort of organization you choose. 291. Thus, after a certain period of fumbling, a new form of organization of production and exchange, limited at first but later widespread, and this form will correspond much more to popular aspirations and to the demands of life and of mutual relations than to any theory, however beautiful it may be, which is worked out either by the thought and imagination of reformers or by the labors of any kind of legislative body. This, however, did not stop Kropotkin predicting right now that in areas influenced by anarchists the basis of this new organization will be the free federation of producer groups and the free federation of communes and of groups of independent communes. 292. So while the specifics of a free society would be worked out based on the wishes of those creating it and the objective circumstances they face, a free society had to have some basic features to qualify as such. This included socialization of wealth, self-management of production by workers, communal self-government, federalism, and free agreement. Without these, individual liberty would be reduced, as it was under capitalism, to picking masters. 293. Libertarian communism was the best basis for individual development and freedom, not that individualism which drives men to the war of each against all, but that which represents the full expansion of man's faculties, the superior development of what is original in him, the greatest fruitfulness of intelligence, feeling, and will. This was because the most powerful development of individuality, of individual originality, can only be produced when the first needs of food and shelter are satisfied, and when man's time is no longer taken up by the meaner side of daily subsistence. Then only, his intelligence, his artistic taste, his inventive spirit, his genius, can develop freely and ever strive to greater achievements. 294. Thus the aim was a society of equals, who will not be compelled to sell their hands and their brains to those who choose to employ them, but who will be able to apply their knowledge and capacities to production, in an organism so constructed as to combine all the efforts for procuring the greatest possible well-being for all, while full, free scope will be left for every individual initiative. 295. So a revolution is more than a mere change of the prevailing political system. It is a revolution in the minds of men, as deep, and deeper still, than in their institutions. The sole fact of having laid hands on middle-class property will imply the necessity of completely reorganizing the whole of economic life in the workplaces, the dockyards, the factories. 296. Economically, the aim of communist anarchism was the socialization of wealth and integrated labor combined with the fullest possible freedom of the individual. 297. The commune shall take possession of all the soil, the dwelling houses, the manufactures, the mines and the means of communication, and the free organizations of workers would be able to carry on production on the farm and on the factory, as well as, and probably much better, than it is conducted now under the individual ownership of the capitalist. 298. A free economy existed only when associations of men and women who would work on the land, in the factories, in the mines, and so on, became themselves the managers of production. 299. As he summarized, free workers, on free land, with free machinery, and freely using all the powers given to man by science. 300. This vision of a socialized economy based on workers' self-management was similar to that expounded by Proudhon and Bakunin. Kropotkin, however, extended socialization to the products created by these socialized means of production, and while not the first to advocate it, he was instrumental in winning most anarchists to communism. Given that communism has been advocated by authoritarians before and after Kropotkin, it is important to stress that all that is meant by the term is distribution according to need. 301. It does not imply a commitment to central planning, as in the USSR, quite the reverse, as communism must result from thousands of separate local actions, all directed towards the same aim. It cannot be dictated by a central body, it must result from the numberless local needs and wants. 302. Kropotkin favored distribution according to a person's needs rather their deeds for three reasons. First, because in the present state of industry, when everything is interdependent, when each branch of production is knit up with all the rest, the attempt to claim an individualist origin for the products of industry is untenable. So it is utterly impossible to draw a distinction between the work of each and to estimate the share of each in the riches which all contribute to amass. 303. Modern production is collective and each task is as important as another, for if one is not done the whole suffers. Second, there is the logical contradiction of the abolition of property in the means of production and a system of remuneration for work done in consumption. It is evident that a society cannot be based on two absolutely opposed principles, two principles that contradict one another continually. How can labor money be advocated when we admit that houses, fields, and factories will no longer be private property, and that they will belong to the commune or the nation? 304. So the common possession of the instruments of labor must necessarily bring with it the enjoyment in common of the fruits of common labor. Thus a new form of property requires a new form of remuneration. A new method of production cannot exist side by side with the old forms of consumption, any more than it can adapt itself to the old forms of political organization. 305. Third, there was the question of justice. It was simply fairer to share according to need, as work done did not take into account the many factors that impact on a person's ability to work. Thus, a man of 40, father of 3 children, has other needs than a young man of 20, and the woman who suckles her infant and spends sleepless nights at its bedside, cannot do as much work as the man who has slept peacefully. Moreover, the needs of the individual do not always correspond to his works. This is obviously the case with children, the sick and the elderly, and so we should put the needs above the works, and first of all to recognize the right to live, and later on the right to well-being for all those who took their share in production. 306. In short, the labor check of the economist acts in the same way as wages. He does not care about the needs of the family, and pays twice as much to the girl who has worked twice as many hours as the mother, in total disregard of the fact that for society as a whole the mother is giving twice as much labor. 307. So modern industry, logic, and justice implied communism and a society where every member of the community knows that after a few hours of productive toil he will have a right to all the pleasures that civilization procures, and to those deeper sources of enjoyment which art and science offer to all who seek them. 308. Anarchist communism would be based on the following principles. We undertake to give you the use of our houses, stores, streets, means of transport, schools, museums, etc., on condition that, from 20 to 45 or 50 years of age, you consecrate 4 or 5 hours a day to some work recognized as necessary to existence. Choose yourself the producing group which you wish to join, or organize a new group, provided that it will undertake to produce necessaries. And as for the remainder of your time, combine together with whomsoever you like, for recreation, art, or science, according to the bent of your taste. 12 or 1500 hours of work a year is all we ask of you. For that amount of work we guarantee to you the free use of all that these groups produce, or will produce. 309. Anarchist communism would have wider implications. Industry would be transformed and become airy and hygienic, and consequently economical, factories in which human life is of more account than machinery and the making of extra profits. 310. This applied to the structure of industry as well, for production, having lost sight of the needs of man, has strayed in an absolutely wrong direction and its organization is at fault. Let us reorganize production so as to really satisfy all needs. 311. Based on a detailed analysis of current economic statistics and trends, Kropotkin argued that this meant a scattering of industries over the country so as to bring the factory amidst the fields, agriculture, combined with industry, to produce a combination of industrial with agricultural work. This was surely the next step to be made, as soon as a reorganization of our present conditions is possible and is imposed by the very necessity of producing for the producers themselves. 312. Thus, have the factory and the workshop at the gates of your fields and gardens, and work in them. Not those large establishments, of course, in which huge masses of metals have to be dealt with and which are better placed at certain spots indicated by nature, but the countless variety of workshops and factories which are required to satisfy the infinite diversity of tastes among civilized men, factories and workshops which men, women, and children will not be driven by hunger, but will be attracted by the desire of finding an activity suited to their tastes, and where, aided by the motor and the machine, they will choose the branch of activity which best suits their inclinations. 313. This perspective flowed naturally from Kropotkin's awareness that industry, technology, and the structure of both were the products of a society and economy marked by classes and hierarchy. This meant that all were shaped by what was considered efficient by the criteria of the owning class. Since the workplace is a strictly private enterprise, its owners find it advantageous to have all the branches of a given industry under their own management. They thus accumulate the profits of the successful transformations of the raw material. However, from a technical point of view, the advantages of such an accumulation are trifling and often doubtful. Thus the concentration so much spoken of is often nothing but an amalgamation of capitalists for the purpose of dominating the market, not for cheapening the technical process. 314. Thus socialization necessitated industry being decentralized and integrated with agriculture, both organized at an appropriate level. The notion that Kropotkin aimed for small, self-sufficient communes is a misunderstanding of his ideas. 315. Industry, he argued, would come to the village not in its present shape of a capitalist factory but in the shape of a socially organized industrial production, with the full aid of machinery and technical knowledge. This, however, was in the context of advocating the use of appropriate sizes of workplaces based on the technical needs of production. If we analyze the modern industries, we soon discover that for some of them the cooperation of hundreds, even thousands, of workers gathered at the same spot is really necessary. The great iron works and mining enterprises decidedly belong to that category. Oceanic steamers cannot be built in village factories. 316. Federalism would ensure a rational decentralization and cooperation, so if an industry or workplace needed to be organized on a large scale it would continue to be. So while industry would be expropriated by its workers and managed by them, the revolution did not stop there. Its long-term goal would be to transform the industrial structure, not keep it as it is. Unlike Lenin, Kropotkin recognized that the structure of industry developed within capitalism could not be simply taken over and ran in the interests of all. 317. A successful revolution would need to start transforming industry shaped by the necessities of profit-making by the few, as this cannot, by definition, be one suitable for meeting the needs of all. A socialist economy cannot have as its aim increasing the centralization and concentration of technology, industry, and industrial structure produced within class society to secure the profits and power of the few. As the Bolshevik Revolution showed, this simply placed industry under the control of a new class, the bureaucracy. 318. So a free society would start to restructure its industry to reflect human needs and, Kropotkin argued, this would see integration predominate. A society of integrated, combined labor. A society where each individual is a producer of both manual and intellectual work, where each able-bodied human being is a worker, and where each worker works both in the field and the industrial workshop, where every aggregation of individuals, large enough to dispose of a certain variety of natural resources, it may be a nation, or rather a region, produces and itself consumes most of its own agricultural and manufactured produce. 319. This did not mean that individuals or regions would do everything. Some regions simply do not have the necessary conditions for certain industries or agricultural produce, and so the geographical distribution of industries in a given country depends, to a great extent, upon a complexus of natural conditions. It is obvious that there are spots which are best suited for the development of certain industries. Similarly, people would pick activities that interest them. It is evident, noted Kropotkin, that all men and women cannot equally enjoy the pursuit of scientific work. The variety of inclinations is such that some will find more pleasure in science, some others in art, and others again in some of the numberless branches of the production of wealth. 320. This indicates a wider point. Liberating work and restructuring industry, however important, was a means to an end, namely to secure the material means by which individuals can express their individuality as they see fit. We must recognize that man has other needs besides food, and as the strength of anarchy lies precisely in that it understands all human faculties and all passions, and ignores none, we shall contrive to satisfy all his intellectual and artistic needs. He will discharge his task in the field, the factory, and so on, which he owes to society as his contribution to the general production. And he will employ the second half of his day, his week, or his year, to satisfy his artistic or scientific needs, or his hobbies. 321. Associations will be created for all human interests and activities. So as well as meeting basic needs, we expect more from the revolution, to provide all with the higher delights, of science, and especially of scientific discovery, of art, and especially artistic creation, as well as to give leisure and the possibility of developing everyone's intellectual capacities, and so after bread has been secured, leisure is the supreme aim. 322 These needs would be met by free association. He who wishes for a grand piano will enter the association of musical instrument makers. And by giving the association part of his half-day's leisure, he will soon possess the piano of his dreams. If he is fond of astronomical studies, he will join the association of astronomers, and he will have the telescope he desires by taking his share of the associated work. In short, the 5 or 7 hours a day which each will have at his disposal, after having consecrated several hours to the production of necessities, would amply suffice to satisfy all longings for luxury, however varied. Thousands of associations would undertake to supply them. 323. This expression of individuality was key. Communism, for Kropotkin, did not imply communal living in the sense of one big family. This was repugnant to millions of human beings. The most reserved man certainly feels the necessity of meeting his fellows for the purpose of common work. But it is not so for the hours of leisure, reserved for rest and intimacy. Communal living in the sense of everyone living under one roof can please some, and even all at a certain period of their life, but the great mass prefers family life of the future, be it understood. They prefer isolated apartments. Such a regime, as desired by the so-called utopian socialists, would be hateful, were it the general rule. Isolation, alternating with time spent in society, is the normal desire of human nature. 324 Thus the aim is communism, but not the monastic or barrack room communism formerly advocated by utopian or state socialists, but the free communism which places the products reaped or manufactured at the disposal of all, leaving to each the liberty to consume them as he pleases in his own home. 325. Equally, Kropotkin rejected the idea of people being forced to join communes. An anarchist revolution would take care not to touch the holding of the peasant who cultivates it himself with his children and without wage labor. But we would expropriate all land that was not cultivated by the hands of those who at present possess the land. 326 So an independent worker would be free to work for themselves as he exploits nobody, and nobody would have the right to interfere with his work, and so we see no use in taking the tools, to give to another worker. 327. Anarchy cannot exist without a socialist economic system, as political equality is possible only where there is economical equality, that the laborer who tills the ground for the landlord never will be the political equal of the landlord, nor the factory worker the equal of his employer, nor the ruled the equal of the ruler. This meant that unity within each commune will not exist as long as there are within that commune the rich possessor of wealth and the hired laborer, and so that means the common possession by the whole of the commune of all its wealth, houses and gardens, fields and streets, manufactories and railways. Only then will people be equal economically and politically. And then they will be free. 328 Both were inevitably linked. A new economic phase demands a new political phase. A revolution as profound as that dreamed of by the socialists cannot accept the mold of an outdated political life. A new society based on equality of condition, on the collective possession of the instruments of work, cannot tolerate for a week the representative system. If we want the social revolution, we must seek a form of political organization that will correspond to the new method of economic organization. The future belongs to the free groupings of interests and not to governmental centralization, it belongs to freedom and not to authority. 329. The social structure of an anarchist society will be the opposite of the current system. Instead of being centralist and hierarchical as in a state, it will be decentralist and organized from the bottom up. A new form of political organization has to be worked out the moment that socialist principles shall enter our life, and this will have to be more popular, more decentralist, and so socialism must become more popular, more communalistic, and less dependent upon indirect government through elected representatives. It must become more self-governing. 330 Unity would be achieved by means of federalism, and so the commune cannot admit any higher authority. Above it there can only be the interests of the federation, freely accepted by itself as well as the other communes. 331 The nation of the future will be the federation of these free organisms, economically and politically free. Slaves cannot easily feed rate, free men can and do. 332 Kropotkin did not think communes would crush individuality, quite the reverse. Anarchism aimed to rouse the spirit of initiative in individuals and in groups, to create in their mutual relations a movement and a life based on the principles of free understanding, and recognize that variety, conflict even, is life and that uniformity is death. 333 Nothing is more contrary to the real spirit of anarchy than uniformity and intolerance, he argued. Freedom of development implies difference of development, hence difference of ideas and actions. Experience, then, is the best teacher, and the necessary experience can only be gained by entire freedom of action. 334 Nor was Kropotkin naive enough to think there would be no antisocial, or criminal, acts in a free society. Freedom had to be defended, whether from counter-revolution, individuals coercing others, or someone drawing from society all that he can, and monopolizing from others as much as possible. If antisocial acts occurred, then the rest of the community have it in their power to apply a prompt check by boycotting such a person and refusing to help him with their labor or to willingly supply him with any articles in their possession. They have it in their power to use force against him. They have these powers individually as well as collectively. Being either past rebels who have been inspired with the spirit of liberty, or else habituated to enjoy freedom from their infancy, they are hardly to rest passive in view of what they feel to be wrong. 335 Solidarity and mutual aid would both create anarchy and preserve it. No more laws. No more judges. Liberty, equality, and practical human sympathy are the most effective barriers we can oppose to the antisocial instinct of certain among us. 336 Kropotkin did not think that communist anarchism would be a perfect society, far from it. It simply aimed for well-being for all and the possibility of living like human beings in a society better than ours. It is high time for the worker to assert his right to the common inheritance, and to enter into possession of it. 337 Conclusion. While we anarchists, rightly, reject calling our ideas after individuals, we can recognize the contributions of those, like Kropotkin, who helped enrich the commonwealth of ideas which is anarchism. Particularly, as with Kropotkin, when their analysis is so powerful and their conclusions still ring true in area after area. Capitalism is still an exploitative system in which the labor of the many enriches the few. It is still oppressive and based on the workers selling their liberty to gain access to the means of production and the land. The state still exists to defend this economic system, and any social democratic reforms simply blunt its worst excesses to keep the system going. Working class people still need to create their own mutual aid institutions, particularly given the onslaught on the welfare state by politicians seeking to appease their wealthy backers. In terms of current action, Kropotkin's call for anarchists to take part in popular movements to influence them in the libertarian direction is still correct. We are to organize the workers' forces not to make them into a fourth party in parliament, but to turn them into a formidable machine for struggle against capital. We have to group all the trades together under the single aim, war against capitalist exploitation. And we have to pursue this war continually each day, by the strike, by agitation, and by all revolutionary methods. 338. In terms of his scientific work, his arguments in mutual aid that cooperation is an important factor in evolution are now a standard part of biological theory, while the theory that our ethical ideas have an evolutionary basis is now considered cutting-edge research by scientists unaware of Kropotkin's work 100 years ago. His critique of Marxism has also been vindicated. Communist organizations, he correctly argued, must be the work of all, a natural growth, a product of the constructive genius of the great mass. Communism cannot be imposed from above, it could not live even for a few months if the constant and daily cooperation of all did not uphold it. It must be free. 339. Given its descent into reformism, most Marxists deny that social democracy was really Marxist in the first place, while Leninism was simply a party dictatorship presiding over a state capitalist economy. It simply swapped one ruling class, the bourgeoisie, for another, the bureaucracy. Given the accuracy of Bakunin's and Kropotkin's warnings about state socialism, it is understandable that new generations of radicals should turn to libertarian ideas. Particularly given that Kropotkin's analysis of the problems a social revolution would face and the necessity for decentralization, local action, and federalism to solve them have been confirmed time and again. Unless socialism is rooted in liberty, in self-management, in direct action and solidarity, it will not be genuinely socialist. The Makhnovist movement during the Russian Revolution shows that revolution need not result in swapping one set of bosses for another. In short, Kropotkin's communist anarchism has been vindicated. However, he would have been the first to argue that we cannot simply repeat his ideas, parrot-like. Just as Bakunin built upon Proudhon's ideas and Kropotkin developed Bakunin's contributions, we need to build upon Kropotkin's work. Like him, we need to analyze the society we are in and those movements within it which are resisting its exploitative and oppressive nature, that is, working class struggle and self-organization in the 21st century. Thanks to Kropotkin we build upon firm foundations. We hope that this anthology will inspire more people will take up his call to action. The failure of the middle classes is now complete, and you, the workers, must take into your hands the inheritance. Consider all that vast accumulation of cultivable lands, these cities, these railways, these ships, this accumulated knowledge, as yours. Take hold of them. You are called upon by history to do so, to undertake the management of all these treasures for the benefit of all. 340. We have a choice. Anarchism, argued Kropotkin, is not a mere insight into a remote future. Already now, whatever the sphere of action of the individual, he can act, either in accordance with anarchist principles or on an opposite line. 341. Therefore we can either act for ourselves, build upon the revolutionary ideas of Kropotkin, fight for a better world and taste the joys of freedom, or we can remain servants to the few. Which way we go, as he put it, lies with you. 342. Iain McKay. www.anarchistfaq.org.uk. Kropotkin. A biographical sketch. Peter Alexeyevich Kropotkin was born in Moscow on the 9th of December 1842 within a royal family that could trace its origins to the founders of the Tsarist regime. As a member of the Russian ruling class, he received the best education his father's exploitation of his serfs could provide. At the age of 15, he entered the Corps of Pages in St. Petersburg, an elite court institution attached to the imperial household. He was soon recognized as its most brilliant student and became the personal page of the new Tsar, Alexander II. During this time Kropotkin, like Bakunin before him, became interested in politics and social issues as well as science. In 1862, he was promoted to the army, and utilizing his privilege, as a member of the corps, to choose his regiment, he decided to reject the career expected of him by his family, instead joining a Siberian Cossack regiment in the recently annexed Amur district. This, he thought, would allow him to pursue his scientific interests and to play his part in the reforms he hoped would follow from the emancipation of the serfs in 1861. In Siberia, he saw the horrors of the Tsarist penal system at first hand, and his attempts at reform were frustrated by the central bureaucracy in St. Petersburg and local corruption. Kropotkin also became aware of anarchist ideas there, when the exiled poet Mikhail Mikhailov gave him a copy of Proudhon's System of Economic Contradictions. This made the young army officer first regard himself as a socialist. 343. Turning to science, he accepted charge of a geographical survey expedition, crossing North Manchuria from Transbaikalia to the Amur, and shortly afterwards was attached to another expedition which proceeded up the Sungari River into the heart of Manchuria. Kropotkin used both expeditions to pursue his scientific interests, yielding valuable geographical results. Looking back at this time, he wrote, "The years I spent in Siberia taught me many lessons. I soon realized the absolute impossibility of doing anything really useful for the masses of the people by means of the administrative machinery. With this illusion I parted forever. The constructive work of the unknown masses, which so seldom finds any mention in books, and the importance of that constructive work in the growth of forms of society, appeared before my eyes in a clear light. The part which the unknown masses play in the accomplishment of all important historical events, became evident to me from direct observation. Having been brought up in a serf owner's family, I entered active life, like all young men of my time, with a great deal of confidence in the necessity of commanding, ordering, scolding, punishing, and the like. But when, at an early stage, I had to manage serious enterprises and to deal with men, and when each mistake would lead at once to heavy consequences, I began to appreciate the difference between acting on the principle of command and discipline, and acting on the principle of common understanding. The former works admirably in a military parade, but it is worth nothing where real life is concerned, and the aim can be achieved only through the severe effort of many converging wills. I was prepared to become an anarchist." 344. So while Kropotkin had gone to Siberia full of enthusiasm for the possibilities of national reform, he left 5 years later completely disillusioned. 345. Resigning from the army in 1867 because of the bloody repression of a revolt of Polish prisoners, he returned to St. Petersburg. There he began university and, at the same time, became the secretary of the Physical Geography section of the Russian Geographical Society. He made his name as a scientist and geographer when he proved that the existing maps of Asia misrepresented its physical formation, the main structural lines being in fact from southwest to northeast, not from north to south or east to west, as had been previously supposed. There are not many joys in human life, he later recounted, equal to the joy of the sudden birth of a generalization, illuminating the mind after a long period of patient research. 346. In 1871, while exploring glacial deposits in Finland and Sweden for the Russian Geographical Society, he was asked to be its secretary. However, his growing social consciousness made him refuse the offer, instead becoming a revolutionary socialist and agitator for social change. "Science is an excellent thing," he recalled. "I knew its joys and valued them, perhaps more than many of my colleagues did. But what right had I to these highest joys, when all around me was nothing but misery and struggle for a moldy bit of bread, when whatsoever I should spend to enable me to live in that world of higher emotions must needs be taken from the very mouths of those who grew the wheat and had not bread enough for their children? Knowledge is an immense power. What if that knowledge should become the possession of all? Would not science itself progress in leaps and cause mankind to make strides in production, invention, and social creation, of which we are hardly in a condition now to measure the speed? The masses want to know, they are willing to learn, they can learn, they are ready to widen their knowledge, only give it to them, only give them the means of getting leisure. This is the direction in which, and these are the kind of people for whom, I must work." All those sonorous phrases about making mankind progress, while at the same time the progress makers stand aloof from those whom they pretend to push onwards, are mere sophisms made up by minds anxious to shake off a fretting contradiction. So I sent my negative reply to the Geographical Society. 347. Using the privileges of his scientific position, he visited Switzerland in 1872 and joined the International Workingmen's Association, IWMA. At that time the Swiss labor movement was split into two parts, one recognized by Marx and the General Council of the IWMA and the other grouped around Bakunin. This reflected, but predated, the wider split that had occurred in 1871 between the majority, libertarian, and the minority, Marxist, wings. Kropotkin took the opportunity to visit both factions, first to the non-anarchist wing, meeting at the Temple Unique, a Masonic hall in Geneva, where he was horrified to see its leaders manipulate a mass meeting in order to stop a strike they considered as harmful to the electoral chances of their candidate. He then visited the Libertarian wing, and the separation between leaders and workers which I had noticed at Geneva in the Temple Unique did not exist in the Jura Mountains. There were a number of men who were more intelligent, and especially more active than the others, but that was all. While he did not, much to his later regret, meet Bakunin, it was during this visit to the Jura Federation that he concluded my views upon socialism were settled. I was an anarchist. 348. On returning to Russia, he took an active part in spreading revolutionary propaganda through the Tchaikovsky Circle. 349. He produced his first major libertarian work for this group, Must We Occupy Ourselves, with an examination of the ideal of a future system, which not only sketched a vision of a free society obviously inspired by Proudhon and Bakunin, but also a strategy of social change based, like theirs, on the workers and peasants. As Tchaikovsky later recalled, Kropotkin spoke in favor of an immediate concentration of all the forces of the organization in working-class circles without waiting for the perfecting of the propaganda groups recruited from the students. 350. He was arrested in 1874 for his activities and, like Bakunin before him, imprisoned in the infamous Peter and Paul fortress. After 2 years, his health failed and he was transferred to the prison block of the St. Petersburg military prison. This was the opportunity he and his populist comrades were waiting for, and they organized his escape, as vividly described in his Memoirs of a Revolutionist. In August 1876, he reached Britain. Contemplating his position, he thought about returning to Russia, but considering himself too well known to carry on an open propaganda, especially among the workers and the peasants, and rejecting conspiracies in favor of a popular movement, he decided to remain in exile and join the laboring and toiling masses, to aid them to direct their efforts to the best advantage of all the workers, and to deepen and to widen the ideals and principles which will underlie the coming social revolution. He wanted to awaken their own initiative, now that they were called upon to appear in the historical arena as the builders of a new, equitable mode of organization of society. As part of this, he rejected being supported by the movement. Becoming a scientific journalist, a socialist must always rely upon his own work for his living. 351. This proved to be a wise decision. While in exile in Western Europe, he became a leading exponent of the communist anarchism, which was then replacing Bakunin's collectivist anarchism as the dominant theory in the libertarian movement. 352. He rejoined the libertarian wing of the IWMA in Switzerland and started to contribute articles to the Jura Federation's journal, Bulletin de la Fédération Jurassienne de l'Association Internationale de Travailleurs. It was there in 1878 that he met and married Sophie Ananieva, daughter of a Polish Jew exiled to Siberia for revolutionary activities. In Switzerland, he met and worked with leading anarchist thinkers and activists, including many exiles from the bloody repression of the Paris Commune. He took the opportunity to discuss that revolt and its lessons, using these eyewitness accounts to build a critique of the revolt so that future revolutions would not make the same mistakes. Politically, he acknowledged that while it raised the vision of a federated France and so denied the national state, internally, it was based on the existing town council. This caused immense problems, as this structure could not handle the many problems facing the revolt, which necessitated a far deeper and wider democratization and decentralization within the commune itself, the creation of a free federation of workplaces and communities. Economically, it had not begun to transform the economy in a libertarian, communist direction. It is obvious, summarized Kropotkin in one of his many articles on the subject, that if the commune could have held out against the besiegers for a longer time, the people would have perceived that its new rulers, however sincere and revolutionary, could not perform the great task of making an economical revolution for the workmen. This was because a deep revolution, an economical revolution, was necessary, and an economical revolution can be made only by the people itself, not by orders from above. Because, like all governments, this government was a compromise with the past. 353 These criticisms did not diminish his support for the Commune, which he considered as the defining revolutionary event of his lifetime, and he concluded that the autonomous federated Commune was the starting point for the coming social revolution. His first important contribution to anarchist thought was his address at the Jura Federation's 1879 Congress, The Anarchist Idea from the Point of View of Its Practical Realization, subsequently published as a pamphlet. It carried forward Bakunin's key ideas concerning stirring up the economic struggle as the best method of shaking the state, ensuring its inevitable downfall, and the expropriation, of the large landed estates, of the instruments of labor, by the cultivators, the workers' organizations, and the communes. 354 He would return repeatedly to these themes over the next 4 decades. When the bulletin ceased to appear and its successor was suppressed by the Swiss authorities, Kropotkin founded Le Revolt, the Rebel, in 1879. This was destined to be the most influential anarchist paper since the disappearance of Proudhon's Le Peuple in 1850. 355 As well as editing the paper, he also wrote numerous articles with the aim of it being moderate in tone, but revolutionary in substance, and I did my best to write it in such a style that complex historical and economic questions should be comprehensible to every intelligent worker. 356. Due to pressure from the Russian ambassador, he was expelled from Switzerland in 1881 after attending an international anarchist conference in London. Eventually, Kropotkin settled in France, where he continued to contribute to the anarchist press and movement. As well as damning critiques of the current system and arguments for anarchism, a key aspect of this revolutionary journalism was to encourage French anarchists, like the libertarians in the IWMA, to work within the labor movement. For example, in an article on 12 November 1881, he urged the French to follow the example of their Spanish comrades who had remained faithful to the anarchist traditions of the International and brought their energy to workers' organizations. His advice to the French workers was to take up again the tradition of the International, to organize themselves outside of all political parties by inscribing on their banner solidarity in the struggle against capital and build up a force which will crush capital, the Revolutionary Trade Association. 357. This work quickly made Kropotkin well known to the authorities and he was arrested as part of a general crackdown on the anarchist movement in 1882. After a trial in Lyon in 1883, which was utilized by the 53 defendants to expound their anarchist ideas, he was given a 5-year prison sentence. The police correctional court ostensibly claimed this was for being a member of an illegal organization, the IWMA, which had been outlawed after the Paris Commune. Kropotkin drafted the defendants' famous statement of principles and, along with the defense speeches, it was published in Le Revolt and as a pamphlet. It was during this imprisonment that his first anarchist book, Paroles d'un Revolt, Words of a Rebel, appeared. Edited by friend, comrade, and fellow internationally respected geographer Elisée Reclus and published in 1885, it was a collection of articles from Le Revolt and contained many of his most famous pieces, such as Revolutionary Government, The Commune of Paris, The Spirit of Revolt and Appeal to the Young. After repeated international campaigns, he was finally released in 1886, and he settled in England, where he helped found the anarchist newspaper, Freedom. His second anarchist book, In Russian and French Prisons, published in 1887, contained an account of his experiences as a political prisoner as well as a searing condemnation and critique of the penal system. That year also saw the birth of his and Sophie's only child, Alexandra. However, his immediate work after release was to continue the elaboration of communist anarchism and its vision of revolution. Returning to the theme of the last chapter of Words of a Rebel on expropriation, Kropotkin started a series of articles in Le Revolt 358 and Freedom indicating what an anarchist social revolution could be like, what issues it had to deal with, as well as sketching the outline of a society freeing itself from the evils of the state and capitalism. 359. Many of the French articles were later revised and incorporated into La Conquête du Pain, The Conquest of Bread, in 1892, a work he considered as the constructive part of an anarchist communist society, so far as it can now be forecast, in contrast to the critical part contained in Words of a Rebel. 360. Obviously based on the lessons he had drawn from the Paris Commune, The Conquest of Bread stressed the need for the expropriation of private property, free communism, and the creation of a new social system based on federations of popular social and economic organizations. During this time Kropotkin also reiterated his arguments from the early 1880s on the necessity of anarchists becoming involved in popular movements, particularly the labor movement. 361. Inspired in part by the success of the London dockers' strike in the summer of 1889, he returned to the subject in a series of articles starting in September of that year. The following year he urged anarchists to take part in mass movements, arguing for the importance of mobilizing on the 1st of May 1891 and turning it into a general strike against exploitation. This campaign by leading anarchists such as Kropotkin, Malatesta, Poget, and a host of others bore fruit, and increasing numbers of anarchists joined the unions in France, ultimately leading to the rise of revolutionary syndicalism. The marginalization of anarchism in France in the 1880s as a result of ultra-revolutionary posturing, aided by police spies, ended with a return to the successful strategies of the libertarians in the First International. Revolutionary anarchist communist propaganda within the labor unions had always been a favorite mode of action in the Federalist or Bakuninist section of the International Working Men's Association. In Spain and in Italy, it had been especially successful. Now it was resorted to, with evident success, in France, and Freedom eagerly advocated this sort of propaganda, carefully taking note of its successes all over the world. 362. Somewhat ironically, given that the most famous period of anarchist terrorism in France was from March 1892 to June 1894, 363 leading anarchists had turned to advocating libertarian involvement in the labor movement over 2 years previously. As such, the all-too-common notion that anarchists turned to syndicalism in response to the failure of propaganda by the deed is untenable, particularly given the syndicalist ideas championed by Bakunin and other revolutionary anarchists in the First International. More correctly, anarchists returned to revolutionary unionism. 364. During the early 1890s, Kropotkin spent some time critiquing the rise of social democracy and the Second International. Correctly predicting that this would lead to the watering down of socialism, he advocated an international based purely on labor unions committed to the direct struggle of labor against capital. 365. He also took an active part in urging anarchists to secure mandates to attend the 1896 London Congress of the Second International. 366. While not attending himself, he took part in the protest meeting after the anarchists were expelled, stating that "We are all delighted to see that such an enormous mass of workers, by sending delegates to the Congress, expressed their determination to fight against capital and to take property out of the hands of the monopolists and exploiters of labor." However, he hoped that only workers' associations will be admitted at future congresses. "We want delegates not as social democrats nor as anarchists, but as men who have won the confidence of a workers' association, whatever be their personal opinion." He also denounced voting by nationalities in an assembly purporting to be a really international one. 367. As well as writing for the anarchist press, Kropotkin also contributed scientific works to a range of leading journals. Many of these later became books, such as Fields, Factories, and Workshops, or Industry Combined with Agriculture and Brain Work with Manual Work, 1898, and Mutual Aid, A Factor of Evolution, 1902. The former saw him analyze trends within modern economies, arguing that the future socialist society must integrate agriculture and industrial as well as manual and intellectual labor based on the use of appropriately scaled technology to humanity's work. He recognized, unlike many socialists, that the current industrial structure reflected the drive for profits and power of the few and, consequently, had to be transformed in order to make it suitable for humanity. The latter was based on a series of articles written in response to the struggle for existence in human society, written by Thomas Henry Huxley, Britain's leading advocate of Darwin's ideas. Kropotkin considered his speculation on human society as simply atrocious 368 and in direct contradiction to the facts of both nature and history. Kropotkin's replies to Huxley, later revised and collected in Mutual Aid, first appeared in the journal The 19th Century between 1890 and 1896. Mutual Aid is probably Kropotkin's most famous book, and as its subtitle suggests, a factor of evolution, it did not deny the fact of individual competition in animals or human society, nor the class struggle. It was a work of popular science that aimed to present evidence against the predominant vision of nature as one, like capitalism, rooted in individualistic competition and was highly successful in so doing. As noted Darwinist Stephen Jay Gould concluded, Kropotkin's basic argument is correct. Struggle does occur in many modes, and some lead to cooperation among members of a species as the best pathway to advantage for individuals. 369 Kropotkin's The State, Its Historic Role, written in 1897, can in a way be regarded as the final chapter of Mutual Aid, discussing as it does the evolution of the state and the impossibility of using it for popular social transformation. 370. Kropotkin also found time to serialize his reminiscences for an American magazine, The Atlantic Monthly, under the title Autobiography of a Revolutionist, subsequently published as Memoirs of a Revolutionist in 1899. This was a lively account of Kropotkin's first 57 years and the development of his ideas, his transformation from prince to revolutionary. It presents a vivid picture of Imperial Russia and the revolutionary movement in both it and Western Europe. Sadly, the 12 years between being exiled in Britain and writing his memoirs are not described in anything like the rich detail of the first 45. 371. Kropotkin also went on regular speaking tours, giving talks at socialist and trade union events across Britain and twice visiting North America. His home was regularly visited by anarchists from across the globe seeking to meet and discuss ideas with him. Emma Goldman recounted one such discussion. "The paper Free Society is doing splendid work," he warmly agreed, "but it would do more if it would not waste so much space discussing sex." I disagreed, and we became involved in a heated argument about the place of the sex problem in anarchist propaganda. Peter's view was that woman's equality with man had nothing to do with sex, it was a matter of brains. When she is his equal intellectually and shares in his social ideals, he said, she will be as free as he. We both got somewhat excited, and our voices must have sounded as if we were quarreling. Sophie, quietly sewing a dress for her daughter, tried several times to direct our talk into less vociferous channels, but in vain. Peter and I paced the room in growing agitation, each strenuously upholding his side of the question. At last I paused with the remark, "All right, dear comrade, when I have reached your age, the sex question may no longer be of importance to me. But it is now, and it is a tremendous factor for thousands, millions even, of young people." Peter stopped short, an amused smile lighting up his kindly face. "Fancy, I didn't think of that," he replied. "Perhaps you are right, after all." He beamed affectionately upon me, with a humorous twinkle in his eye. 372. While having abandoned the possibility of pursuing his promising career as a scientist, he was keen to apply his scientific knowledge and training to the anarchist movement. This produced not only Mutual Aid but also a lengthy anarchist work entitled Modern Science and Anarchism. Originally written for the Russian movement in 1901, It was an educational and polemical work aiming to explain the basic ideas and history of anarchism and place it within the social, economic, and intellectual tendencies of the times. It was soon translated into other languages. During that year, Kropotkin also visited America for the second time to talk on the subject of Russian literature, a passion of his. These lectures were subsequently revised and published as the book Russian Literature in 1905. In the early 1900s, he also wrote a series of articles on socialism, subsequently reprinted as the pamphlets Socialism and Politics and the Coming Revival of Socialism. Real change could only come from below, he argued, by the action of the masses themselves. Only slaves trust to a goddess that shall bring them freedom, while freemen take it themselves. This applied to political action so beloved by Marxists as well, for the best fighter in parliament is good only as long as there is the clamor of the crowd in the street to spur him on. Ultimately, the belief in politicians acting for the people was a spell, but the spell has been broken. From beneath, not from above. From the villages, the townships, not from Westminster. 373 The net effect of Marxism was to deradicalize the socialist movement. And now we find that although parliamentary action has always been represented as the means for obtaining small concessions to the advantage of the worker, these concessions, however insignificant they may be, have been won, all of them, by strikes, and by the standing menace of still more serious labor wars. The presence of a number of more or less socialistic deputies in Parliament does not dispense the working man in the least maintaining his trade organizations in full mental and material readiness for war. On the contrary, it is only by the constant menace of a declaration of war, and by real war and in proportion to this readiness, that the workers have won any victories, while the tactics of the politicians have always been to weaken the anti-capitalist labor organizations. 374. When the long-expected and hoped-for revolution broke out in Russia in 1905, Kropotkin took a keen interest in it and in helping the nascent libertarian movement to influence it. He wrote many articles on developments in Russia, stressing the necessity for workers and peasants to struggle for both political and economic change. He happily pointed out that the prominent feature of the Russian Revolution is the ascendancy which labor has taken in it. It is not social democrats, or revolutionary socialists, or anarchists, who take the lead in the present revolution. It is labor, the workingman. He pointed to the workers' councils, Soviets, being formed, and how the general strike was advocated by the Latin workingman as a weapon which would be irresistible in the hands of labor for imposing its will. The Russian Revolution has demonstrated that they were right. 375 He urged the extension of the political struggle against autocracy into an economic one against capitalism. The work of demolition can only be accomplished by the direct participation of the whole of the people. And they will only act in the name of their immediate and popular needs. The land to the peasant, the factory, the workshop, the railway, and the rest to the worker. 376. He also worked to influence the Russian anarchist movement, participating in a series of meetings to discuss developments and recommend specific tactics, as well as contributing numerous articles to the Russian anarchist papers Klub I Volya, Bread and Freedom, and Listki Klub I Volya, Leaflets from Bread and Freedom. His aim, as in the 1870s and 1880s, was to produce an anarchism which saw the necessity of working within popular movements and organizations, as opposed to the minority insurrectionism that influenced so many of his Russian comrades. The proceedings of one conference in 1906 were later published as a pamphlet, The Russian Revolution and Anarchism. Kropotkin's lectures in this work are, in many ways, a summation of his ideas on the nature and activity of anarchist movement and its role during a revolutionary period. Kropotkin took an active part in documenting the state repression of the Tsarist regime, producing The Terror in Russia in 1909. That year also saw the publication of The Great French Revolution, one of the best accounts of the revolution. The work is a classic example of social history, a history from below which recounts the actions of the masses in the pushing the revolution forward. It aimed to study the popular current, and it is to this true fount and origin of the revolution, the people's readiness to take up arms, that the historians of the revolution have not yet done justice, the justice owed to it by the history of civilization. 377. As a world-famous scientist and anarchist, he was ideally situated to produce the entry on anarchism for the 11th edition of the Encyclopaedia Britannica in 1910. Age had not diminished his hopes or activity, and he still stressed that the task of anarchists was to aid the people to display in full its creative powers for working out new institutions, leading to free anarchist communism against the two enemies of capital and the state. The workers will not be lulled with mere patchwork reforms of present conditions. 378. These words reflected the growing syndicalist revolt in Britain, a labor militancy that was part of a global trend away from parliamentarianism towards Kropotkin's long advocated ideas on revolutionary workplace class struggle. Unsurprisingly, leading British syndicalist Tom Mann proclaimed Kropotkin our grand old comrade, and his opinions were sought for a preface to the 1913 English translation of the classic syndicalist novel, How We Shall Make the Revolution. 379. These developments confirmed Kropotkin's hopes of 1907, expressed when writing to the British anarcho-syndicalist The Voice of Labour, to tell you why my warmest greetings and hopes go to the new paper. The free organization of labour, independent of all parliamentary parties, and aiming at the direct solution by the working men themselves and working through their own unions of the immense social problem which now stands before civilized mankind, such a labour organization, wide and powerful, has become the necessity of the moment. The working men realize the great mistake they committed when they substituted parliamentary politics for direct action of the labor organizations in enforcing their demands upon the land and capital-owning classes. 380. Unfortunately, the respect Kropotkin's work and personality had naturally produced within anarchist circles also created something akin to hero worship. The problems of this situation were exposed at the outbreak of war in 1914, when Kropotkin betrayed the anarchist principles of anti-militarism and anti-imperialism that he had previously advocated by supporting the Allies. Thus the leading anarchist theoretician of his time became, overnight, a defender of states and their war effort. As a result, he was expelled from the freedom group he had helped set up in 1886 and, along with the very few colleagues who shared his opinion, was isolated from the movement. Alexander Berkman's response can be considered typical. We could not believe it. His arguments are weak and superficial. He lost sight of the most elemental fact of the situation, namely that the war in Europe is not a war of nations, but a war of capitalist governments for power and markets. It is only the ruling and capitalist cliques that are responsible for the war and alone stand to gain by its result. Kropotkin strangely fails to mention the working classes of the contending powers. Has not Kropotkin always taught us that the solidarity of labor throughout the world is the cornerstone of all true progress, and that labor has no interest whatever in the quarrels of their governmental or industrial masters? 381. While Kropotkin's position came as a surprise to almost all of his comrades, glimpses of it could be seen, in passing, in some of his earlier works. In 1899, for example, he had argued that the triumph of Germany in 1870 has retarded the social revolution for many years because it was the triumph of militarism in Europe, of military and political despotism, and at the same time the worship of the state, of authority, and of state socialism, which is in reality nothing but state capitalism, triumphed in the ideas of a whole generation. 382. So blinded by his love of France as the home of revolution and fear that a German victory would set back the cause of genuine socialism and liberty for a generation as they had after 1870, Kropotkin rejected the anarchist and syndicalist position on war. It mattered little that he was in a tiny minority within the movement and that the Marxists saw almost all of their parties side with their states. The damage was done. Almost all leading anarchists took an anti-war position, with Kropotkin's old friend and comrade Enrico Malatesta using the pages of Freedom to attack his anti-anarchist position. 383. Indeed, So at odds was Kropotkin's position with his previous ideas that his former colleagues published his series of articles on wars and capitalism, which had appeared the previous year in Freedom as a pamphlet as part of their anti-war work. In 1915, Berkman and Malatesta joined a host other anarchists to sign an international anarchist manifesto on the war. The role of the anarchists is to continue to proclaim that there is only one war of liberation, that which in all countries is waged by the oppressed against the oppressors, by the exploited against the exploiters. Our part is to summon the slaves to revolt against their masters. 384. As such, it was misleading of Lenin to suggest that only a few anarchists had a sense of honor and a conscience and opposed the war. 385. Kropotkin, in reality, was one of a very small number of anarchists who supported the war, and along with them was rejected by the rest of the movement as a result. This isolation would have been an inglorious end for such an important rebel if the Tsar had not been overthrown by a mass revolt in early 1917. Overjoyed to see the end of the hated autocracy, Kropotkin immediately made plans to return to Russia. Leaving in the summer of 1917, he returned to Russia, where his pro-war position ensured that his influence in the developing revolution was minimal. He was completely at odds with the popular mood, and the Russian libertarians, like the vast majority of anarchists, remained true to their anti-militarist, anti-imperialist, and anti-statist positions. With the seizure of power by the Bolsheviks and the withdrawal of Russia from the slaughter of the war, the main cause of Kropotkin's isolation from the anarchist movement was ended. This meant that he received a steady stream of visitors as radicals across the world either visited revolutionary Russia, in the case of leading Italian syndicalist Armando Borghi, or, in the case of Emma Goldman and Alexander Berkman, were expelled to it. 386. Unsurprisingly, Kropotkin was critical of Lenin's regime, as it confirmed his worst fears concerning both the tyranny of state socialism and the inability of centralist, hierarchical bodies to solve the many problems a social revolution inevitably encounters. Sadly, his warnings, like the warnings of other libertarian eyewitnesses, were not heeded, and the revolutionary socialist movement was sidetracked for decades, first by the Bolshevik myth and then by Stalinism. Kropotkin was, by that time, far too old and frail to actively participate in the revolution, and spent most of his final years working on his unfinished ethics. This was a project he had seen as necessary for some time, and making the best of his situation, he sought to complete it. Revising two articles on the evolution of morality written in 1904 and 1905 for its first chapters, 387 Ethics developed the theme by a systematic analysis of moral ideas from antiquity to the 19th century. Kropotkin died on the 8th of February 1921, and his funeral was used by the Russian anarchist movement as a final public protest against Bolshevik tyranny. His legacy, although damaged by his support of the Allies in the First World War, is still acknowledged by anarchists to this day, as the power and breadth of his work is staggering, and it remains a rich source of ideas for libertarians. Further reading. A great many of Kropotkin's works are available online. In terms of published works, George Woodcock edited Kropotkin's collected works shortly before his death in 1995. In 11 volumes, it includes all his major writings as well as numerous important essays and articles. 388. This collection is by no means complete, missing out the articles collated in Act for Yourselves, Freedom Press, 1988, for example. It is also missing a very large number of articles in French and Russian anarchist papers which have never been translated, as well as many in Freedom and other English language papers which have never appeared in book form. A useful collection of his pamphlets is available in Anarchism, a collection of revolutionary writings, Dover Press, 2002. This was formerly published as Kropotkin's Revolutionary Pamphlets and contains much of his best short work, although some are abridged without indication of the edits. The collection The Conquest of Bread and Other Writings, Cambridge University Press, 1995, contains the 1913 second edition of The Conquest of Bread, newly translated material from the Russian editions of Kropotkin's memoirs as well as shorter articles and letters. A new version of the 1906 first edition of The Conquest of Bread, AK Press, 2008, has also appeared, with a new introduction. Also available is Kropotkin's classic argument for appropriate technology and the integration of agriculture and industry, fields, factories, and workshops tomorrow, Freedom Press, 1985, edited by Colin Ward. Daniel Guerin's Essential No Gods, No Masters, an Anthology of Anarchism, AK Press, 2005, has a section on Kropotkin, while George Woodcock's The Anarchist Reader, Fontana Press, 1977, has various extracts from Kropotkin's works. In addition, Volume 1 of Robert Graham's Anarchism, A Documentary History of Libertarian Ideas, Black Rose Books, 2005, has numerous extracts from his works. Some articles and talks by Kropotkin are available in Anarchy. An Anthology of Emma Goldman's Mother Earth, Counterpoint, 2001. In terms of Kropotkin's life story, the most obvious starting place must be his own autobiography, Memoirs of a Revolutionist, first published in English in 1899 and reprinted as part of his collected works. There are 3 biographies available. The one by George Woodcock and Ivan Avakumovic, The Anarchist Prince, a biographical study of Peter Kropotkin, has been republished as From Prince to Rebel, Black Rose Books, 1989, as a supplement to the Collected Works project. As this dates from 1950, it should be supplemented by Martin A. Miller's biography Kropotkin, University of Chicago Press, 1976. The Anarchist Geographer, An Introduction to the Life of Peter Kropotkin, Geng, 2007, by Brian Morris is a useful, if short, work on this matter. Caroline Combs Kropotkin and the Rise of Revolutionary Anarchism, 1872-1886, Cambridge University Press, 1989, is essential reading, as it covers the development of Kropotkin's communist anarchist ideas when he was an active militant in the European anarchist movement. For good introductions to Kropotkin's ideas by anarchists, Evolution and Revolution, An Introduction to the Life and Thought of Peter Kropotkin, Jura Books, 1996, by Graham Purchas and Kropotkin, The Politics of Community, Humanity Books, 2004, by Brian Morris should be consulted. Both cover his basic ideas and life, as well as indicating how modern research has confirmed them. Nicholas Walters' The Anarchist Past and Other Essays, 5 Leaves Publications, 2007, contains many useful articles on Kropotkin or related subjects, for example, the Lyon Trial of 1883, the Paris Commune and Russian Anarchism. Harry Cleaver's Kropotkin, Self-Valorization and the Crisis of Marxism Essay, Anarchist Studies, Volume 2, Number 2, is an excellent introduction to Kropotkin's ideas written from a libertarian Marxist perspective. The 2 standard general histories of anarchism, George Woodcock's Anarchism, A History of Libertarian Ideas and Movements, Penguin Books, 1986, and Peter Marshall's Demanding the Impossible, A History of Anarchism, Fontana, 1993, both have chapters on Kropotkin's life and ideas. Paul Avrish's The Russian Anarchists, AK Press, 2005, and the Anthology Anarchist Portraits, Princeton University Press, 1988, both contain useful accounts of Kropotkin's ideas and life. Anarchism and Anarchists. Anarchism, the no-government system of socialism, has a double origin. It is an outgrowth of the 2 great movements of thought in the economic and the political fields which characterize the 19th century, and especially its second part. In common with all socialists, the anarchists hold that the private ownership of land, capital, and machinery has had its time, that it is condemned to disappear, and that all requisites for production must, and will, become the common property of society, and be managed in common by the producers of wealth. And in common with the most advanced representatives of political radicalism, they maintain that the ideal of the political organization of society is a condition of things where the functions of government are reduced to a minimum, and the individual recovers his full liberty of initiative and action for satisfying, by means of free groups and federations freely constituted, all the infinitely varied needs of the human being. As regards socialism, most of the anarchists arrive at its ultimate conclusion, that is, at a complete negation of the wage system and at communism. And with reference to political organization, by giving a further development to the above-mentioned part of the radical program, they arrive at the conclusion that the ultimate aim of society is the reduction of the functions of government to nil, that is, to a society without government, to anarchy. The anarchists maintain, moreover, that such being the ideal of social and political organization, they must not remit it to future centuries, but that only those changes in our social organization which are in accordance with the above double ideal, and constitute an approach to it, will have a chance of life and be beneficial for the commonwealth. Anarchist Communism, its basis and principles. From Memoirs of a Revolutionist. These extracts from Kropotkin's memoirs indicate why he became an anarchist, as well as summarizing his thoughts on anarchism and what he thought his contribution to libertarian movement was. St. Petersburg. First journey to Western Europe. I went first to Neuchâtel, and then spent a week or so among the watchmakers in the Jura Mountains. I thus made my first acquaintance with that famous Jura Federation which played for the next few years an important part in the development of socialism, introducing into it the no-government, or anarchist, tendency. In 1872 the Jura Federation was becoming a rebel against the authority of the General Council of the International Workingmen's Association. The association was essentially a working men's organization, the workers understanding it as a labor movement and not as a political party. In East Belgium, for instance, they had introduced into the statutes a clause in virtue of which no one could be a member of a section unless employed in a manual trade, even foremen were excluded. The workers were moreover federalist in principle. Each nation, each separate region, and even each local section had to be left free to develop on its own lines. But the middle-class revolutionists of the old school who had entered the International, imbued as they were with the notions of the Centralist, pyramidal secret organizations of earlier times, had introduced the same notions into the Workingmen's Association. Beside the federal and national councils, a general council was nominated at London, to act as a sort of intermediary between councils of the different nations. Marx and Engels were its leading spirits. It soon appeared, however, that the mere fact of having such a central body became a source of substantial inconvenience. The General Council was not satisfied with playing the part of a correspondence bureau, it strove to govern the movement, to approve or to censure the action of the local federations and sections, and even of individual members. When the Commune insurrection began in Paris and the leaders had only to follow, without being able to say where to they would be led within the next 24 hours, the General Council insisted upon directing the insurrection from London. It required daily reports about the events, gave orders, favored this and hampered that, and thus put in evidence the disadvantage of having a governing body, even within the association. The disadvantage became still more evident when, at a secret conference held in September 1871, the General Council, supported by a few delegates, decided to direct the forces of the association toward electoral agitation. It set people thinking about the evils of any government, however democratic its origin. This was the first spark of anarchism. The Jura Federation became the center of opposition to the General Council. From Neuchâtel I went to Sunvilliers. In a little valley in the Jura Hills there is a succession of small towns and villages, of which the French-speaking population was at that time entirely employed in the various branches of watchmaking. Whole families used to work in small workshops. In one of them I found another leader, Adhemar Schwitzgebel, with whom, also, I afterward became very closely connected. He sat among a dozen young men who were engraving lids of gold and silver watches. I was asked to take a seat on a bench or table, and soon we were all engaged in a lively conversation upon socialism, government or no government, and the coming congresses. In the evening a heavy snowstorm raged, it blinded us and froze the blood in our veins, as we struggled to the next village. But, notwithstanding the storm, about 50 watchmakers, chiefly old people, came from the neighboring towns and villages, some of them as far as 7 miles distant, to join a small informal meeting that was called for that evening. The very organization of the watch trade, which permits men to know one another thoroughly and to work in their own houses, where they are free to talk, explains why the level of intellectual development in this population is higher than that of workers who spend all their life from early childhood in the factories. There is more independence and more originality among the petty trades workers. But the absence of a division between the leaders and the masses in the Jura Federation was also the reason why there was not a question upon which every member of the Federation would not strive to form his own independent opinion. Here I saw that the workers were not a mass that was being led and made subservient to the political ends of a few men. Their leaders were simply their more active comrades, initiators rather than leaders. The clearness of insight, the soundness of judgment, the capacity for disentangling complex social questions, which I noticed amongst these workers, especially the middle-aged ones, deeply impressed me, and I am firmly persuaded that if the Jura Federation has played a prominent part in the development of socialism, it is not only on account of the importance of the no-government and federalist ideas of which it was the champion, but also on account of the expression which was given to these ideas by the good sense of the Jura watchmakers. Without their aid, these conceptions might have remained mere attractions for a long time. The theoretical aspects of anarchism, as they were then beginning to be expressed in the Jura Federation, especially by Mikhail Bakunin, the criticisms of state socialism, the fear of an economic despotism, far more dangerous than the merely political despotism which I heard formulated there, and the revolutionary character of the agitation, appealed strongly to my mind. But the egalitarian relations which I found in the Jura Mountains, the independence of thought and expression which I saw developing in the workers, and their unlimited devotion to the cause appealed far more strongly to my feelings, and when I came away from the mountains, after a week's stay with the watchmakers, my views upon socialism were settled. I was an anarchist. Bakunin was at that time at Locarno. I did not see him, and now regret it very much, because he was dead when I returned 4 years later to Switzerland. It was he who had helped the Jura friends to clear up their ideas and to formulate their aspirations, he who had inspired them with his powerful, burning, irresistible revolutionary enthusiasm. As soon as he saw that a small newspaper, which James Guillaume began to edit in the Jura Hills, at Local, was sounding a new note of independent thought in the socialist movement, he came to Local, talked for whole days and whole nights long to his new friends about the historical necessity of a new move in the anarchist direction. He wrote for that paper a series of profound and brilliant articles on the historical progress of mankind towards freedom. He infused enthusiasm into his new friends, and he created that center of propaganda, from which anarchism spread later on to other parts of Europe. After he had moved to Locarno, from whence he started a similar movement in Italy, and, through his sympathetic and gifted emissary, Finelli, also in Spain, the work that he had begun in the Jura Hills was continued independently by the Jurassians themselves. The name of Michael often recurred in their conversations, not, however, as that of an absent chief whose opinions would make law, but as that of a personal friend of whom everyone spoke with love, in a spirit of comradeship. What struck me most was that Bakunin's influence was felt much less as the influence of an intellectual authority than as the influence of a moral personality. In conversations about anarchism, or about the attitude of the Federation, I never heard it said, Bakunin had said so, or Bakunin thinks so, as if it clenched the discussion. His writings and his sayings were not a text that one had to obey, as is often unfortunately the case in political parties. In all such matters, in which intellect is the supreme judge, everyone in discussion used his own arguments. Their general drift and tenor might have been suggested by Bakunin, or Bakunin might have borrowed them from his Jura friends. At any rate, in each individual the arguments retained their own individual character. I only once heard Bakunin's name invoked as an authority in itself, and that struck me so much that I even now remember the spot where the conversation took place and all the surroundings. The young men began once in the presence of women some young men's talk, not very respectful toward the other sex, when one of the women present put a sudden stop to it by exclaiming, "Pity that Michael is not here, he would put you in your place." The colossal figure of the revolutionist who had given up everything for the sake of the revolution, and lived for it alone, borrowing from his conception of it the highest and the purest views of life, continued to inspire them. Western Europe. Our main activity, however, was in working out the practical and theoretic aspects of anarchist socialism, and in this direction the Jura Federation has undoubtedly accomplished something that will last. We saw that a new form of society is germinating in the civilized nations, and must take the place of the old one, a society of equals, who will not be compelled to sell their hands and brains to those who choose to employ them in a haphazard way, but who will be able to apply their knowledge and capacities to production, in an organism so constructed as to combine all the efforts for procuring the greatest sum possible of well-being for all, while full, free scope will be left for every individual initiative. This society will be composed of a multitude of associations, federated for all the purposes which require federation, trade federations for production of all sorts, agricultural, industrial, intellectual, artistic, communes for consumption, making provision for dwellings, gas works, supplies of food, sanitary arrangements, etc., federations of communes among themselves, and federations of communes with trade organizations, and finally, wider groups covering all the country, or several countries, composed of men who collaborate for the satisfaction of such economic, intellectual, artistic, and moral needs as are not limited to a given territory. All these will combine directly, by means of free agreements between them, just as the railway companies or the postal departments of different countries cooperate now, without having a central railway or postal government, even though the former are actuated by merely egotistic aims, and the latter belong to different and often hostile states, or as the meteorologists, the alpine clubs, the lifeboat stations in Great Britain, the cyclists, the teachers, and so on, combine for all sorts of work in common, for intellectual pursuits, or simply for pleasure. There will be full freedom for the development of new forms of production, invention, and organization. Individual initiative will be encouraged, and the tendency toward uniformity and centralization will be discouraged. Moreover, this society will not be crystallized into certain unchangeable forms, but will continually modify its aspect, because it will be a living, evolving organism. No need of government will be felt, because free agreement and federation take its place in all those functions which governments consider as theirs at the present time, and because, the causes of conflict being reduced in number, those conflicts which may still arise can be submitted to arbitration. None of us minimized the importance and depth of the change which we looked for. We understood that the current opinions upon the necessity of private ownership in land, factories, mines, dwelling houses, and so on, as a means of securing industrial progress, and of the wage system as the means of compelling men to work, would not soon give way to higher conceptions of socialized ownership and production. We knew that a tedious propaganda and a long succession of struggles, of individual and collective revolts against the now prevailing forms of property, of individual self-sacrifice, of partial attempts at reconstruction and partial revolutions, would have to be lived through, before the current ideas upon private ownership would be modified. And we understood also that the now current ideas concerning the necessity of authority in which all of us have been bred would not and could not be abandoned by civilized mankind all at once. Long years of propaganda and a long succession of partial acts of revolt against authority, as well as a complete revision of the teachings now derived from history, would be required before men would perceive that they had been mistaken in attributing to their rulers and their laws what was derived in reality from their own sociable feelings and habits. We knew all that. But we also knew that in preaching change in both these directions, we should be working with the tide of human progress. When I made a closer acquaintance with the working population and their sympathizers from the better educated classes, I soon realized that they valued their personal freedom even more than they valued their personal well-being. 50 years ago the workers were ready to sell their personal liberty to all sorts of rulers, and even to a Caesar, in exchange for a promise of material well-being, but now this was no longer the case. I saw that the blind faith in elected rulers, even if they were taken from amongst the best leaders of the labor movement, was dying away amongst the Latin workers. We must know first what we want, and then we can do it best ourselves, was an idea which I found widely spread among them, far more widely than is generally believed. The sentence which was put in the statutes of the International Working Men's Association, the emancipation of the workers must be accomplished by the workers themselves, had met with general sympathy and had taken root in minds. The sad experience of the Paris Commune only confirmed it. When the insurrection broke out, a considerable number of men belonging to the middle classes themselves were prepared to make, or at least to accept, a new start in the social direction. When my brother and myself, coming out of our little room, went out into the streets, Elise Ricla said to me once, we were asked on all sides by people belonging to the wealthier classes, tell us what is to be done. We are ready to try a new start, but we were not prepared yet to make the suggestions. Never before had a government been as fairly representative of all the advanced parties as the Council of the Commune, elected on March 25, 1871. All shades of revolutionary opinion, Blanquists, Jacobinists, Internationalists, were represented in it in a true proportion. And yet the workers themselves, having no distinct ideas of social reform to impress upon their representatives, the Commune government did nothing in that direction. The very fact of having been isolated from the masses and shut up in the Hôtel de Ville paralyzed them. For the success of socialism, the ideas of no government, of self-reliance, of free initiative of the individual, of anarchism, in a word, had thus to be preached side by side with those of socialized ownership and production. We certainly foresaw that if full freedom were left to the individual for the expression of his ideas and for action, we should have to face a certain amount of extravagant exaggeration of our principles. I had seen it in the nihilist movement in Russia. But we trusted, and experience has proved that we were right, that social life itself, supported by a frank, open-minded criticism of opinions and actions, would be the most effective means for threshing out opinions and for divesting them of the unavoidable exaggerations. We acted, in fact, in accordance with the old saying that freedom remains still the wisest cure for freedom's temporary inconveniences. 3. There is, in mankind, a nucleus of social habits, an inheritance from the past, not yet duly appreciated, which is not maintained by coercion and is superior to coercion. Upon it all the progress of mankind is based, and so long as mankind does not begin to deteriorate physically and mentally, it will not be destroyed by any amount of criticism or of occasional revolt against it. These were the opinions in which I grew confirmed more and more in proportion as my experience of men and things increased. We understood at the same time, that such a change cannot be produced by the conjectures of one man of genius, that it will not be one man's discovery, but that it must result from the constructive work of the masses, just as the forms of judicial procedure which were elaborated in the early medieval ages, the village community, the guild, the medieval city, or the foundations of international law, were worked out by the people. Many of our predecessors had undertaken to picture ideal commonwealths, basing them upon the principle of authority, or on some rare occasions, upon the principle of freedom. Robert Owen and Fourier had given the world their ideals of a free, organically developing society, in opposition to the pyramidal ideals which had been copied from the Roman Empire or from the Roman Church. Pierre-Joseph Proudhon had continued their work, and Bakunin, applying his wide and clear understanding of the philosophy of history to the criticism of present institutions, built up while he was demolishing. But all that was only preparatory work. 4. The International Workingmen's Association inaugurated a new method of solving the problems of practical sociology by appealing to the workers themselves. The educated men who had joined the association undertook only to enlighten the workers as to what was going on in different countries of the world, to analyze the obtained results, and, later on, to aid the workers in formulating their conclusions. We did not pretend to evolve an ideal commonwealth out of our theoretical views as to what a society ought to be, but we invited the workers to investigate the causes of the present evils, and in their discussions and congresses to consider the practical aspects of a better social organization than the one we live in. A question raised at an international congress was recommended as a subject of study to all labor unions. In the course of the year it was discussed all over Europe, in the small meetings of the sections, with the full knowledge of the local needs of each trade and each locality. Then the work of the sections was brought before the next congress of each federation, and finally it was submitted in a more elaborate form to the next international congress. The structure of the society which we longed for was thus worked out, in theory and practice, from beneath, and the Jura Federation took a large part in the elaboration of the anarchist ideal. For myself, placed as I was in such favorable conditions, I gradually came to realize that anarchism represents more than a mere mode of action and a mere conception of a free society, that it is part of a philosophy, natural and social, which must be developed in a quite different way from the metaphysical or dialectic methods which have been employed in sciences dealing with man. I saw that it must be treated by the same methods as natural sciences, not, however, on the slippery ground of mere analogies such as Herbert Spencer accepts, but on the solid basis of induction applied to human institutions. And I did my best to accomplish what I could in that direction. 1. As Marx wrote to Engels on the 11th of September 1867, and when the next revolution comes, and that will perhaps be sooner than might appear, we, i.e., you and I, will have this mighty engine at our disposal. Marx Engels Collected Works, Volume 42, p. 424. Editor. 2. The Marxist-inspired resolution of 1871 stated, in its struggle against the collective power of the propertied classes, the working class cannot act as a class except by constituting itself into a political party, distinct from, and opposed to all old parties formed by the propertied classes. This is indispensable in order to ensure the triumph of the social revolution. The lords of land and the lords of capital will always use their political privileges for the defense and perpetuation of their economical monopolies, and for the enslavement of labor. The conquest of political power has therefore become the great duty of the working class. This was clarified in 1893 at the Zurich Conference of the Second International. All trade unions shall be admitted to the Congress, also those socialist parties and organizations which recognize the necessity of the organization of the workers and of political action. By political action it meant that the working class organizations seek, in as far as possible, to use or conquer political rights and the machinery of legislation for the furthering of the interests of the proletariat and the conquest of political power. Editor. 3. As expressed, for example, by Prussian philosopher Immanuel Kant, 1724–1804, who argued, if one accepts this assumption that people are not ready for freedom, freedom will never be achieved, for one cannot arrive at the maturity for freedom without having already acquired it. One must be free to learn how to make use of one's powers freely and usefully. The first attempts will surely be brutal and will lead to a state of affairs more painful and dangerous than the former condition under the dominance but also the protection of an external authority. However, one can achieve reason only through one's own experiences and one must be free to be able to undertake them. To accept the principle that freedom is worthless for those under one's control and that one has the right to refuse it to them forever, is an infringement on the rights of God Himself, who has created man to be free. Quoted by Noam Chomsky, Language and Freedom, Chomsky on Anarchism, AK Press, 2005, p. 105. 4. Kropotkin is referencing the motto I shall destroy and I shall build, Destruum et edificabo, placed by Proudhon on title page of his 1846 work System of Economic Contradictions, as well as Bakunin's famous, pre-anarchist, maxim that the urge to destroy is a creative urge. Editor. The Lyon Anarchist Trial of 1883. Translation by Nicholas Walter 5. This speech and declaration were produced during the trial of over 60 anarchists in Lyon, France in 1883. Like the others, Kropotkin was charged with belonging to the International Working Men's Association, which had been banned following the crushing of the Paris Commune in 1871. The declaration was drafted by Kropotkin. From Kropotkin's defense speech. I think, gentlemen, that like me you must have been struck by the weakness of the case brought against us. Are you in the presence of an international organization? I may be excused from giving a reply, for the hearing is already well advanced, and the proof for this is still lacking. Anyway, it seems to me that the case fell at the same time that these words fell from the lips of the public prosecutor. As long as there is a single anarchist in Lyon, I shall proceed against him with every law at my disposal. These are enough to show that the trial brought against us is a political trial, a class trial. I said this trial was a class trial. I shall add that the people of a single country are divided by the establishment of the side of the bourgeoisie and the side of the workers. For the former all rights, all privileges. For the latter no freedom, no justice. The law of 1872-6 indeed divides society into two classes, since it is aimed only at the International Working Men's Association. Is this not proved further by the right of the bourgeoisie to associate freely with foreigners without being prevented by law? Thus a number of French deputies were recently present at the unveiling of a monument raised to the Italian revolutionary Mazzini, who spent his whole life plotting against Austrian, French, and Italian rulers. Have they been prosecuted? Have there not been meetings of Italian and French Republicans in Paris for some time? I have hesitated to defend myself before this trial which serves the interests of politics, of the moment, of a class. But there is someone above us who judges us, public opinion. That is who I am speaking to. It would really be a very good thing if we could come and tell you that we belong to the International. But we cannot, for that great workers' organization has not existed in France since it was destroyed by the iniquitous law of 1872. For my part, I should have been proud to tell you that I had joined this organization, and I should have said so if this would have led to the release of the other accused. I shall never consider it a crime to say to workers of two continents, workers, when the bourgeoisie drive you to poverty, put aside your hatred, hold your hands out across the frontiers, be brothers. Ah, says the public prosecutor, we have no patriotism. Do you think my heart does not beat more quickly when a Russian song comes to my ears than when I hear a French one? But I love France, because I see this beautiful country as the home of revolutions, because I know that when it is conquered it is reaction which raises its head and freedom which is driven out. The public prosecutor has spoken to you of his patriotic sorrow when he saw his country invaded by the Prussian army. Let me remind him that at the time when France was devastated by war, there were some people who protested they were German socialists. A society which is divided into two distinct classes, one which produces but possesses nothing, the other which does not produce but possesses everything, is a society without morality, which is condemned by itself. A worker's labor represents an average of several thousand francs a year, but his annual wage is often not 1,000 francs. Next to this poverty is displayed the mad wastefulness of the bourgeois class. In what way can this shameful injustice of society be reformed? Science is powerless, and its work always benefits the leisured class. It was after all as a result of a violent expropriation that the bourgeoisie stripped land and wealth from the nobility and clergy. I have been accused of being the father of anarchism. That is too much of an honor. It was Proudhon who first stated it in 1848, and Bakunin and other socialists who popularized it. We never stop working and studying in our groups, but instead of coming and arguing with us you imprison and condemn us, because we defend those utopias as you call our ideas which will be realities tomorrow. The idea of anarchism has been stated, and despite everything, despite the persecutions, has developed with astonishing speed. You can be sure that our conviction and imprisonment will bring us many more converts. I believe the workers of two continents have their eyes on you, waiting with as much emotion as impatience for the judgment you are going to pronounce. If it is a conviction, they will say that the International was an excuse and that what you wanted to attack was the freedom to think and say what one thinks. Do not stir up hatred. Repression has never achieved anything. Twice persecuted under the Empire, the International rose again in 1870 more glorious and more powerful than before. Crushed in the streets of Paris beneath 35,000 corpses, after the Commune, socialism drew new life from the blood of its followers. Its ideas about property have been given an enormous circulation. Believe me, gentlemen, the social revolution is near. It will break out within 10 years. I live among the workers, and I am sure of it. Take inspiration from their ideas, join their ranks, and you will see that I am right. Let me tell you what I think. Do not stir up the hatred of the workers, for you will bring new misfortunes. You know that persecution is the best way to spread an idea. Is that what you want? Do you want a future of massacres for France? For, I repeat, 10 years will not pass without a social revolution. What should you do in the presence of this revolution? Should you shrink from it and close your eyes, not wishing to hear or know anything about it? No, you should study the movement fairly, and look fairly to see whether by any chance we might be right. I tell you, all of you who are listening, that the question is serious and inescapable. Perhaps you think it is rather bold to use such language in court. But if only 2 or 3 people are struck by the truth of my words and consider them as a salutary warning, I shall not have paid too much with a few years in prison for the satisfaction of having done my duty. If, by advising you to consider the certainty of a social revolution, I may prevent a few drops of blood from being spilt, I could die in prison and die happy. However, if you persist in not listening, and if the bourgeoisie continues to subjugate, persecute, and oppress the workers, the duty of every man of feeling is laid down in advance. I shall not fail in mine. Defense Declaration. What anarchism is, and what anarchists are, we shall try to explain. Anarchists, gentlemen, are citizens who, in an age when freedom of opinion is preached everywhere, have believed it to be their duty to call for unlimited freedom. Yes, gentlemen, we are some thousand, some millions of workers, all over the world, who demand absolute freedom, nothing but freedom, the whole of freedom. We want freedom, that is to say, we claim for every human being the right and the means to do whatever he pleases and only what he pleases, and to satisfy all his needs without any limit other than natural impossibilities and the needs of his neighbors, to be respected equally. We want freedom, and we believe its existence to be incompatible with the existence of any kind of authority, whatever its origin and form may be, whether it is elected or imposed, monarchist or republican, whether it is inspired by divine right or by popular right, by holy oil 7 or by universal suffrage. History is there to teach us that all governments are alike and equal. The best are the worst. There is more cynicism in some, more hypocrisy in others. In the end there is always the same behavior, always the same intolerance. Even the most apparently liberal have in reserve, beneath the dust of legislative files, some nice little law on the international for use against troublesome opponents. The evil, in other words, in the eyes of anarchists does not lie in one form of government rather than another. It lies in the governmental idea itself, it lies in the principle of authority. In short, the substitution in human relationships of a free contract which can be revised or cancelled in perpetuity, for administrative and legal tutelage, for imposed discipline, that is our ideal. Anarchists therefore intend to teach the people to do without government, just as they are beginning to learn to do without God. The people will similarly learn to do without property owners. The worst of tyrants, after all, is not the one who imprisons you but the one who starves you, not the one who holds onto your collar but the one who tightens up your belt. There can be no liberty without equality. There is no liberty in a society where capital is monopolized in the hands of a minority which is growing smaller every day, and where nothing is shared equally, not even public education, although it is paid for by the contributions of all. We believe that capital, the common inheritance of mankind, since it is the fruit of the cooperation of past and present generations, must be at the disposal of all in such a way that none may be excluded, and that in turn no one may get possession of a part to the detriment of the rest. In a word, we want equality, real equality, as a corollary or rather as a prior condition of liberty. From each according to his abilities, to each according to his needs, that is what we sincerely and strenuously desire. That is what will come about, for no regulation can prevail against claims which are at the same time legitimate and necessary. That is why you want to condemn us to all kinds of hardship. Scoundrels that we are, we demand bread for everyone, work for everyone, and for everyone independence and justice too. 5 Freedom, Volume 28, Number 13. Editor. 6. Desiring to crush the anarchist movement around Lyon, the Republican government invoked an old law against membership in the International Working Men's Association passed by the reactionary regime after the crushing of the Paris Commune. This allowed the politicians to secure a heavy sentence against the accused without needing to tie them to any specific act. Given that the monarchists had been defeated in the elections of 1878 and civil liberties had gradually been restored, the application of this old law was a deeply cynical piece of realpolitik. Editor. 7. Literally, the holy ampoule, Saint Ampoule. This was a glass vial which held the anointing oil for the coronation of the kings of France. Its first recorded use was by Pope Innocent II for the anointing of Louis VII in 1131. Editor. The place of anarchism in socialistic evolution. This speech was delivered in Paris in 1886 and subsequently printed as L'Anarchie dans l'Evolution Socialiste in Le Revolte between March 28 and May 9 in 1886. It summarizes the core ideas of anarchism, placing it firmly in the socialist tradition. Kropotkin indicates why anarchism is the logical position for socialists to take based on an account of how socialism developed in the 19th century. It was translated by Henry Glass in 1887. You must often have asked yourselves what is the cause of anarchism, and why, since there are already so many socialist schools, it is necessary to found an additional one, that of anarchism. In order to answer this question I will go back to the close of last century. You all know the characteristics which marked that epoch. There was an expansion of intelligence, a prodigious development of the natural sciences, a pitiless examination of accepted prejudices, the formation of a theory of nature based on a truly scientific foundation, observation, and reasoning. In addition to these there was criticism of the political institutions bequeathed to humanity by preceding ages, and a movement towards that ideal of liberty, equality, and fraternity which has in all times been the ideal of the popular masses. Fettered in its free development by despotism and by the narrow selfishness of the privileged classes, this movement, being at the same time favored by an explosion of popular indignation, engendered the great French Revolution, which had to force its way through the midst of 1,000 obstacles both without and within. The revolution was vanquished, but its ideas remained. Though at first persecuted and derided, they became the watchword for a whole century of slow evolution. The history of the 19th century is summed up in an effort to put in practice the principles elaborated at the end of last century. This is the lot of revolutions. Though vanquished, they establish the course of the evolution which follows them. In the domain of politics, these ideas are abolition of aristocratic privileges, abolition of personal government, and equality before the law. In the economic order, the revolution proclaimed freedom of business transactions. It said sell and buy freely. Sell, all of you, your products, if you can produce, and if you do not possess the implements necessary for that purpose but have only your arms to sell, sell them, sell your labor to the highest bidder, the state will not interfere. Compete among yourselves, contractors. No favor shall be shown. The law of natural selection will take upon itself the function of killing off those who do not keep pace with the progress of industry, and will reward those who take the lead. The above is at least the theory of the revolution of 1789, and if the state intervenes in the struggle to favor some to the detriment of others, as we have lately seen when the monopolies of mining and railway companies have been under discussion, such action is regarded by the liberal school as a lamentable deviation from the grand principles of the revolution. What has been the result? You, the women and men gathered in this hall, know only too well, idle opulence for a few and uncertainty for the morrow and misery for the greater number, crisis and wars for the conquest of markets, and a lavish expenditure of public money to find openings for industrial speculators. All this is because in proclaiming liberty of contract, an essential point was neglected by our fathers. Though some of them caught sight of it, the best of them earnestly desired but did not dare to realize it. While liberty of transactions, that is to say a conflict between the members of society, was proclaimed, the contending parties were not equally matched, and the powerful, armed for the contest by the means inherited from their fathers, have gained the upper hand over the weak. Under such conditions, the millions of poor ranged against a few rich could not do otherwise than give in. Comrades, you have often asked yourselves whence comes the wealth of the rich? Is it from their labor? It would be a mockery to say that it was so. Let us suppose that M. Rothschild has worked all his life. Well, you also, every one of you working men have also labored. Then why should the fortune of M. Rothschild be measured by hundreds of millions while your possessions are so small? The reason is simple: you have exerted yourselves to produce by your own labor, while M. Rothschild has devoted himself to accumulating the product of the labor of others. The whole matter lies in that. But someone may say to me, how comes it that millions of men thus allow the Rothschilds and the Mackays to appropriate the fruit of their labor? Alas, they cannot help themselves under the existing social system. But let us picture to our minds a city all of whose inhabitants find their lodging, clothing, food, and occupation secured to them, on condition of producing things useful to the community, and let us suppose a Rothschild to enter the city bringing with him a cask full of gold. If he spends his gold, it will diminish rapidly; if he locks it up, it will not increase, because gold does not grow like seed, and after the lapse of a 12-month he will not find 110 pounds in his drawer if he only put 100 pounds into it. If he sets up a factory and proposes to the inhabitants of the town that they should work in it for 4 shillings a day while producing to the value of 8 shillings a day, they reply, among us you'll find no one willing to work on those terms. Go elsewhere and settle in some town where the unfortunate people have neither clothing, bread, nor work assured to them, and where they will consent to give up to you the lion's share of the result of their labor in return for the barest necessaries of life. Go where men starve. There you will make your fortune. The origin of the wealth of the rich is your misery. Let there be no poor, then we shall have no millionaires. The facts I have just stated were such as the revolution of last century did not comprehend or else could not act upon. That revolution placed face to face two opposing ranks, the one consisting of a hungry, ill-clad army of former serfs, the other of men well provided with means. It then said to these two arrays, fight out your battle. The unfortunate were vanquished. They possessed no fortunes, but they had something more precious than all the gold in the world, their arms, and these arms, the source of all wealth, were monopolized by the wealthy. Thus we have seen those immense fortunes which are the characteristic feature of our age spring up on all sides. A king of the last century, the great Louis XIV of mercenary historians, would never have dreamed of possessing a fortune such as are held by those kings of the 19th century, the Vanderbilts and the Mackays. On the other hand, we have seen the poor reduced still more and more to toil for others, and while those who produced on their own account have rapidly disappeared, we find ourselves compelled under an ever-increasing pressure to labor more and more to enrich the rich. Attempts have been made to remove these evils. Some have said, let us give equal instruction to all, and forthwith education has been spread abroad. Better human machines have been turned out, but these educated machines still labor to enrich others. This illustrious scientist, that renowned novelist, despite their education are still beasts of burden to the capitalist. Instruction improves the cattle to be exploited, but the exploitation remains. Next, there was great talk about association, but the workers soon learned that they could not get the better of capital by associating their miseries, and those who cherished this illusion most earnestly were compelled to turn to socialism. Timid at the outset, socialism spoke at first in the name of Christian sentiment and morality, men profoundly imbued with the moral principles of Christianity, principles which it possesses in common with all other religions, came forward and said a Christian has no right to exploit his brethren. But the ruling classes laughed in their faces with the reply, teach the people Christian resignation, tell them in the name of Christ that they should offer their left cheek to whosoever smites them on the right, then you will be welcome. As for the dreams of equality which you find in Christianity, go and meditate on your discoveries in prison. Later on, socialism spoke in the name of governmentalism. It said, since it is the special mission of the state to protect the weak against the strong, it is its duty to aid working men's associations. The state alone can enable working men to fight against capital and to oppose to capitalistic exploitation the free workshop of workers pocketing the entire value of the produce of their labor. To this the bourgeoisie replied with grapeshot in 1848. It was not until between 20 to 30 years later, at a time when the popular masses were invited to express their mind in the International Working Men's Association, that socialism spoke in the name of the people, and formulating itself little by little in the congresses of the Great Association and later on among its successors, arrived at some such conclusion as the following. All accumulated wealth is the product of the labor of all of the present and of all preceding generations. This hall in which we are now assembled derives its value from the fact that it is situated in Paris, this magnificent city built by the labors of 20 successive generations. If this same hall were conveyed amid the snows of Siberia, its value would be next to nothing. The machinery which you have invented and patented bears within itself the intelligence of 5 or 6 generations and is only possessed of value because it forms part of that immense whole that we call the progress of the 19th century. If you send your lace-making machine among the natives of New Guinea, it will become valueless. We defy any man of genius of our times to tell us what share his intellect has had in the magnificent deductions of the book, the work of talent which he has produced. Generations have toiled to accumulate facts for him, his ideas have perhaps been suggested to him by a locomotive crossing the plains. As for elegance of design, he has grasped it while admiring the Venus de Milo or the work of Murillo VIII, and finally, if his book exercises any influence over us, it does so thanks to all the circumstances of our civilization. Everything belongs to all. We defy anyone so ever to tell us what share of the general wealth is due to each individual. See the enormous mass of appliances which the 19th century has created, behold those millions of iron slaves which we call machines, and which plane and saw, weave and spin for us, separate and combine the raw materials, and work the miracles of our times. No one has the right to monopolize any one of these machines and to say to others, this is mine. If you wish to make use of it, you must pay me a tax on each article you produce, any more than the feudal lord of the Middle Ages had the right to say to the cultivator, this hill and this meadow are mine, and you must pay me tribute for every sheaf of barley you bind and on each haycock you heap up. All belongs to everyone. And provided each man and woman contributes his and her share of labor for the production of necessary objects, they have a right to share in all that is produced by everybody. 2. All things belong to all, and provided that men and women contribute their share of labor for the production of necessary objects, they are entitled to their share of all that is produced by the community at large. But this is communism, you may say. Yes, it is communism, but it is the communism which no longer speaks in the name of religion or of the state, but in the name of the people. During the past 50 years a great awakening of the working class has taken place. The prejudice in favor of private property is passing away. The worker grows more and more accustomed to regard the factory, the railway, or the mine, not as a feudal castle belonging to a lord, but as an institution of public utility which the public has the right to control. The idea of possession in common has not been worked out from the slow deductions of some thinker buried in his private study, it is a thought which is germinating in the brains of the working masses, and when the revolution, which the close of this century has in store for us, shall have hurled confusion into the camp of our exploiters, you will see that the mass of the people will demand expropriation, and will proclaim its right to the factory, the locomotive, and the steamship. Just as the sentiment of the inviolability of the home has developed during the latter half of our century, So also the sentiment of collective right to all that serves for the production of wealth has developed among the masses. It is a fact, and he who, like ourselves, wishes to share the popular life and follow its development, must acknowledge that this affirmation is a faithful summary of the people's aspirations. The tendency of this closing century is towards communism, not the monastic or barrack room communism formerly advocated, but the free communism which places the products reaped or manufactured in common at the disposal of all, leaving to each the liberty to consume them as he pleases in his own home. This is the solution of which the mass of the people can most readily take hold, and it is the solution which the people demand at the most solemn epochs. In 1848 the formula from each according to his abilities, to each according to his needs was the one which went straight to the heart of the masses, and if they acclaimed the republic and universal suffrage, it was because they hoped to attain to communism through them. In 1871, also, when the people besieged in Paris desired to make a supreme effort to resist the invader, what was their demand? That free rations should be served out to everyone. Let all articles be put into one common stock and let them be distributed according to the requirements of each. Let each one take freely of all that is abundant, and let those objects which are less plentiful be distributed more sparingly and in due proportions. This is the solution which the mass of the workers understand best. This is also the system which is commonly practiced in the rural districts of France. So long as the common lands afford abundant pasture, what commune seeks to restrict their use? When brushwood and chestnuts are plentiful, what commune forbids its members to take as much as they want? And when the larger wood begins to grow scarce, what course does the peasant adopt? The allowancing of individuals. Let us take from the common stock the articles which are abundant, and let those objects whose production is more restricted be served out in allowances according to requirements, giving preference to children and old persons, that is to say, to the weak. And, moreover, let all be consumed, not in public, but at home, according to individual tastes and in company with one's family and friends. This is the ideal of the masses. But it is not enough to argue about communism and expropriation. It is furthermore necessary to know who should have the management of the common patrimony, and it is especially on this question that different schools of socialists are opposed to one another, some desiring authoritarian communism, and others, like ourselves, declaring unreservedly in favor of anarchist communism. In order to judge between these two, let us return once again to our starting point, the revolution of last century. In overturning royalty, the revolution proclaimed the sovereignty of the people, but by an inconsistency which was very natural at that time, it proclaimed, not a permanent sovereignty, but an intermittent one, to be exercised at certain intervals only, for the nomination of deputies supposed to represent the people. In reality, it copied its institutions from the representative government of England. The revolution was drowned in blood, and nevertheless, representative government became the watchword of Europe. All Europe, with the exception of Russia, has tried it, under all possible forms, from government based on a property qualification to the direct government of the little Swiss republics. But, strange to say, just in proportion as we have approached nearer to the ideal of a representative government, elected by a perfectly free universal suffrage, in that same proportion have its essential vices become manifest to us, till we have clearly seen that this mode of government is radically defective. Is it not indeed absurd to take a certain number of men from out the mass, and to entrust them with the management of all public affairs, saying to them, attend to these matters, we exonerate ourselves from the task by laying it upon you, it is for you to make laws on all manner of subjects, armaments and mad dogs, observatories and chimneys, instruction and street sweeping, arrange these things as you please and make laws about them, since you are the chosen ones whom the people has voted, capable of doing everything. It appears to me that if a thoughtful and honest man were offered such a post, he would answer somewhat in this fashion. You entrust me with a task which I am unable to fulfill. I am unacquainted with most of the questions upon which I shall be called on to legislate. I shall either have to work to some extent in the dark, which will not be to your advantage, or I shall appeal to you and summon meetings in which you will yourselves seek to come to an understanding on the questions at issue, in which case my office will be unnecessary. If you have formed an opinion and have formulated it, and if you are anxious to come to an understanding with others who have also formed an opinion on the same subject, then all you need do is to communicate with your neighbors and send a delegate to come to an understanding with other delegates on this specific question, but you will certainly reserve to yourselves the right of taking an ultimate decision. You will not entrust your delegate with the making of laws for you. This is how scientists and businessmen act each time that they have to come to an agreement. But the above reply would be a repudiation of the representative system, and nevertheless it is a faithful expression of the idea which is growing everywhere since the vices of representative government have been exposed in all their nakedness. Our age, however, has gone still further, for it has begun to discuss the rights of the state and of society in relation to the individual. People now ask to what point the interference of the state is necessary in the multitudinous functions of society. Do we require a government to educate our children? Only let the worker have leisure to instruct himself, and you will see that, through the free initiative of parents and of persons fond of tuition, thousands of educational societies and schools of all kinds will spring up, rivaling one another in the excellence of their teaching. If we were not crushed by taxation and exploited by employers, as we now are, could we not ourselves do much better than is now done for us? The great centers would initiate progress and set the example, and you may be sure that the progress realized would be incomparably superior to what we now attain through our ministries. Is the state even necessary for the defense of a territory? If armed brigands attack a people, is not that same people, armed with good weapons, the surest rampart to oppose to the foreign aggressor? Standing armies are always beaten by invaders, and history teaches that the latter are to be repulsed by a popular rising alone. While government is an excellent machine to protect monopoly, has it ever been able to protect us against ill-disposed persons? Does it not, by creating misery, increase the number of crimes instead of diminishing them? In establishing prisons into which multitudes of men, women, and children are thrown for a time in order to come forth infinitely worse than when they went in, does not the state maintain nurseries of vice at the expense of the taxpayers? In obliging us to commit to others the care of our affairs, does it not create the most terrible vice of society's indifference to public matters? On the other hand, if we analyze all the great advances made in this century, our international traffic, our industrial discoveries, our means of communication, do we find that we owe them to the state or to private enterprise? Look at the network of railways which cover Europe. At Madrid, for example, you take a ticket for St. Petersburg direct. You travel along railroads which have been constructed by millions of workers, set in motion by dozens of companies. Your carriage is attached in turn to Spanish, French, Bavarian, and Russian locomotives. You travel without losing 20 minutes anywhere, and the 200 francs which you paid in Madrid will be divided to a nicety among the companies which have combined to forward you to your destination. This line from Madrid to St. Petersburg has been constructed in small isolated branches which have been gradually connected, and direct trains are the result of an understanding which has been arrived at between 20 different companies. Of course there has been considerable friction at the outset, and at times some companies, influenced by an unenlightened egotism, have been unwilling to come to terms with the others, but, I ask, was it better to put up with this occasional friction, or to wait until some Bismarck, Napoleon, or Genghis Khan should have conquered Europe, traced the lines with a pair of compasses, and regulated the dispatch of the trains? If the latter course had been adopted, we should still be in the days of stagecoaches. The network of railways is the work of the human mind, proceeding from the simple to the complex by the spontaneous efforts of the parties interested, and it is thus that all the great enterprises of our age have been undertaken. It is quite true, indeed, that we pay too much to the managers of these enterprises. This is an additional reason for suppressing their incomes, but not for confiding the management of European railways to a central European government. What thousands of examples one could cite in support of his same idea. Take all great enterprises such as the Suez Canal, the lines of Atlantic steamers, the telegraph which connects us with North and South America. Consider also that commercial organization which enables you on rising in the morning to find bread at the baker's, that is, if you have the money to pay for it, which is not always the case nowadays, meat at the butcher's, and all other things that you want at other shops. Is this the work of the state? It is true that we pay abominably dearly for middlemen. This is, however, an additional reason for suppressing them, but not for believing that we must entrust government with the care of providing for our feeding and clothing. If we closely scan the development of the human mind in our times, we are struck by the number of associations which spring up to meet the varied requirement of the individual of our age: societies for study, for commerce, for pleasure and recreation, some of them, very small, for the propagation of a universal language or a certain method of shorthand writing, others with large arms, such as that which has recently been established for the defense of the English coast, or for the avoidance of lawsuits, and so on. To make a list of the associations which exist in Europe, volumes would be necessary, and it would be seen that there is not a single branch of human activity with which one or other does not concern itself. The state itself appeals to them in the discharge of its most important function: war. It says, we undertake to slaughter, but we cannot take care of our victims, form a Red Cross society to gather up the wounded on the battlefield and to take care of them. Let others, if they will, advocate industrial barracks or the monastery of authoritarian communism. We declare that the tendency of society is in an opposite direction. We foresee millions and millions of groups freely constituting themselves for the satisfaction of all the varied needs of human beings, some of these groups organized by quarter, street, and house, others extending hands across the walls of cities, over frontiers and oceans. All of these will be composed of human beings who will combine freely, and after having performed their share of productive labor will meet together, either for the purpose of consumption, or to produce objects of art or luxury, or to advance science in a new direction. This is the tendency of the 19th century, and we follow it. We only ask to develop it freely, without any governmental interference. Individual liberty. Take pebbles, said Charles Fourier, put them into a box and shake them, and they will arrange themselves in a mosaic that you could never get by entrusting to anyone the work of arranging them harmoniously. 3. Now let me pass to the third part of my subject, the most important with respect to the future. There is no more room for doubting that religions are going. The 19th century has given them their death blow. But religions, all religions, have a double composition. They contain in the first place a primitive cosmogony, a rude attempt at explaining nature, and they furthermore contain a statement of the public morality born and developed within the mass of the people. But when we throw religions overboard or store them among our public records as historical curiosities, shall we also relegate to museums the moral principles which they contain? This has sometimes been done, and we have seen people declare that as they no longer believed in the various religions, so they despised morality and boldly proclaimed the maxim of bourgeois selfishness, everyone for himself. But a society, human or animal, cannot exist without certain rules and moral habits springing up within it. Religion may go, morality remains. If we were to come to consider that a man did well in lying, deceiving his neighbors, or plundering them when possible, this is the middle-class business morality, we should come to such a pass that we could no longer live together. You might assure me of your friendship, but perhaps you might only do so in order to rob me more easily. You might promise to do a certain thing for me, only to deceive me. You might promise to forward a letter for me, and you might steal it just like an ordinary governor of a jail. Under such conditions society would become impossible, and this is so generally understood that the repudiation of religions in no way prevents public morality from being maintained, developed, and raised to a higher and ever higher standard. This fact is so striking that philosophers seek to explain it by the principles of utilitarianism, and recently Herbert Spencer sought to base the morality which exists among us upon physiological causes and the needs connected with the preservation of the race. Let me give you an example in order to explain to you what we think on the matter. A child is drowning, and 4 men who stand upon the bank see it struggling in the water. One of them does not stir. He is a partisan of each one for himself. the maxim of the commercial middle class, this one is a brute and we need not speak of him further. The next one reasons thus, if I save the child, a good report of my action will be made to the ruler of heaven, and the Creator will reward me by increasing my flocks and my serfs, and thereupon he plunges into the water. Is he therefore a moral man? Clearly not. He is a shrewd calculator, that is all. The third, who is an utilitarian, reflects thus, or at least utilitarian philosophers represent him as so. Reasoning pleasures can be classed in two categories, inferior pleasures and higher ones. To save the life of anyone is a superior pleasure, infinitely more intense and more durable than others, therefore I will save the child. Admitting that any man ever reasoned thus, would he not be a terrible egotist? And, moreover, could we ever be sure that his sophistical brain would not at some given moment cause his will to incline toward an inferior pleasure, that is to say, towards refraining from troubling himself? There remains the fourth individual. This man has been brought up from his childhood to feel himself one with the rest of humanity. From his childhood he has always regarded men as possessing interests in common, he has accustomed himself to suffer when his neighbors suffer, and to feel happy when everyone around him is happy. Directly he hears the heart-rending cry of the mother, he leaps into the water, not through reflection but by instinct, and when she thanks him for saving her child, he says, "What have I done to deserve thanks, my good woman? I am happy to see you happy, I have acted from natural impulse and could not do otherwise." You recognize in this case the truly moral man, and feel that the others are only egotists in comparison with him. The whole anarchist morality is represented in this example. It is the morality of a people which does not look for the sun at midnight, a morality without compulsion or authority, a morality of habit. Let us create circumstances in which man shall not be led to deceive nor exploit others, and then by the very force of things the moral level of humanity will rise to a height hitherto unknown. Men are certainly not to be moralized by teaching them a moral catechism. Tribunals and prisons do not diminish vice, they pour it over society in floods. Men are to be moralized only by placing them in a position which shall contribute to develop in them those habits which are social, and to weaken those which are not so. A morality which has become instinctive is the true morality, the only morality which endures while religions and systems of philosophy pass away. Let us now combine the three preceding elements, and we shall have anarchy and its place in socialist evolution. Emancipation of the producer from the yoke of capital, production in common and free consumption of all the products of the common labor. Emancipation from the governmental yoke, free development of individuals in groups and federations, free organization ascending from the simple to the complex, according to mutual needs and tendencies. Emancipation from religious morality, free morality without compulsion or authority, developing itself from social life and becoming habitual. The above is no dream of students, it is a conclusion which results from an analysis of the tendencies of modern society. Anarchist communism is the union of the two fundamental tendencies of our society, a tendency towards economic equality, and a tendency towards political liberty. So long as communism presented itself under an authoritarian form, which necessarily implies government, armed with much greater power than that which it possesses today, inasmuch as it implies economic in addition to political power, so long as this was the case, communism met with no sufficient response. Before 1848 it could, indeed, sometimes excite for a moment the enthusiasm of the worker who was prepared to submit to any all-powerful government, provided it would release him from the terrible situation in which he was placed, but it left the true friends of liberty indifferent. Anarchist communism maintains that most valuable of all conquests, individual liberty, and moreover extends it and gives it a solid basis, economic liberty, without which political liberty is delusive. It does not ask the individual who has rejected God, the universal tyrant, God, the King, and God, the Parliament, to give unto himself a God more terrible than any of the preceding God, the community, or to abdicate upon its altar his independence, his will, his tastes, and to renew the vow of asceticism which he formerly made before the crucified God. It says to him, on the contrary, No society is free so long as the individual is not so. Do not seek to modify society by imposing upon it an authority which shall make everything right. If you do, you will fail as popes and emperors have failed. Modify society so that your fellows may not be any longer your enemies by the force of circumstances. Abolish the conditions which allow some to monopolize the fruit of the labor of others, and instead of attempting to construct society from top to bottom, or from the center to the circumference, let it develop itself freely from the simple to the composite, by the free union of free groups. This course, which is so much obstructed at present, is the true forward march of society. Do not seek to hinder it, do not turn your back on progress, but march along with it. Then the sentiment of sociability which is common to human beings, as it is to all animals living in society, will be able to develop itself freely, because our fellows will no longer be our enemies, and we shall thus arrive at a state of things in which each individual will be able to give free rein to his inclinations, and even to his passions, without any other restraint than the love and respect of those who surround him. This is our ideal, and it is the ideal which lies deep in the hearts of people of all peoples. We know full well that this ideal will not be attained without violent shocks. The close of this century has a formidable revolution in store for us. Whether it begins in France, Germany, Spain, or Russia, it will be an European one, and spreading with the same rapidity as that of our fathers, the heroes of 1848, it will set all Europe in a blaze. This coming revolution will not aim at a mere change of government, but will have a social character. The work of expropriation will commence, and exploiters will be driven out. Whether we like it or not, this will be done independently of the will of individuals, and when hands are laid on private property we shall arrive at communism, because we shall be forced by necessity to do so. Communism, however, cannot be either authoritarian or parliamentary, it must either be anarchist or non-existent. The mass of the people does not desire to trust itself again to any savior, but will seek to organize itself by itself. We do not advocate communism and anarchy because we imagine men to be better than they really are. If we had angels among us, we might be tempted to entrust to them the task of organizing us, though doubtless even they would show the cloven foot very soon. But it is just because we take men as they are that we say, do not entrust them with the governing of you. This or that despicable minister might have been an excellent man if power had not been given to him. The only way of arriving at harmony of interests is by a society without exploiters and without rulers. It is precisely because men are not angels that we say, let us arrange matters so that each man may see his interest bound up with the interests of others, then you will no longer have to fear his evil passions. 9. Anarchist communism being the inevitable result of existing tendencies, it is towards this ideal that we must direct our steps, instead of saying, yes, anarchy is an excellent ideal, and then turning our backs upon it. Should the approaching revolution not succeed in realizing the whole of this ideal, still all that shall have been effected in the direction of it will remain, but all that shall have been done in a contrary direction will be doomed to disappear. It is a general rule that a popular revolution may be vanquished, but that, nevertheless, it furnishes a motto for the evolution of the succeeding century. France expired under the heel of the Allies in 1815, and yet the action of France had rendered serfdom impossible of continuance all over Europe, and representative government inevitable. Universal suffrage was drowned in blood, and yet universal suffrage is the watchword of the century. In 1871 the Commune expired under volleys of grape shot, and yet the watchword in France today is the Free Commune. And if anarchist communism is vanquished in the coming revolution, after having asserted itself in the light of day, not only will it leave behind it the abolition of private property, not only will the working man have learned his true place in society, not only will the landed and mercantile aristocracy have received a mortal blow, but communist anarchism will be the goal of the evolution of the 20th century. Anarchist communism sums up all that is most beautiful and most durable in the progress of humanity, the sentiment of justice, the sentiment of liberty and solidarity or community of interest. It guarantees the free evolution both of the individual and of society. Therefore, it will triumph. 8 Bartolomé Esteban Murillo, 1617–82, was a Spanish Baroque painter. Best known for his religious works, he also produced a considerable number of lively, realist portraits of contemporary working-class women and children. Editor. 9. Note Kropotkin's emphasis here, which contrasts sharply with interpretations of Kropotkin as a moral naturalist, i.e., a believer in the intrinsic goodness of human nature. Editor. Preface to Bakunin's The Paris Commune and the Idea of the State. Translation by Will Firth. This preface to the 1892 Russian edition of Bakunin's famous article on the Paris Commune sees Kropotkin summarize anarchism for Russian radicals. It is significant for his clear support for anarchists to organize as anarchists to influence social struggle, as well urging them to apply their libertarian ideas now. Dear comrades, I cannot but relate with the fullest sympathy to the series of pamphlets in Russian which you have proposed under the overall title Anarchist Library. Upon seeing the library, some of our comrades might think, why, when the Russian Revolutionary Party is split into so many factions, create yet another an anarchist one? 10. Is it not better to unite all our efforts in the struggle against autocracy under one common banner? After an attentive discussion, however, they themselves will probably agree that the question is redundant. Since an anarchist current of thought exists in Western Europe, and since it has been acquiring more and more supporters and making inroads, especially in recent years, even into countries where it has hitherto been inconspicuous, there is no reason to think that it could not strike root and find supporters in Russia too, a country which, both in its history and the mentality of its thinkers, presents so many elements for the development of precisely the anarchist form of socialism. Therefore, the one thing to be desired is that the teachings of anarchy be set forth as clearly as possible in Russian, and that Russian revolutionaries arrive at clear and definite opinions on this question, so that the teachings of anarchy be expressed in the most definite and concrete form. The experience of life in Western Europe teaches us that groups and associations of people with heterogeneous and often contradictory convictions are of no great benefit to the common cause. Differences of opinion or even divergent sympathies remain and only hinder each other, often paralyzing the energy of individuals. Conversely, when parties with very definite views are created, made up of people whom one can really consider like-minded, they can later unite among each other much more easily when it is necessary to act in concert against the common enemy. Every party attacks in its own way, in accordance with its views, inclinations, and sympathies. There is nothing to fear in disunity as long as it is not caused by submission to particular personalities or by the intrigues of self-proclaimed leaders, but rather by different views on the course of history and the tasks of the revolution. We are convinced, therefore, that the formation of an anarchist party in Russia, far from being prejudicial to the common revolutionary cause, is desirable and useful to the greatest degree. What is anarchy? The publications of the library will have to be able to answer this question. But here I would like to draw Russian comrades' attention to one objection addressed to anarchists, which arises from a rather serious misunderstanding regarding the course of development of humanity in general. The ultimate aspirations of the anarchists are twofold. On the one hand, they strive for the abolition of private property and the transfer of everything necessary for production, land, the tools of labor, and all the wealth accumulated by humanity, into the hands of the people, and here their aspirations are identical to those of other socialists. But at the same time they strive for the abolition of the state, and here they are at variance with the state socialists. Anarchists are convinced that no substantial progress on the economic road can be achieved without the simultaneous destruction of state organization, which developed historically so as to uphold the rights to the land, the tools of labor and the labor of the people on behalf of those who now constitute the ruling and propertied classes. State socialists strive to seize the existing power structures and to retain and strengthen their control over them, in place of all of today's ruling classes, landlords, 11 industrialists, merchants, bankers, etc. They strive to create one single proprietor, the state, to rule over all land, all works and factories, all accumulated wealth, and to be run by a parliament. 12 anarchists, however, are of the opinion that such a plan is simply unrealizable and that humanity will not be reconciled with such a colossal government machine if it seizes control of both the political and economic life of the country. Anarchists ultimately believe that representative government itself, which was born merely so as to constrain monarchist power, has had its day and that the new, socialist life must create its own forms of political association. A new economic system will call for a new political system. Anarchists therefore strive not to strengthen state power but to undermine and fragment it, both territorially and functionally, and in the end to abolish it completely. Instead of a state union based on the subjugation of the people to rulers, be they usurpatory, hereditary or elected, anarchists work for the realization of a society based on the mutual agreement of producers and consumers, a society in which state power retains none of the prerogatives it has today, and where the life of individuals and their associations takes certain forms not because the law or parliament orders it, but on the strength of their mutual understanding, their habits formed in a certain system and their comprehension of the benefits of a free life. What are anarchist views based on, what are their historical foundations, and why do anarchists conclude that contemporary life already contains a current leading to such free association? The answer takes more than a few words. For good reason, a whole body of literature dealing with these questions has been created. But there is one thing to which we should draw the attention of the Russian reader. All this is very interesting. We often hear people say, anarchy is a fine ideal which might perhaps be attained one day. But for us, people of the late 19th century living under the lash of Tsarism, there is no point wasting time on such discussions. We need to fight against autocracy. When we overcome it, we will begin to put socialism into practice, and then the time will come to think about anarchist and statist forms of socialism. Here, if I am not mistaken, lies the fundamental error which leaves its imprint on the whole Russian movement. The English revolutionaries of 1648 and the French of 1789 to 1793 understood perfectly that autocratic royal rule was not upheld by just a handful of people. They knew that it had its roots in the history and the entire life of the people. It was the fruit of the system of serfdom in its full or mitigated form, which continued to exist, in practice, if not by law, among the peasants of England in the 17th century and among the French peasants in the 18th. Therefore, when attacking royal power, they first sought support in the peasant movement. They did not dream of overthrowing the king by the strength of the intelligentsia alone. To a significant degree, they were socialists, and their writings, imbued with socialist views, aroused the people and called on them to rise up. They strove, in any case, to liberate the peasants from the economic oppression of the landlords, and they understood that it would only be possible to overthrow and suppress royal power if a peasant uprising swept across the country like a mighty wave. They did not treat the peasants as mute animals, incapable of staging a rebellion, but aided them, through concentrated propaganda and especially agitation, to broaden their usually small-scale uprisings and merge them into one. They understood that striking a blow at the land ownership of the landlords and undermining royal power were two inseparable sides of the same coin. It is interesting to note that, even in this century, the Second Republic of 1848 and the constitutional concessions in Germany in the same year were not the result of palace conspiracies but of a broad social movement, whose scale and depth we only appreciate now when we begin to study the exceedingly extensive literature of the time. To move towards socialism or even rural revolution via a political coup is pure utopia, since we see throughout history that political changes result from the major economic revolutions which are taking place, and not vice versa. That is why the liberation of the Russian peasants from the yoke of serfdom, which has oppressed them to this day, becomes the prime task of the Russian revolutionary. In working towards this end, he is firstly working directly and immediately for the benefit of the people, and it is in the direct benefit for the people that he sees the supreme goal of his efforts, and secondly, he is preparing for the undermining and constraining of centralist state power. But if this is so, the revolutionary first of all has to make clear to himself what he wants. In what form can an economic revolution be accomplished which would take away the land and the rights of its current owners derived from land ownership? Should he strive for the goal of the state taking control of all the land and distributing it to the peasants, or not? This question has to be resolved, not in 200 years' time, but now. Indeed, if humanity's development is towards creating state-like forms of land ownership, if such a form of land ownership is possible and desirable, and if, finally, one can predict that the transfer of land to the people could really be carried out by the state, i.e. by the parliament or the assembly of the land 13, then one could just as well become a statist socialist, a social democrat. If, however, and we adhere to this opinion, there is no relying on the assembly of the land or the parliament to take the land away from the landlords and to create a new system of land ownership, if parliaments can at best legalize revolutionary facts already accomplished and are unable to accomplish them actively themselves, if there is no reason to think that the Russian people will carry out a rural revolution in some utterly unique way unheard of in history, and if, on the contrary, one should think that in Russia, like everywhere else, only a peasant uprising can take the land away from the kulaks and landlords, and that the revolution will be all the more comprehensive, the more personal initiative and activity emerges from the peasantry and the less they wait for any alleged saviors 14, and if, finally, new state centralization can only impede the strength and depth of the movement, one must give up the ideal of the state. One must then take up the standpoint of the anarchists and act with a view to constraining not only Tsarist power but all functions of the state in general. One must strive to arouse personal initiative in the worker and peasant masses. In a word, one must accept the anarchist program. We do not thrust our program on anyone, but we urge Russian revolutionaries to seriously consider these questions, to think them over independently and finally resolve them. A mistake in the choice between the two programs of socialism, statist or anti-statist, will undoubtedly affect the success of the movement as a whole and could delay it or set it on an erroneous path for decades. As regards the popular view that the anarchist ideal is distant, that the people are not prepared for it, and that it will never be realized, such assertions again reveal a major misunderstanding concerning the role of the ideal in history. The point is that humanity is not a unified entity and that it harbors several different ideals at every stage of its development: the ideals of serfdom, constitutionalism, socialism, anarchy, etc. But none of these ideals is ever fully achieved because, long before they can be realized, new ideals arise, or rather existing ones gather strength, under the new conditions of life, and these new ideals modify the old. Every progress of humanity is the result of different currents of thought developing in society at a given moment in time, so to claim that one ideal will be realized first, and the other later, is simply to falsely interpret the facts of history as a whole. The Republicans of the last century dreamed of a worldwide republic modeled on those of the ancient world. They fought for it, perished in the snows of the Alps, on the plains of Belgium, in the fields of Italy and Germany. But were they able to realize it? Of course not. Moreover, when the worldwide union of peoples, in whose name they died, is indeed realized, it will be incomparably fuller, broader and more socialistic than everything our grandfathers dreamed of 100 years ago. It will be replenished and modified under the influence of all the ideals which developed later, in the course of the 19th century. The deeds of our fathers and grandfathers did not pass without trace, of course. Thanks to them, these fundamental principles of the First French Republic, the abolition of serfish dependence, the abolition of autocratic royal power and the equality of all before the law, went on to become the slogan for the whole development of Europe in the course of our century. But their ideals were also much deeper than this and will only be implemented in reality through socialism. In exactly the same way, the socialists of the 1830s and 1840s strove for a system of Christian communism managed by a rigid state hierarchy strictly subordinate to an elected body of scholars and elders. But they were unable to realize their ideal, nor will it ever be realized. If communism develops out of the coming revolution, it will be neither Christian nor statist. It will be free communism based not on the teachings of Christ but on the mutual understanding of human rights and responsibilities. It will be more anarchistic because while those people, whose thoughts found expression in Louis Blanc, strove to create a Jacobin socialist state, new and broader ideals were emerging under the pen of Proudhon and Max Stirner, who already then laid the foundations for the anarchist current of thought. The same applies to the social democratic ideal. It grew up in Jacobin soil and inherited from its predecessors the belief in the principle of the state. It still believes in representative government. But long before it even came close to its realization, a new ideal was able to develop, the anarchist ideal, which does not believe in representative government and does not trust the state, but strives to arouse the initiative of individuals and their free association through mutual agreement. Whatever kind of system is realized in the near future, it will certainly bear the imprint of our anarchist views. The number of anarchists is constantly growing, and thinkers are constantly arising, quite outside our party, such as Jean-Marie Guyot, who implement these same principles in the philosophy of life, and our party is constantly winning over intellectuals, who elaborate various aspects of our teachings. Therefore, in Western Europe, at this very moment, anarchist teachings are laying their imprint on contemporary thought just as the statist socialism of the 1860s laid its imprint on European thought, even then, when the number of conscious socialists was very small. Social democracy now has to reckon with the criticism, and also with the energy of the followers of anarchism, and there can be no doubt that anarchists have played their part in the transformation of society, especially seeing as our teachings are not the fruit of an abstract premise, not a utopia which has emerged from theoretical considerations, but a generalization of the currents of thought and activity we already observe in contemporary life. Just how great a contribution our party will make to the development of the European Revolution time will tell. But one thing is for sure, this contribution will depend directly on the number of anarchists, the depth of their thought and their energy. Thus, in order to be an anarchist and act as an anarchist, there is no need to wait 100 or 200 years. Not only can one come together on any issue right now and organize on the basis of equality or a pyramidal hierarchy, not only can one decide in all individual activities to be an anarchist or an authoritarian, but also on the incomparably more important question of goals, aspirations, and means of revolutionary action, and of the most immediate tasks, one can already be guided by either the anarchist principle or that of the state. A person who believes in the miraculous power of the law, courts, police, prisons and gendarmes, even if they be socialist ones, and a person who believes in neither the law nor its representatives, and who seeks allies among people in their enlightened self-interest, in their worldly habits and customs, and strives for the elimination of obstacles to the manifestation of these social habits, these two people will inevitably look in contrary ways at every fact of social life, at every fact and tenet of political economy, history, and sociology in general, and they will therefore act completely differently at any given moment. 15. As to which of them more truly understands the tasks of contemporary life and the aspirations of human societies in general, everyone actively involved in social life will ultimately decide for themselves. I hope the library will aid in that process in publishing the series of pamphlets devoted to elaborating the theory and principles of anarchy. P. Kropotkin. London, April 21, 1892. 10. Kropotkin uses the term party, literally party, in a broad sense, as was common at the time, to mean a dedicated, organized force or movement, etc. Translator. 11. The pomeshchiki were the feudal landlords in Russia from the late 15th century to the early 20th. In the 19th and early 20th centuries, members of the dvoryanstvo, nobility or gentry, who owned land were usually called pomeshchiki and were the bulwark of the autocracy. Editor. 12. Kropotkin uses the term palata, or chamber, in a broad sense to mean parliament. Translator. 13. The Zemsky Sober roughly means assembly of the land and was a body similar to that of the French Estates General. It assembled three categories of population, the nobility and high bureaucracy, the orthodox clergy, and representatives of merchants and townspeople, the Third Estate. Editor. 14. The kulaks were relatively affluent farmers in the Russian Empire. Unlike most of the rural peasant population, kulaks had enough land to allow them to hire labor to work it. They often lent money to others in their community. The word is derived from the Russian four-fist, by extension, tight-fisted. Editor. 15. Here, as in some of his other writings, Kropotkin uses the adjective mirskoy, worldly, to refer to a combination of two characteristics, both derived from meanings of the noun mir. On the one hand, it refers to the world, and on the other to the traditional Russian village community, the mir, i.e. he means people who are outward-looking and also have both feet on the ground. This amounts to a play on words and is presumably the reason for the quotation marks. Translator. Letter to Maria Isidine Goldsmith. Translation by Paul Sharkey. This letter addresses anarchist involvement in both national liberation and the labor movements. During the Greco-Turkish War, February, December 1897, a group with anarchist tendencies, the Internationalist Revolutionary Socialist Students, Étudiants Socialistes Révolutionnaires Internationalistes, or ESRI, had been contacted by anti-Semitic students about mounting a joint campaign in support of Cretan independence from Turkey. The group publicly refused the offer, in Le Temps Nouveau, March 6, 1897, and asked Kropotkin's opinion about national liberation struggles and other issues. The response was this letter, addressed to the student Maria Isidine Goldsmith, a Russian member of the ESRI. May 11, 1897. Dear Comrade 16. Please forgive me for leaving your extremely interesting letter unanswered for such a long time. I was still unwell, so much so that I was obliged to abandon a very pressing task and seek care in town. I have pretty much recovered, although not entirely. I am now going to write to a comrade in Geneva about matters in Paris. I see that in Le Temps Nouveau Jean Grave and André Girard 17 have declared that they have only the friendliest feelings towards your group, which is what I was expecting and nothing more. Polemic in the press is normal practice among us. I mean to say that when I read the article signed Krujak, the thought that immediately occurred to me was that is not the way to put it, and I deplored the fact that in polemics people never stick to the essential point, quite the opposite. 18. That's human nature, unfortunately. Had you forwarded your letter in which everything is laid out to perfection, as all three of us, Warlam Cherksov, my wife Sophie and I, having read it, unanimously agreed, in its entirety, the controversy would immediately have been steered in the present direction. I have just been rereading the Krujak letter. Plainly it was written in anger, in a rather too provocative, overly personal tone that does not get to the nub of things. Well, none of that is serious and it is all in the past. Let me now move on to the nub, which is to say, your letter and your very fine way of posing the problem with regard to the future. As far as the matter of Crete goes, your position strikes me as having been perfectly correct. Indeed, Errico Malatesta endorses all activities of the sort, but even his newspaper El Agitazione has been obliged to pour cold water on the heads of those who were setting off as volunteers. It would take too long to write about this subject, too long because of a mass of political intrigues and complications. But all of this relates only to one single instance, Crete, rather than to the national question overall. In the phrasing of your rejection, points 1 and 3 are perfect. You want no truck with anti-Semites or other scum and have no wish to look to government, naturally. That's all it would need. But with regard to point 2, you fail to see the point of joining in with demonstrations that are purely national in character. That is more debatable, as formulated, at any rate. It seems to me that the purely nationalist character of national movements is a fiction. There is an economic basis everywhere, or some basis for freedom and respect for the individual. There was an economic basis to be found in the national movements of Serbia and Bulgaria. What happened was that after the war, the Turks, which is to say, not just the Turks but the Turkish members of the government and aristocratic officialdom, pro-Turkish Bulgars, Greeks, etc., were big landowners enforcing serfdom. There was serfdom in Bulgaria right up until the 1878 war. 19 Lavali, who, it seems, was on the ground there, offers a very fine explanation of this. The Bulgarian government entered into a commitment to pay an indemnity to the big Turkish landowners as a means of doing away with serfdom. That was what lay at the root of the Russians' intrigues in Bulgaria. Look what your princes are up to. You earned your freedom in battle, yet they force you to pay indemnities. It seems to me that the same situation exists in Crete, where the peasants are Greek but the town dwellers Turks, and where, in particular, the Sultan himself, in accordance with feudal law, is the largest landowner and I believe representative of serfdom. Our task should be to raise the economic question. I even reckon, after much thought on the subject, that the failures of all national movements, Polish, Finnish, Irish, etc., and even, I reckon, Georgian, even though Cherksov denies this, albeit mildly, have this feature common to all national movements, namely, that the economic question, always an agrarian issue, is left to one side. In Finland, the Russian government relies upon the Finnish campaign against the big Swedish landlords. Once Russia was beaten, Shamil set about abolishing the serfdom and slavery to which the mullahs and the like clung. Cherksov has explained this very well. 20 In Ireland, the greatest blight derives from the fact that the leaders, Parnell, 4121, are also landowners, like the English, and then there is the power of Catholicism and the priests. In short, it seems to me that in the nationalist movement we have a huge task ahead of us in setting the question of national liberation on an economic footing and in waging a campaign against serfdom whilst combating oppression by foreign nationality. Furthermore, there are plenty of other considerations. I despise the Russian government in Poland not merely because it underpins economic inequality, such as for the liberal Polish nobles who were crushed during the 1863 insurrection, but because it stifles the individual, the Polish tongue, Polish song, etc., and I despise anyone who is an oppressor. The same thing is going on in Ireland, where certain friends of mine have been taken into protective custody for having sung Green Éireann and wearing green scarves. 22 In those lands under the sway of the Turks, the situation is even worse. Obviously, the workers are suffering everywhere. They are of course decimated by childhood diseases in the factories. It is all ghastliness over there, to be sure. But the difference resides in that oppression and in the mothers raped and the children sabred to death. If 10 women workers were to suffer the Armenians' fate in Paris tomorrow, if 2 children were to be killed by factory owners, Paris would rise up and sweep the factories from the face of the earth. Wherever people have not risen up against the exploitation of an individual, exploitation by the economy, the government, and even religion, and more especially the nation, we must stand by them, the exploited. Those who say no rebels, they take note. Which is why all my sympathies lie with the blacks in America, the Armenians in Turkey, the Finns and the Poles in Russia, etc. Note, further, my dear friend, that all of these movements march in step. You did not live through the years 1859 to 1860. But let me assure you that Garibaldi's brave campaigns did more to spread the liberal, radical spirit of revolt and socialism right across Europe than anything else. 23. The Russian peasants were waiting for Garibaldi. There'll be no freedom until Garibaldi comes, I have heard with my own ears. And you know, but for rebellious peasants in Russia there would be no freedom there. And their past achievements deserve recounting. In relation to the Cretan issue, we should do nothing. The movement has been molded from above, by the state, and, besides, the issue is complicated by British capital or insurrectionary activities of the peasants. But do not shun national movements. The times are not yet ripe, but it falls to us to play our part. Just one more thing: until such time as the national question is resolved, it engages every force in the land. Or else lots of activities hinge upon the national issue, as in, say, Serbia or Ireland. In relation to national questions, as in everything, we should play our part. you will be aware that a party has been formed within the Irish movement, with a great friend of mine and a comrade of his, Michael David, which has set out, in addition to the takeover of the land, a social program and, more especially, a workers' program. You will be aware of Tom Mann's campaign on behalf of the dock labourers. But did you know that it was launched by the Glasgow Irish? 24 There was a plan by some Irishmen, too few in number, to cripple England's trade by means of a big dock strike. To which end delegates were dispatched to the Irish national groups in America. Tom Mann has taken up the baton, but I am well aware of the Irish origins of this campaign. That, it seems to me, is how in each nationalist movement we should raise the people's issues alongside nationalist ones. But in order to do that, we need to have a foothold in all the national movements. In short, our relations should go something like this: you want to shrug off the yoke of the Russians, Turks, British. Excellent. Set to it. Tackle the issue of the people, and then you'll have the national problem resolved. We too hate your oppressors, but we look deeper and we see the oppressed people. We are not going to amalgamate with you, and we will not be distanced from you, but we shall raise the question of the people. And the more honest among you will be with us. Doesn't it strike you this has only just occurred to me that there is an analogy with our dealings with radical politicians? You seek political freedom. Make it a people's issue. That is our stance on Russia for sure. We too hate autocracy, but we go beyond that and raise the social problem as a whole. There you have it, my dear friend, a hurried answer to your first question about whether anarchism should wholeheartedly support the nationalist movement, and the one in Crete in particular. Your second point regarding feelings and your third regarding polemics require no response. Sure, polemics can be engaged in without insult and never in a personalized way, but people never stay within those boundaries. Which is why I prefer to keep well clear of polemics and speak for myself. Comments and replies will follow. What is my position on such and such a matter? In which case I look to the opinions not of a given person or group, but the general consensus, and following the example of our beloved Darwin, I strive to bolster the school of thought that I intend to criticize, by means of a range of arguments that could be raised or that are not cited in certain cases, but that could be used. Whether that is a good example to follow, I do not know. Maybe it would be better to engage in direct polemic. Be that as it may, we should do so dispassionately. And neither Gerard nor the Circle has demonstrated such calm in this specific instance. You write that there is a very striking show of contempt for theory, and you cite the examples of Le Père Paynard, Le Pain Gratuit, 25 etc. Your group reckons that these schools of thought need opposing, and so do I. But try to grasp this very important, crucial point. Crucial in that this is a very marked tendency. Only very recently I heard a similar remark from one theoretician. Now we have to wait for anarchists to cast their votes, Merlino, for 1. 26 Why not? These are what are described as practical folk. It is an issue terrifying for all of us without exception, for every party and individual, an issue to which each of us must provide an actual answer so that some response or other on this matter can definitively encapsulate the ethical and political stance of individuals and parties. Of the two extreme answers, steer well clear and get involved in everything, neither suits. As a general rule, compromises are unproductive, so we have to look for a different tack. What get involved in everything leads to, we know. We have a ready-made example in the Social Democrats. Back in 1869 Liebknecht wrote, Wer parlementiert, parlementelt, wer parlementelt, pactiert, he who goes to parliament becomes a parliamentarian, and he who becomes a parliamentarian makes compromises. His prediction came true, but annoyingly, there is no trace of socialism left in social democracy these days. And if anarchists were to succumb to the spell of Le Père Paynard echoing many other members of that tendency before 10 years were out, there would be nothing left of the anarchist party. 27 We would have to conjure up another one, and the very idea would be sunk. And in need of reviving. Then again, steer well clear is not suitable either. The outsider stays there and has no influence over the course of history. Others, rogues for the most part, go with the trend and turn into leaders for their own benefit or that of their class. And after a political changeover, the people would find themselves as bewildered and unhappy as ever. In the life of any party there comes a time spent wandering in the desert. As for us, we have been through this already when we had only 3-5 or 10-man groups to thrash out our theory, our theoretical foundations and their practical implementation. One stands apart in order to do so. True, each of us has to take his turn at this before we can arrive at our personal view. But lo and behold, the notion of the party is starting to bounce back, winning over broader and broader swathes of people, and it looks as if it offers an answer not theoretically, but through deeds to the crucial question, how are we to go about it? The vast majority of people, and thus of parties, trade in compromises, and between one compromise and the next, they slip down the slope of utter depersonalization. But why? It is because their personality is inadequately defined, so that, on arriving in a new environment, they bring no influence to bear or find only a partial acceptance, since they lack dynamism. There is a significant band of folk, publishers of a journal or the core of a party, who keep faith with themselves and with their ideals. They do not confine themselves in a monastery but operate in the public arena, taking a hand in the course of history, in the collectivity or alongside other people. This handful of resolute battlers sustain the ideal, the principle, in the huddle of those who stand ready to swap their ideals for a toy rattle or anything that lets them express themselves noisily. Unfortunately, such resolute militants are generally few, all too few in number. Some drift away, others cloister themselves away and are soon waxing wrathful over some trifle, or indeed give it all up. Not for a second do I doubt where your sympathy lies. You are not tempted by any of these escape routes. So you should remain in the ranks of the fighters, the resolute militants. So much for the broader framework, now for the detail. You mention cooperators, so let me seize upon that point. Is there anything worse? These days they are bourgeois. But the idea that gave rise to that movement was not bourgeois. And at present that idea which has inspired lots of militants in their ranks is not quite bourgeois either. One could declare, I want no truck with them, they are bourgeois. And that is what we did. Back when we numbered 110 people and when there was no hope of the cooperator community espousing communist ideas, much less anarchist ideas. But thanks to the spirit of the times, those ideas have cropped up among them too. Furthermore, the essence, the very idea of that movement is to set up producer and consumer groups that exchange products and the fruits of their labors. But for that hidden idea their movement would long since have evaporated. To set your cap at converting Rothschild would be pointless, but spreading the communist ideal to cooperators, that is feasible. Indeed, if a determined individual comes along who thinks and lives the principles of anarchism and throws himself into anarchist or communist propaganda in cooperator ranks, let him set to it. As a surety against loss of heart, all he needs is to feel the support of a compact band of friends not disposed to compromise and who fly their colors. At present the English cooperators and I are on good terms. State socialism is not to their taste. They asked me to write an article on agriculture for their annual and I did so. Just recently they asked me for an article on nationalization of the railways for the forthcoming annual. I know that they want no truck with Bismarck and Lenaktor Plekhanov style nationalization and I wonder, how can the railways be wrested from the hands of capitalists and placed in the people's service? State nationalization disgusts them and they are searching for an anarchist course. And had I known that and thought so, and above all, had I lived among railwaymen down the years, I would have written about the subject. I would have written, and others who cannot or will not write because they do not associate with us, why not nudge them in the direction of socialism and enlighten them as to the anarchist viewpoint? Note that if we decline to even consider such cases, to look for formulas or to help these people in their quest, what is going to happen? Seeing as they get no help from us, they will embrace the appropriate statist formula and will embrace statist socialism, the narrow path of social democracy and politicking. Look at what happened in 1878 with the Bulgars who have thrown themselves into the Russian embrace because they could find no help anywhere else. Out of this came the Kingdom of Bulgaria, a pathetic construct, given the absence of any Republican, socialist, or anarchist forces which might help them out. Take Russia. There is a strong workers' movement, and, as one Englishman who lived in Russia for several years recently declared, 2 years does not a worker make. Nobody bothered with the workers, nobody but the Social Democrats. And now they have the workers' movement in their grip, and they are steering it towards their goals, towards catastrophe. And is that not what has happened in Western Europe as well? The entire workers' movement has fallen into the hands of the politicians who smother it, just as they already have done to the revolutionary 1st of May, and why? Because we anarchists are very few in number, and what happens is that we steer clear of the workers' movement, when the workers are not steering clear of us, instead of going to it. And even during strikes, some people find it very anarchistic not to side with the strikers and to carry on working. They cling to purity of principle in remaining aloof and not engaging with any social matter, and there is no merit in that and it brings no advantage. We have to cling to our principles while working with others, among others. I note, by the way, with great bitterness, that in practice it is constantly the case that some people, die-hard supporters of the repudiation of everything strikes, labor agitation, etc. having turned 40, make an abrupt about-face. Our party is right now at a critical juncture. Our sympathizers are many and people are coming over to us from every direction, signing up to one point in our program. There are bourgeois under Herbert Spencer's spell, bourgeois economists, the religious-minded, Tolstoyans, etc. Certain anarchists would have us turn them all away whilst others would have us welcome them all. Both those approaches are wrong. We must not turn them all away nor welcome them all in. We need to build up a group of determined people who will go out on strike and stay anarchists. They will join the Poles, but as I once told a gathering of Poles, the first bullet must be for the Polish dictator and the first news for the Polish lord and estate owner. They will pour into the workers' movement in order to bring our principles into it and hold out against the politicians, but lots of them will leave and will become turncoats like Merlino or Costa. 28 Bon voyage. Those we do not need. Better that they should go to hell right now than later, when the movement has grown and taken to the streets, when their leaving would be tantamount to treachery. Ultimately, nothing human ought to be beyond our influence. We can have our say, offer our fresh and fruitful ideas. We have to anticipate what is going to happen all around us in hundreds of movements. We cannot convert everyone to anarchism, and, being anarchists, we know that not everyone is of the same mind. For every movement has its cause and its rationale. But we are duty-bound to examine our view in all these movements with the candor of a Bazarov, and, if possible, bring our influence to bear on them. For us there is only one prohibition: we will never be in the ranks of the exploiters, the bosses, and the religious leaders. We shall never allow ourselves to be chosen as or turn into exploiters, bosses, leaders. That is a lot more than it may seem at first glance, and it is enough. As for everything else, we can and should dabble. We shall never have any truck with the building of some pyramidal organization, be it economic, governmental, or educational, religious, even be it a revolutionary one. We shall never have any hand in conjuring up man's governance of his fellow man in the realm of production and distribution, political organization, leadership, revolutionary organization, etc. As for the rest, it strikes me that we ought to get involved and put our criticisms and propositions everywhere. Should somebody cave in along the way and embrace other people's views instead of ours, we shall cope without him, and that's that. Just as Bazarov would do, we need to tell them bluntly, farewell Costa, farewell Bruce, farewell Baruch, and farewell Merlino, do as you please. We shall press on with our work, and come the day of the great battle we shall find ourselves in opposite camps. There is a danger, of course. But only one. How could such a group, selflessly applying its principles in their full extent and bravely flying its red flag during strikes or national uprisings, disappear? And it is my belief that just such a group will emerge. Which is why we at Les Temps Nouveaux have not thrown in our lot with Le Père Paynard or Le Libertaire, for our view was that the priority was to widen the circle of our friends and sympathizers so as to found that group. That MP, who is that, actually, should have raised the issue of becoming outsiders is a good thing. That he may have overstated it, well, what can we do about that? We need to understand this question. In fact, we must not abandon the entire workers' movement to the mercy of the politicians, and the latter must not capture the reins of every social agitation. In every social upheaval we have to have our own say, and, if possible, must demonstrate with deeds what we are capable of. And once that band of determined militants comes into existence, there will be no threat to us. Contrary to what has been the case, the threat will be facing socialism, which is today precisely as I described it in All of Us Socialists. 29 Bismarck, Alexander II, the lawmaker who gave us the 8-hour day and the prosecutor who acknowledged that in a couple of 100 years' time anarchy would be genuinely desirable, but, in the meanwhile, off to jail, might say, all of us anarchists. That really is a dangerous reef. But it exists, it has not been done away with, and it simply remains for the ship of anarchism not to run aground the way the Social Democrat vessel has, to the extent that there are no more socialists left. One more thing, each movement should be evaluated separately on its merits. For instance, Crete, where, even though no uprising has taken place, it struck me from the outset that we have nothing to say. Or indeed Boulangism, where, again right from the outset, it was plain that this was Boulangism's last card. Needless to say, we want no part of a movement in favor of dictatorship. In addition to what I have set down above, I see no general yardstick. But there is something better than written prescriptions. There is the sentiment and intuition accrued by every politicist militant, and which enable him to get the measure of a movement and divine its secret recesses. But that will do for today. I got your notes this morning and I started this letter yesterday evening. Write me, please. If I am slow in answering you, do not think twice about writing down your criticisms, as you now do. In the throes of work we must sometimes take a breather, and a little reflection always does one good. It always pleases me greatly to answer your letters. Let me close with a big handshake and cordial best wishes. Give my best wishes to your mother. Sincerely yours, P. Kropotkin. P.S. I can see that there is still much to be said, particularly about crucial activity to be done by a band of determined people among the workers. The same might well be as true of a vast anarchist movement as of the group in question. But this letter is not the last. Letter to Max Nettolo. Translation by Paul Sharkey. This lengthy letter to anarchist historian Max Nettolo discusses Kropotkin's thoughts on both individualism/individuality and the labor movement within communist anarchism, reiterating his long-held position that anarchists had to be part of the working class and its organizations and struggles in order to be both effective and true to anarchist principles. Viola, Bromley, Kent. March 1, 1902. My dear friend 30. I read your letter with much interest, personal as well as general, and I should like to reply to it at some length as well as discuss its core points. Perhaps I shall some day, in the form of articles on the subject of individualism. In any event, let me try to answer you now without getting bogged down in overlong detail. Let me tackle the central point of your letter, where you ask why the younger generation are no longer with us as once they were back in 1890 to 1894. Back then, you say, we were part of a whole wave of libertarian art and literature. Well, we still are. Except that they want nothing more to do with us, and having provided us with a few comrades, they are now what they always have been, Epicureans, highly bourgeois individualists who apparently find Nietzsche, much as their predecessors did Darwin, more to their taste, or rather, a better excuse, than anarchy. 31. In my view, the 1890 to 1894 wave can be explained like this: working class youth had believed, Boulangist agitation having stirred up a climate of restlessness, that all it took to trigger the revolution was a few heroic feats. Some serious, educated folk from the bourgeoisie thought likewise. We have realized since that this was an illusion, and in France and elsewhere we have been forced to fall back on the slow work of organization and preparatory propaganda among the working masses. Which is the phase we find ourselves in at the moment. As to the bourgeois youth, in France between the ages of 19 and 30 it has always had a fondness for bold and shocking assertions. They were caught up in anarchy's negation and nihilism. Besides, the commitment of young workers and their spirit of self-sacrifice left its mark on them. And in the end, a trend akin to the nihilism of Bizarre, a trend in morals, a cool turbowegan cultural movement striving to slough off certain conventional lies had ripened in France. And came to pass. With this difference, that in Russia the movement in nihilist morals, 1859 to 1869, was followed by the populist movement, V. Narod, whereas in France nothing of the sort transpired. 32. Which is why the revolutionary movement has reaped no direct benefit from it. Where are the Mirabeaus? 33. Where are the writers of paeans to Ravicole? 34. Who has put his shoulder to the wheel of revolution? Has this younger generation produced so much as one person to replace the elders? Nihil. These days, that youth is Nietzschean because, as you phrase it so well, Nietzscheanism is one of a number of spurious individualisms. It is the individualism of the bourgeois that can only survive as long as there is oppression for the masses, and note this well: lackeyism, slavishness towards tradition, obliteration of the individuality of the oppressor himself, as well as among the downtrodden masses. At bottom, the handsome blonde beast is a slave to king, priest, law, and tradition, a member of the herd of oppressors, bereft of personality. 35. It is not on account of our having become trade unionists that such youngsters have deserted us. Lured by the picturesque, they have had their fill of it, once the picturesque and the dramatic ground to a halt, and once they had to settle for the slow, daily grind. I came over to you because I thought the revolution was just around the corner, but I see now that a protracted effort to educate is called for. How many times have I heard that said these past 25 years? They were tickled by the picturesque aspects of Ravicole, Valiant, and de Pauwels, and retreated back into their humdrum routine as soon as they realized that they were being asked to prove their thirst for freedom with sacrifices. 36. Not that I ask acts of individual revolt of them, Epicureans do not go in for that sort of thing. But even when it comes down to championing the cause of the downtrodden, take Jean Graves' most recent appeal, or libertarian schooling, or the piddling little affairs of day-to-day propaganda, where are they? It will still be necessary to find workers. Do you know of any trend, any call to arms, that has produced so few men for the subsequent movement? How come? Because narrowly selfish individualism, the sort that has been on offer since Mandeville, the fable of the bees, through to Nietzsche and the young French anarchists, does not have it in it to inspire anybody. It contains nothing of grandeur, nothing stirring. 37. I will even go further, and this seems to me to be of great importance, a fresh philosophy to be explored. What has heretofore been described as individualism has been naught but a silly egoism that leads on to the diminishment of the individual. Silly, in that it was no individualism at all. It did not lead on to what had been posited as the goal, the comprehensive, expansive, greatest perfection of individuality attainable. It seems to me that no one, apart from Ibsen, has managed to live up to the concept of a real individualism, and even he, having glimpsed it in an inspired vision, has not managed to articulate it in such a way as to make himself understood. For all that, in Ibsen there is a certain vision of the individualism to come, which I have glimpsed, and which will be the higher affirmation of individuality, as starkly different from misanthropic bourgeois individualism as from Christian communism, and equally hostile to both of those, since each of them represents an impediment to the unfettered development of individuality. The individualism that, I believe, will become the ideal of the philosophy soon to come will not seek its expression in displeasure at the appropriation of anything more than each one's fair portion of the common patrimony of production, the only point that the bourgeoisie has grasped, not to the conjuring up around the world of a mob of slaves in the service of some chosen nation, individualismus or pro-sibi Darwinianum or rather Huxleyanum 38, not to some pleasure-loving individualism and the liberation from good and evil preached by a few French anarchists, not a patch on our forebears, the aesthetes and lovers of beauty, the Don Juanesque poets who also peddled this, not to the oppression of one's neighbor, individualismus Nietzscheanum, which reduces the handsome blonde beast to the condition of just one ox in the herd of oxen, but to a brand of individualismus or personalismus or pro-sibi communisticum, that I see coming, and which I would try to define, had I but the time to spend on that. What had hitherto been portrayed as individualism was wretched, trivial, and petty, and, worse still, carries within itself the negation of its purpose, the impoverishment of the individual, or at any rate the negation of what is needed if the most comprehensive blossoming of the individual is to be achieved. We have seen kings who were rich and who ate as a means of killing time, and there was a rush to portray individualism as the wish to become as rich as any king, be surrounded by slaves like a king, pursued by women, and what women, who would want them, like a king, dining on nightingales' tongues, served cold and always in the same sauce, served on gold or silver plates like a king. And yet, is there anything in this world so banally bourgeois as a king? And, worse still, more a slave than a king? I find Nietzsche's blonde beast risible. And yet, thanks to a whole perverse turn of phrase that has been laid down by literature, back in the days, in the 1820s or 1830s, when these aesthete gents would have us believe that they embodied a higher specimen of humanity, the naive belief persists that these gents were asking to be left to indulge in their pleasures, pleasure for me, after the fashion of Gounod's Faust 39, and stood for a higher stage of individuality, a step forward, a desideratum, the very pearls of the human race. To date, such standard-bearers of individualism have met no opposition other than from the Christian preacher who preached annihilation of the personality to them. So they have had things their own way. When it comes to taking Christianity apart, Nietzsche, following in Fourier's footsteps, is superb. It is the same when one contrasts the egoist to the altruist. The latter had it easy, showing that the altruist was also prompted by egoism, while the stupid egoist was incapable of understanding where his own interests lie and, like the Zulu king, thought he was affirming his personality by devouring a quarter of an ox per day. It needed the counter-example of the perfect egoist, such as Chernyshevsky posited him, Pisarev's thoughtful realist, becoming capable of doing society infinitely more good than the mightiest of Christian or Kantian altruists, whilst proclaiming and knowing that he is never prompted by anything other than egoism. 40. Given these few cursory remarks, you will most likely have grasped what I mean by personalismus or pro-sibi communisticum, individuality attaining to the ultimate possible individual growth through practice as regards its few essential needs, and to the highest degree of communist sociability in its dealings with others generally. The bourgeois had asserted that if his personality were to flourish he needed slaves and needed to sacrifice others, not himself, etc., and the result of that was the stunted individuality on display in modern bourgeois society. And that's individualism. How Goethe would have laughed at such individuality. But take the very same Goethe with his very pronounced individuality. Would he have grumbled if there was a concerted effort to be made? No. He would have looked to the happiness of his fellow workers. He would have brought with him so much joy of life, cheerfulness, wit, communist gusto, sociability. And, at the same time, he would have lost nothing of his immense personal poetry and philosophy. Indeed, he would, by learning of a new aspect of human ingenuity, witness his delight on discovering mutual support, have gained in terms of the delights of enjoying nature in some communal work. His person, his individuality, expanding thus in this new direction, nothing human was foreign to him, would have amounted to a new string added to his bow. And in Russian village life I encountered personalities which, whilst being what the Russians term mirskoy человек, village folk, in the highest degree, were also personalities who had broken with all the prejudices of their villages and were striding alone and isolated along their own path, either out of an individual political revolt, a personal moral revolt, an anti-religious revolt, falling in love, etc. 41. Which is why I find the individualism of which the young French anarchists once spoke to us trivial, petty, and false, since it fails to achieve its chosen goal. And that note jars all the more in my ears because of the fact that elsewhere there were men who, at that very same moment, were knowingly going to the gallows for the sake of the common cause, having loudly asserted their individuality. It is only because of the muddle that envelopes the notion of individualism that others, styling themselves individualists, have reckoned that they belonged in the same intellectual and political camp as such self-sacrificing types. Those who styled themselves individualists, in the bourgeois sense, were as little entitled to number them among their own as the Christians were. They belonged to a type that I can see coming and that Ibsen has sought to incorporate into his plays. This letter is becoming so lengthy that I am obliged to skim very swiftly over the very important points of your letter. Let me say again that whilst the movement has slowed down in France, this is because the overall situation is no longer as revolutionary as it was prior to 1894 to 1895, and because we have realized that a revolution cannot be provoked by 10 or 100. In vain had it been imagined that a sharp push by a few might successfully spark revolution. There was not a word of truth in that, and attention had to shift to the preparatory activity that prefaces all revolutions. Besides, one has to have a revolutionary ideal, and could bourgeois individualism fit that bill? No. And as for anarchist communism, is it sufficiently clearly developed, not among the millions but, let us say, among the ranks of the anarchists themselves? No. Only by grappling with the practicalities of life is this to be developed. For the past 5 or 6 years we have reverted to such preparatory endeavors, the absence of irksome issues such as Boulangism and Dreyfus opening up fresh opportunities, albeit for a few years only, for such efforts. 42. If only we had managed to capitalize upon this lull to explain our thinking, as you say. But we find ourselves faced with a hitherto unprecedented problem, the ethic of a society of utterly free equals. The Christian ethic had merely to ape the Buddhist ethic, the ethic of Lao Tse, etc., diluting these and trimming them back. We have to come up with a new ethic for the socialist society of the future. The anarchist labor milieu is working to create this ethic. Work is underway on 1,000 points. The general idea is beginning to emerge. But due either to want of inspiration on our part or to the unfinished state of such efforts precluding it as yet, all we have is inklings. Yes, we have to rebuild the connection, not just with the few individualists of 1890, but also with the Greeks of ancient Greece. It is a long way away, as you can see. As to your observations on the past and present role of workers, here I must largely confess to the exaggeration of which you speak, the sort of exaggeration that shorthand always renders inevitable. My only fear is that even whilst acknowledging the very large part played by such inevitable exaggeration, there is still a substratum on which it will be difficult for us to agree. You have pointed to the lack of solidarity between workers. Very well. And, speaking for myself, and I believe my position is the same here as thousands of anarchists and 100,000 socialists, I have never felt impelled to overstate the virtues of workers in order to embrace the cause of a predominantly workers' social revolution. But it was in order to forge, piecemeal, just such solidarity between different trades and, later, different nations, so as to broaden the notion of solidarity to the extent that you can widen it further today just as you have, that the International was launched. 43. It is precisely in order to arouse such solidarity, in the absence of which progress would be difficult, that we must strive to ensure that the syndicates and the trade unions are not hijacked by bourgeois who, having failed as moderates, are out to achieve power as radicals avances. For me it does not boil down to knowing who is better, the bourgeois or the worker. I have no more interest in that than in finding out who is better, man or woman. An issue that very amusingly preoccupied the heroes of one Russian novel. What I know is that the worker is at least used to carrying out a measure of disagreeable work, rather than simple amusement, which is a significant point as far as the future is concerned, and, being used to manual labor, he is not out, in his dreams of the future, to carve out a place for himself among those in government, the way the Social Democrats do, and that, being exploited and at the bottom of the social ladder today, he has an interest in demanding equality, that he has fought for that and will fight for it again, whereas the bourgeois, greedy and stupid, believes that it is in his interest to preserve inequality. That is the motive behind the bourgeois' pursuit of science and politics and power. And on every occasion when there has been a fight for equality, the bourgeois held out for inequality, for the right to govern, whereas the people were on the opposite side. No amount of rationalization and no statistics will alter that, and as I mentioned to you previously in my last letter, it was again the people, the workers who fought during the last recourse to arms. You were able to cite to me, 1871, and I see no reason for it to be any different next time around than it was in 1871 in Milan, Barcelona, Trieste, everywhere. 44. As to the tolerance of which you speak, I can only reiterate to you that, as I see it, tolerance has been overly displayed by the side that had right on its side. I am for the aggressive good, and I believe that peddling the passive good, as Christianity has done and as you seem to be asking, just in time I remember the caution about every short letter being an exaggeration, is tantamount to obstructing progress. Sure, there are throwbacks in current society dating back to cannibalism, to the savage days of the Stone Age, to the Bronze Age, to the abominations of Oriental despotism, everything, dating right back to the beginning of history. You will see a fine spectacle of such a throwback if you come to England this June, that of Huxley on his knees before the Queen to be invested with the G.C. Grand Cross. That is already a sight to behold. But we shall see far more splendid ones in the reversion to more savage and cannibalistic times, such as is to be played out around the coronation of Edward VII. So, who knows? That I should gaze upon it all with a condescending eye? No, no, dear friend, eclecticism is death, the worst of deaths, intellectual death. Your understanding of revolution strikes me as utterly wrong-headed. No doubt you are speaking in line with the historians when you say, on the morrow, of the overthrow of the government in Russia, the peasants will burn down the chateaux, etc. But I reckon I have proved that that idea is utterly wrong. Had the chateaux not been burning since May 1789, there would have been no storming of the Bastille that July, and no night of August 4th. And in saying that, I have the benefit of Hippolyte Taine on my side, the only person, except for Carif 45 in part, he being of the same mind, a student of the upheavals prior to the revolution on July 14. I am aware of 300 disturbances prior to 14 July, says Taine, who, of necessity, is aware of only a small fraction, most feudal records having been put to the torch. The Jacqueries launched as early as 1788 and lingering into 1793, the 6 Jacqueries of which Taine speaks, were the foundations from which the revolution sprouted and without which there would have been no revolution. Individuals. Do you think that Bakunin was not the equal of Danton, and James Guillaume not the equal of Robespierre? The thing that prevented them from becoming towering historical figures like their predecessors was the lack of that backdrop of peasant and worker jacquerie in every large city in the Northeast. Your notion of the Paris Commune is the very opposite of everything that I have heard from the lips of the communards. On March 18, it was the whole of Paris. Between the elections, let us say between April 1 and May 21, the latter being the date the Versailles marched in, the figures for those defending the Commune were shrinking, and in April and May the Commune never had more than 10,000 men with which to defend Paris. I questioned Lefrançais and Pindy etc., on this point specifically, and they were very emphatic. 46. On May 21, With the news that the Versailles had entered, the people rose up in answer to Delesclos' exhortation, Assez de galons, etc. 47. And since the lowest estimate has 35,000 executed, there must have been a good 50,000 manning the barricades. To this day, everywhere, all revolutions, intellectual and practical, are made by minorities. The only thing is, where do these minorities spring from? Who makes the first move to the streets? Not the bourgeois, and that's for sure. Always the workers, and that includes Barcelona. 48. This is natural. I assumed it was familiar territory for any socialist, any anarchist. You have me thinking that perhaps it is a story yet to be written. Moving on to a different topic, I see no reason for your pessimism. Like industrialization, the revolution has, since 1648, been moving from west to east, England, then France. Now it is the turn of Germany as she nears her own 1848, just as Russia is nearing her own, rather more far-reaching, 1789. Meanwhile, England and France benefit from the fruits of revolution in the countries which come after them in terms of revolution in order to make a few more steps forward. Meanwhile, in the 19th century, a fresh element has intervened, the advances in transportation that have allowed world trade, formidable internal commerce, in America, France, and Russia, and the taking of millions of slaves from the black and yellow continents. Besides, France's defeat, with Metz on Paris's doorstep, has turned France militarist. All of this delays the revolution. That the times we are going through here in England incline one to pessimism, I know. But do you know, our sadness, our pessimism at England's failure is merely the result of our ignorance. Elisee Reclus should not see in modern England only what he has long since anticipated back when he predicted her demise, as he did Spain's. Out of ignorance, I protested when he said as much to me back in 1881. But that was my ignorance. So when has England ever had a less abominable stance in her foreign policy than she does at present? The Ionian Islands, Gladstone, and Pretoria, the same Gladstone, are the only exceptions. 49. However, Pitt paying Russia, Prussia, and Austria to fight Napoleon, the shelling of Copenhagen and of Alexandria, England paying Poland to rise in revolt and Turkey to fight Russia and letting them crush one another, etc., etc., Pitt, Palmerston, Disraeli, Chamberlain. 50. How is the fourth of this quartet any worse than the other three? Wherein lies the decadence? 51. England must perish, unless she makes the revolution of communes equals the disintegration of the state and seizes the initiative, or follows France, in repeating the revolution of the 17th century. As for America, pay her a visit, it is worth the trouble, and you will, I reckon, change your mind completely. America, land of the dollar, is a claim as false as saying that the Pont Neuf is the oldest of Paris's bridges. Once, Elia Reclus 52 said to me, if everybody says that is the way things are, rest assured that it is absolutely wrong. Land of the dollar? The land of cranks, rather. And cranks, I mean you and me, all of us, the rebels. Libraries and paintings can be bought, but they are in need of a few models for their arts which are already, despite her youth, so powerful in sculpture and architecture. Nowhere in Europe, if you took 100 men at random, would you encounter so many enthusiasts ready to march ahead down quite virgin trails as in America. Nowhere is so little store put by the dollar, dollar earned, dollar wasted. In England, the pound is revered and worshipped, but that is assuredly not the case in America. That's the way America is. The Oregon Commune is closer than the commune of the tiniest hamlet in Germany. But, to return to the subject of your letter, you say that there was a change of method within the anarchist movement in 1894? Is that actually so? True, the tone is certainly calmer than it was then, just as the tone in 1884 to 1890 was calmer than it had been in 1881 to 1882. This is one of those ups and downs to be found in any development. The very same tone, albeit deeper and reaching right to the bottom of things, will be rediscovered once we re-enter more troubled times. In terms of change, I do not detect much. For my part, I have always been a communist, and I have always from the Jura Bulletin to La Revolte preached active participation in the workers' movement, the revolutionary workers' movement. I was just recently leafing through my collection of La Revolte. Well, in every issue I found one and, often, two articles by me talking about the revolutionary workers' movement. So, as far as La Revolte is concerned at any rate, it cannot be argued that we have changed. Are you referring to Émile Poget putting out La Voix du Peuple 53 instead of Le Père Peinart? Well, he is perfectly well within his rights if, having worked on the fleshing out of the idea, he is now working to spread it and introduce anarchist revolutionary ideas into the milieu which, alone, will one day take up arms to make the revolution. As to the younger generation, which has produced some very anarchist articles on occasion, whilst staying outside of the day-to-day movement, some of them continue to help us with their pens and pencils in the newspapers and in the schools, others, it would appear, mean to run as candidates, the object being, I suppose, to bring their individuality to some perfect point of maturation. I wish them bon voyage. To be sure, our aim must always be never to make any concession to the bourgeois, authoritarian principle. But to argue that any Tom, Dick, or Harry can remain a prouder libertarian by restricting himself to scribbling or blathering about individualist anarchy than by participating in the trade union movement is, my dear friend, merely an optical illusion. True, staying free is, for the working man who has to sell his labor, an impossibility, and it is precisely on account of that impossibility that we are anarchists and communists. Nietzsche might have remained very free, and yet, had he the serfs to keep him alive, and he lived off the backs of their labors. And yet, for that very reason he understood nothing of labor's economic revolt. The great Nietzsche, for he was great in terms of a certain rebelliousness, remained a slave to bourgeois prejudice. What a frightful irony! As for the bourgeois who claims to be free and to keep his full independence, when he sells his mind, his brush, or his pen to fellow bourgeois, he finishes up some day selling out body and soul to Rhodes or Waldeck 54, and even as he pens touching articles about Ravicole and the right of theft, he is even then more a slave, in spirit and in fact, than the Barcelona Cooper enrolled in an organization that signs itself Salud y Anarquia and numbers 100,000 workers among its membership. Your utopia is all very fine. We may well pass through just such a period. But in order to get there it will take the making of a revolution, just as it took the Anabaptist and Lutheran Revolution in the 16th century, the Cromwellian Revolution in 1648 and the approaching of revolution in France to bring about the tolerance that prevailed in the days of the encyclopedists. Your main mistake, I reckon, is to chalk up to an evolution on the part of the elite that which was actually extracted through the force of popular revolution. 100,000 men, the lowest estimate, Anabaptists beheaded in Holland and North Germany, the figures come from recent historians of the Reformation, almost 100,000 peasants killed in the 1,525 upheavals. That is a far cry from any evolution on the part of the elite. That the latter may have profited from the gains made by the peasant and worker upheavals, that they may have been clever enough to get Europe to make the next move forward, nothing could be truer. But in order to pull it off, it took mass uprisings. But for which they would have been locked up. Yes, in order to arrive at your ideal, revolution is still required, and the issue is to find out what it is that will allow its preparation. That is the whole issue, and you will agree that Barcelona, Trieste, and Milan prepare the way, introducing the factor that was missing back in 1890-90 for the people. Which is why I find your comparison of the unionist anarchist movement with the social democratic movement very unfair. Plainly, the Spanish or French trade union movement represents a curtailment of the ideal, not in terms of theory but in terms of their being embodied by such and such men on such and such a date. Obviously, any practical achievement falls short of the ideal from which it springs. This letter, for instance, falls short of the ideal that prompted me to write it. But that is where the resemblance ends. One of these two movements is, in theory and in practice, revolutionary; the other, in theory and practice, is, as far as the vestiges of the past are concerned, the very opposite of revolutionary, not to say counter-revolutionary, which would be overstating it. One is out to speed the course of events, the other to thwart it. Where we can set our sights, given our ideal, is on ensuring that everything we do bears the imprint of that ideal and is inspired by it. In the absence of that connection, we have no basis upon which to take the Barcelona disturbances to task and may not take any activity in 1890 to 1894 to task, including the publication of individualist articles in newspapers or, indeed, individual deeds. And this without even harking back to the notion spelled out at the beginning of this letter, that the individualism being peddled then was, as the result of a whole series of misunderstandings, not sufficiently distinct from the pseudo-individualism of the bourgeois which leads on to the diminishment of the individual. As for Tolstoy, had he not been a Christian as well as a communist and anarchist, he would not have met with any more success than the anarchists, not to mention his redoubtable talent which ensures that what would never have been welcomed coming from us, the negation of justice, for instance, is acceptable as long as it comes from him. But enough. This letter has to have an end and I am breaking it off abruptly. Tomorrow I have to begin a work task and I won't be able to write you further. Best wishes from us all. Peter. Anarchism. This is Kropotkin's entry on anarchism for the 11th edition of Encyclopaedia Britannica, 1910. It is a succinct account of the history and tendencies of anarchism. Kropotkin also contributed many other entries on geography and naturalism, as befitted his status as one of Russia's greatest scientists. Anarchism, from the Gr Nguyen and Rokai Archos, contrary to authority, the name given to a principle or theory of life and conduct under which society is conceived without government harmony in such a society being obtained, not by submission to law, or by obedience to any authority, but by free agreements concluded between the various groups, territorial and professional, freely constituted for the sake of production and consumption, as also for the satisfaction of the infinite variety of needs and aspirations of a civilized being. In a society developed on these lines, the voluntary associations which already now begin to cover all the fields of human activity would take a still greater extension so as to substitute themselves for the state in all its functions. They would represent an interwoven network, composed of an infinite variety of groups and federations of all sizes and degrees, local, regional, national and international, temporary or more or less permanent for all possible purposes, production, consumption and exchange, communications, sanitary arrangements, education, mutual protection, defense of the territory, and so on, and, on the other side, for the satisfaction of an ever-increasing number of scientific, artistic, literary, and sociable needs. Moreover, such a society would represent nothing immutable. On the contrary, as is seen in organic life at large, harmony would, it is contended, result from an ever-changing adjustment and readjustment of equilibrium between the multitudes of forces and influences, and this adjustment would be the easier to obtain as none of the forces would enjoy a special protection from the state. If, it is contended, society were organized on these principles, man would not be limited in the free exercise of his powers in productive work by a capitalist monopoly, maintained by the state, nor would he be limited in the exercise of his will by a fear of punishment, or by obedience towards individuals or metaphysical entities, which both lead to depression of initiative and servility of mind. He would be guided in his actions by his own understanding, which necessarily would bear the impression of a free action and reaction between his own self and the ethical conceptions of his surroundings. Man would thus be enabled to obtain the full development of all his faculties, intellectual, artistic and moral, without being hampered by overwork for the monopolists, or by the servility and inertia of mind of the great number. He would thus be able to reach full individualization, which is not possible either under the present system of individualism, or under any system of state socialism in the so-called Volksstaat, popular state. The anarchist writers consider, moreover, that their conception is not a utopia, constructed on the a priori method, after a few desiderata have been taken as postulates. It is derived, they maintain, from an analysis of tendencies that are at work already, even though state socialism may find a temporary favor with the reformers. The progress of modern techniques, which wonderfully simplifies the production of all the necessaries of life, the growing spirit of independence, and the rapid spread of free initiative and free understanding in all branches of activity, including those which formerly were considered as the proper attribution of church and state, are steadily reinforcing the no-government tendency. As to their economical conceptions, the anarchists, in common with all socialists, of whom they constitute the left wing, maintain that the now prevailing system of private ownership in land, and our capitalist production for the sake of profits, represent a monopoly which runs against both the principles of justice and the dictates of utility. They are the main obstacle which prevents the successes of modern techniques from being brought into the service of all, so as to produce general well-being. The anarchists consider the wage system and capitalist production altogether as an obstacle to progress. But they point out also that the state was, and continues to be, the chief instrument for permitting the few to monopolize the land, and the capitalists to appropriate for themselves a quite disproportionate share of the yearly accumulated surplus of production. Consequently, while combating the present monopolization of land, and capitalism altogether, the anarchists combat with the same energy the state, as the main support of that system. Not this or that special form, but the state altogether, whether it be a monarchy or even a republic governed by means of the referendum. The state organization, having always been, both in ancient and modern history, Macedonian Empire, Roman Empire, modern European states grown up on the ruins of the autonomous cities, the instrument for establishing monopolies in favor of the ruling minorities, cannot be made to work for the destruction of these monopolies. The anarchists consider, therefore, that to hand over to the state all the main sources of economical life, the land, the mines, the railways, banking, insurance, and so on, as also the management of all the main branches of industry, in addition to all the functions already accumulated in its hands, education, state-supported religions, defense of the territory, etc., would mean to create a new instrument of tyranny. State capitalism would only increase the powers of bureaucracy and capitalism. True progress lies in the direction of decentralization, both territorial and functional, in the development of the spirit of local and personal initiative, and of free federation from the simple to the compound, in lieu of the present hierarchy from the center to the periphery. In common with most socialists, the anarchists recognize that, like all evolution in nature, the slow evolution of society is followed from time to time by periods of accelerated evolution which are called revolutions, and they think that the era of revolutions is not yet closed. Periods of rapid changes will follow the periods of slow evolution, and these periods must be taken advantage of not for increasing and widening the powers of the state, but for reducing them, through the organization in every township or commune of the local groups of producers and consumers, as also the regional, and eventually the international, federations of these groups. In virtue of the above principles, the anarchists refuse to be party to the present state organization and to support it by infusing fresh blood into it. They do not seek to constitute, and invite the working men not to constitute, political parties in the parliaments. Accordingly, since the foundation of the International Working Men's Association in 1864 to 1866, they have endeavored to promote their ideas directly amongst the labor organizations and to induce those unions to a direct struggle against capital, without placing their faith in parliamentary legislation. The historical development of anarchism. The conception of society just sketched, and the tendency which is its dynamic expression, have always existed in mankind, in opposition to the governing hierarchic conception and tendency, now the one and now the other taking the upper hand at different periods of history. To the former tendency we owe the evolution, by the masses themselves, of those institutions, the clan, the village community, the guild, the free medieval city, by means of which the masses resisted the encroachments of the conquerors and the power-seeking minorities. The same tendency asserted itself with great energy in the great religious movements of medieval times, especially in the early movements of the Reform and its forerunners. At the same time it evidently found its expression in the writings of some thinkers, since the times of Lao Tse, although, owing to its non-scholastic and popular origin, it obviously found less sympathy among the scholars than the opposed tendency. As has been pointed out by Professor Adler in his Geschichte des Sozialismus und Kommunismus, Aristippus, BC 430 BC, one of the founders of the Cyrenaic school, already taught that the wise must not give up their liberty to the state, and in reply to a question by Socrates he said that he did not desire to belong either to the governing or the governed class. Such an attitude, however, seems to have been dictated merely by an Epicurean attitude towards the life of the masses. The best exponent of anarchist philosophy in ancient Greece was Zeno, 342 to 267 or 270 BC, from Crete, the founder of the Stoic philosophy, who distinctly opposed his conception of a free community without government to the state utopia of Plato. He repudiated the omnipotence of the state, its intervention and regimentation, and proclaimed the sovereignty of the moral law of the individual, remarking already that, while the necessary instinct of self-preservation leads man to egotism, nature has supplied a corrective to it by providing man with another instinct, that of sociability. When men are reasonable enough to follow their natural instincts, they will unite across the frontiers and constitute the cosmos. They will have no need of law courts or police, will have no temples and no public worship, and use no money-free gifts taking the place of the exchanges. Unfortunately, the writings of Zeno have not reached us and are only known through fragmentary quotations. However, the fact that his very wording is similar to the wording now in use, shows how deeply is laid the tendency of human nature of which he was the mouthpiece. In medieval times we find the same views on the state expressed by the illustrious Bishop of Alba, Marco Girolamo Vita, in his first dialogue De Dignitate Republici, Ferd. Cavalli, in Mem. dell'Istituto Veneto, 13, Drive Nice, Researches in the History of Economics. But it is especially in several early Christian movements, beginning with the 9th century in Armenia, and in the preachings of the early Hussites, particularly Chojecki, and the early Anabaptists, especially Hans Denk, C.F. Keller, Ein Apostel der Wiedertaufer, that one finds the same ideas forcibly expressed, special stress being laid of course on their moral aspects. Rabelais and Fenelon, in their Utopias, have also expressed similar ideas, and they were also current in the 18th century amongst the French encyclopedists, as may be concluded from separate expressions occasionally met with in the writings of Rousseau, from Diderot's preface to the Voyage of Bougainville, and so on. However, in all probability such ideas could not be developed then, owing to the rigorous censorship of the Roman Catholic Church. These ideas found their expression later during the Great French Revolution. While the Jacobins did all in their power to centralize everything in the hands of the government, it appears now, from recently published documents, that the masses of the people, in their municipalities and sections, accomplished a considerable constructive work. They appropriated for themselves the election of the judges, the organization of supplies and equipment for the army, as also for the large cities, work for the unemployed, the management of charities, and so on. They even tried to establish a direct correspondence between the 36,000 communes of France through the intermediary of a special board, outside the National Assembly, cf. Sigismund Lacroix, Actes de la Commune de Paris. It was Godwin, in his Inquiry Concerning Political Justice, 2 volumes, 1793, who was the first to formulate the political and economical conceptions of anarchism, even though he did not give that name to the ideas developed in his remarkable work. Laws, he wrote, are not a product of the wisdom of our ancestors, they are the product of their passions, their timidity, their jealousies, and their ambition. The remedy they offer is worse than the evils they pretend to cure. If and only if all laws and courts were abolished, and the decisions in the arising contests were left to reasonable men chosen for that purpose, real justice would gradually be evolved. As to the state, Godwin frankly claimed its abolition. A society, he wrote, can perfectly well exist without any government, only the communities should be small and perfectly autonomous. Speaking of property, he stated that the rights of everyone to every substance capable of contributing to the benefit of a human being must be regulated by justice alone. The substance must go to him who most wants it. His conclusion was communism. Godwin, however, had not the courage to maintain his opinions. He entirely rewrote later on his chapter on property and mitigated his communist views in the second edition of Political Justice, 8vo, 1796. Proudhon was the first to use, in 1840, Chu Sceq la Propriété, first memoir, the name of anarchy with application to the no-government state of society. The name of anarchists had been freely applied during the French Revolution by the Girondists to those revolutionaries who did not consider that the task of the revolution was accomplished with the overthrow of Louis XVI, and insisted upon a series of economical measures being taken, the abolition of feudal rights without redemption, the return to the village communities of the communal lands enclosed since 1669, the limitation of landed property to 120 acres, progressive income tax, the national organization of exchanges on a just value basis, which already received a beginning of practical realization, and so on. Now Proudhon advocated a society without government, and used the word anarchy to describe it. Proudhon repudiated, as is known, all schemes of communism, according to which mankind would be driven into communistic monasteries or barracks, as also all the schemes of state or state-aided socialism which were advocated by Louis Blanc and the collectivists. When he proclaimed in his first memoir on property that property is theft, he meant only property in its present, Roman law, sense of right of use and abuse. In property rights, on the other hand, understood in the limited sense of possession, he saw the best protection against the encroachments of the state. At the same time he did not want violently to dispossess the present owners of land, dwelling houses, mines, factories, and so on. He preferred to attain the same end by rendering capital incapable of earning interest, and this he proposed to obtain by means of a national bank, based on the mutual confidence of all those who are engaged in production, who would agree to exchange among themselves their produces at cost value, by means of labor checks representing the hours of labor required to produce every given commodity. Under such a system, which Proudhon described as mutualism, all the exchanges of services would be strictly equivalent. Besides, such a bank would be enabled to lend money without interest, levying only something like 1%, or even less, for covering the cost of administration. Everyone being thus enabled to borrow the money that would be required to buy a house, nobody would agree to pay any more a yearly rent for the use of it. A general social liquidation would thus be rendered easy, without violent expropriation. The same applied to mines, railways, factories and so on. In a society of this type the state would be useless. The chief relations between citizens would be based on free agreement and regulated by mere account keeping. The contests might be settled by arbitration. A penetrating criticism of the state and all possible forms of government, and a deep insight into all economic problems, were well-known characteristics of Proudhon's work. It is worth noticing that French mutualism had its precursor in England, in William Thompson, who began by mutualism before he became a communist, and in his followers John Gray, A Lecture on Human Happiness, 1825, The Social System, 1831, and J. F. Bray, Labor's Wrongs and Labor's Remedy, 1839. It had also its precursor in America. Josiah Warren, who was born in 1798, C.F.W. Bailey, Josiah Warren, the first American anarchist, Boston, 1900, and belonged to Owen's New Harmony, considered that the failure of this enterprise was chiefly due to the suppression of individuality and the lack of initiative and responsibility. These defects, he taught, were inherent to every scheme based upon authority and the community of goods. He advocated, therefore, complete individual liberty. In 1827 he opened in Cincinnati a little country store which was the first equity store, and which the people called time store, because it was based on labor being exchanged hour for hour in all sorts of produce. Cost the limit of price, and consequently no interest, was the motto of his store, and later on of his Equity Village, near New York, which was still in existence in 1865. Mr. Keith's House of Equity at Boston, founded in 1855, is also worthy of notice. While the economical, and especially the mutual banking, ideas of Proudhon found supporters and even a practical application in the United States, his political conception of anarchy found but little echo in France, where the Christian socialism of Lamennais and the Fourierists, and the state socialism of Louis Blanc and the followers of Saint-Simon, were dominating. These ideas found, however, some temporary support among the left-wing Hegelians in Germany, Moses Hess in 1843, and Karl Grun in 1845, who advocated anarchism. Besides, the authoritarian communism of Wilhelm Weitling having given origin to opposition amongst the Swiss working men, Wilhelm Marr gave expression to it in the 40s. On the other side, individualist anarchism found, also in Germany, its fullest expression in Max Stirner, Caspar Schmidt, whose remarkable works, Der Einzige und sein Eigentum and articles contributed to the Reinigungszeitung, remained quite overlooked until they were brought into prominence by John Henry Mckay. Professor V. Basch, in a very able introduction to his interesting book, El Individualisme Anarchist, Max Stirner, 1904, has shown how the development of the German philosophy from Kant to Hegel, and the Absolute of Schelling and the Geist of Hegel, necessarily provoked, when the anti-Hegelian revolt began, the preaching of the same Absolute in the camp of the rebels. This was done by Stirner, who advocated, not only a complete revolt against the state and against the servitude which authoritarian communism would impose upon men, but also the full liberation of the individual from all social and moral bonds, the rehabilitation of the I, the supremacy of the individual, complete amoralism, and the association of the egotists. The final conclusion of that sort of individual anarchism has been indicated by Professor Basch. It maintains that the aim of all superior civilization is, not to permit all members of the community to develop in a normal way, but to permit certain better endowed individuals fully to develop, even at the cost of the happiness and the very existence of the mass of mankind. It is thus a return towards the most common individualism, advocated by all the would-be superior minorities, to which indeed man owes in his history precisely the state and the rest, which these individualists combat. Their individualism goes so far as to end in a negation of their own starting point, to say nothing of the impossibility for the individual to attain a really full development in the conditions of oppression of the masses by the beautiful aristocracies. His development would remain unilateral. This is why this direction of thought, notwithstanding its undoubtedly correct and useful advocacy of the full development of each individuality, finds a hearing only in limited artistic and literary circles. Anarchism in the International Working Men's Association. A general depression in the propaganda of all fractions of socialism followed, as is known, after the defeat of the uprising of the Paris working men in June 1848 and the fall of the Republic. All the socialist press was gagged during the reaction period, which lasted fully 20 years. Nevertheless, even anarchist thought began to make some progress, namely in the writings of Bellegarrique, Keir-Duroy, and especially Joseph de Jacques, Les Lazarines, El Humanisphère, an anarchist communist utopia, lately discovered and reprinted. The socialist movement revived only after 1864, when some French working men, all mutualists, meeting in London during the Universal Exhibition with English followers of Robert Owen, founded the International Working Men's Association. This association developed very rapidly and adopted a policy of direct economical struggle against capitalism, without interfering in the political parliamentary agitation, and this policy was followed until 1871. However, after the Franco-German War, when the International Association was prohibited in France after the uprising of the Commune, the German working men, who had received manhood suffrage for elections to the newly constituted Imperial Parliament, insisted upon modifying the tactics of the International, and began to build up a social democratic political party. This soon led to a division in the Working Men's Association, and the Latin federations, Spanish, Italian, Belgian and Jurassic, France could not be represented, constituted among themselves a federal union which broke entirely with the Marxist General Council of the International. Within these federations developed now what may be described as modern anarchism. After the names of federalists and anti-authoritarians had been used for some time by these federations, the name of anarchists, which their adversaries insisted upon applying to them, prevailed, and finally it was revindicated. Bakunin soon became the leading spirit among these Latin federations for the development of the principles of anarchism, which he did in a number of writings, pamphlets, and letters. He demanded the complete abolition of the state, which he wrote is a product of religion, belongs to a lower state of civilization, represents the negation of liberty, and spoils even that which it undertakes to do for the sake of general well-being. The state was an historically necessary evil, but its complete extinction will be, sooner or later, equally necessary. Repudiating all legislation, even when issuing from universal suffrage, Bakunin claimed for each nation, each region, and each commune, full autonomy, so long as it is not a menace to its neighbors, and full independence for the individual, adding that one becomes really free only when, and in proportion as, all others are free. Free federations of the communes would constitute free nations. As to his economical conceptions, Bakunin described himself, in common with his federalist comrades of the International, César de Pepy, James Guillaume, Adhemar Schwitzgebel, a collectivist anarchist not in the sense of Vidal and Pecker in the 1840s, or of their modern social democratic followers, but to express a state of things in which all necessaries for production are owned in common by the labor groups and the free communes, while the ways of retribution of labor, communist or otherwise, would be settled by each group for itself. Social revolution, the near approach of which was foretold at that time by all socialists, would be the means of bringing into life the new conditions. The Jurassic, the Spanish and the Italian federations and sections of the International Working Men's Association, as also the French, the German, and the American anarchist groups, were for the next years the chief centers of anarchist thought and propaganda. They refrained from any participation in parliamentary politics, and always kept in close contact with the labor organizations. However, in the second half of the 80s and the early 90s of the 19th century, when the influence of the anarchists began to be felt in strikes, in the 1st of May demonstrations, where they promoted the idea of a general strike for an 8-hour day, and in the anti-militarist propaganda in the army, violent prosecutions were directed against them, especially in the Latin countries, including physical torture in the Barcelona castle, and the United States, the execution of 5 Chicago anarchists in 1887. Against these prosecutions the anarchists retaliated by acts of violence which in their turn were followed by more executions from above, and new acts of revenge from below. This created in the general public the impression that violence is the substance of anarchism, a view repudiated by its supporters, who hold that in reality violence is resorted to by all parties in proportion as their open action is obstructed by repression, and exceptional laws render them outlaws. Cf. Anarchism and Outrage, by C. M. Wilson, and Report of the Spanish Atrocities Committee, in Freedom Pamphlets, A Concise History of the Great Trial of the Chicago Anarchists, by Dyer Lum, New York, 1886, The Chicago Martyrs, Speeches, etc. Anarchism continued to develop, partly in the direction of Proudhonian mutualism, but chiefly as communist anarchism, to which a third direction, Christian anarchism, was added by Leo Tolstoy, and a fourth, which might be ascribed as literary anarchism, began amongst some prominent modern writers. The ideas of Proudhon, especially as regards mutual banking, corresponding with those of Josiah Warren, found a considerable following in the United States, creating quite a school, of which the main writers are Stephen Pearl Andrews, William Green, Lysander Spooner, who began to write in 1850, and whose unfinished work, Natural Law, was full of promise, and several others, whose names will be found in Dr. Nettolow's Bibliographie de l'Anarchie. A prominent position among the individualist anarchists in America has been occupied by Benjamin R. Tucker, whose journal Liberty was started in 1881 and whose conceptions are a combination of those of Proudhon with those of Herbert Spencer. Starting from the statement that anarchists are egotists, strictly speaking, and that every group of individuals, be it a secret league of a few persons, or the Congress of the United States, has the right to oppress all mankind, provided it has the power to do so, that equal liberty for all and absolute equality ought to be the law, and mind every one your own business is the unique moral law of anarchism. Tucker goes on to prove that a general and thorough application of these principles would be beneficial and would offer no danger, because the powers of every individual would be limited by the exercise of the equal rights of all others. He further indicated, following H. Spencer, the difference which exists between the encroachment on somebody's rights and resistance to such an encroachment, between domination and defense, the former being equally condemnable, whether it be encroachment of a criminal upon an individual, or the encroachment of one upon all others, or of all others upon one, while resistance to encroachment is defensible and necessary. For their self-defense, both the citizen and the group have the right to any violence, including capital punishment. Violence is also justified for enforcing the duty of keeping an agreement. Tucker thus follows Spencer, and, like him, opens, in the present writer's opinion, the way for reconstituting under the heading of defense all the functions of the state. His criticism of the present state is very searching, and his defense of the rights of the individual very powerful. As regards his economical views, B.R. Tucker follows Proudhon. 55. The individualist anarchism of the American Proudhonians finds, however, but little sympathy amongst the working masses. Those who profess it they are chiefly intellectual soon realize that the individualization they so highly praise is not attainable by individual efforts, and either abandon the ranks of the anarchists, and are driven into the liberal individualism of the classical economist, or they retire into a sort of Epicurean amoralism, or Superman theory, similar to that of Stirner and Nietzsche. The great bulk of the anarchist working men prefer the anarchist communist ideas which have gradually evolved out of the anarchist collectivism of the International Working Men's Association. To this direction belong, to name only the better-known exponents of anarchism, Elie Reclus, Jean Grave, Sebastian Faure, Émile Pouget in France, Enrico Malatesta and Covelli in Italy, Armella, A. Lorenzo, and the mostly unknown authors of many excellent manifestos in Spain, John Most amongst the Germans, Spies, Parsons, and their followers in the United States, and so on, while Domela Nieuwenhuis occupies an intermediate position in Holland. The chief anarchist papers which have been published since 1880 also belong to that direction, while a number of anarchists of this direction have joined the so-called syndicalist movement, the French name for the non-political labor movement, devoted to direct struggle with capitalism, which has lately become so prominent in Europe. As one of the anarchist communist direction, the present writer for many years endeavored to develop the following ideas, to show the intimate, logical connection which exists between the modern philosophy of natural sciences and anarchism, to put anarchism on a scientific basis by the study of the tendencies that are apparent now in society and may indicate its further evolution, and to work out the basis of anarchist ethics. As regards the substance of anarchism itself, it was Kropotkin's aim to prove that communism, at least partial, has more chances of being established than collectivism, especially in communes taking the lead, and that free, or anarchist communism is the only form of communism that has any chance of being accepted in civilized societies. Communism and anarchy are therefore two terms of evolution which complete each other, the one rendering the other possible and acceptable. He has tried, moreover, to indicate how, during a revolutionary period, a large city, if its inhabitants have accepted the idea, could organize itself on the lines of free communism, the city guaranteeing to every inhabitant dwelling, food, and clothing to an extent corresponding to the comfort now available to the middle classes only, in exchange for a half-day's, or 5 hours work, and how all those things which would be considered as luxuries might be obtained by everyone if he joins for the other half of the day all sorts of free associations pursuing all possible aims, educational, literary, scientific, artistic, sports and so on. In order to prove the first of these assertions he has analyzed the possibilities of agriculture and industrial work, both being combined with brain work. And in order to elucidate the main factors of human evolution, he has analyzed the part played in history by the popular constructive agencies of mutual aid and the historical role of the state. Without naming himself an anarchist, Leo Tolstoy, like his predecessors in the popular religious movements of the 15th and 16th centuries, Chojecki, Denk, and many others, took the anarchist position as regards the state and property rights, deducing his conclusions from the general spirit of the teachings of the Christ and from the necessary dictates of reason. With all the might of his talent he made, especially in the Kingdom of God in yourselves 56, a powerful criticism of the Church, the state, and law altogether, and especially of the present property laws. He describes the state as the domination of the wicked ones, supported by brutal force. Robbers, he says, are far less dangerous than a well-organized government. He makes a searching criticism of the prejudices which are current now concerning the benefits conferred upon men by the Church, the state, and the existing distribution of property, and from the teachings of the Christ he deduces the rule of non-resistance and the absolute condemnation of all wars. His religious arguments are, however, so well combined with arguments borrowed from a dispassionate observation of the present evils, that the anarchist portions of his works appeal to the religious and the non-religious reader alike. It would be impossible to represent here, in a short sketch, the penetration, on the one hand, of anarchist ideas into modern literature, and the influence, on the other hand, which the libertarian ideas of the best contemporary writers have exercised upon the development of anarchism. One ought to consult the 10 big volumes of the Supplement littéraire to the paper La Revolte and later the Temps Nouveau, which contain reproductions from the works of hundreds of modern authors expressing anarchist ideas, in order to realize how closely anarchism is connected with all the intellectual movement of our own times. J. S. Mill's Liberty, Spencer's Individual versus the State, Jean-Marie Guyot's Morality without Obligation or Sanction, and Fouilly's La Morale, L'Art et la Religion, the works of Multatuli, E. Douwes Dekker, Richard Wagner's Art and Revolution, the works of Nietzsche, Emerson, W. Lloyd Garrison, Thoreau, Alexander Herzen, Edward Carpenter, and so on, and in the domain of fiction, the dramas of Ibsen, the poetry of Walt Whitman, Tolstoy's War and Peace, Zola's Paris and L. E. Travail, the latest works of Merezhkovsky, and an infinity of works of less-known authors, are full of ideas which show how closely anarchism is interwoven with the work that is going on in modern thought in the same direction of enfranchisement of man from the bonds of the state as well as from those of capitalism. From modern science and anarchism. While covering some of the same ground as Kropotkin's justly famous Encyclopaedia Britannica entry on anarchism, these extracts from modern science and anarchism place far more stress upon the class struggle origins of anarchism, the birth of revolutionary anarchism in the First International and its role in the labor movement. These excerpts are from the revised edition published by Freedom Press in 1912. The origin of anarchism. Anarchy does not draw its origin from any scientific researches, or from any system of philosophy. Sociological sciences are still far from having acquired the same degree of accuracy as physics or chemistry. Even in the study of climate and weather, in meteorology, we are not yet able to predict a month or even a week beforehand what weather we are going to have. Consequently, it would be foolish to pretend that with the aid of such a young science as sociology is, dealing moreover with infinitely more complicated things than wind and rain, we could scientifically predict events. We must not forget either that scientific men are but ordinary men, and that the majority of them belong to the leisured class, and consequently share the prejudices of this class. Most of them are even in the pay of the state. It is, therefore, quite evident that anarchy does not come from universities. Like socialism in general, and like all other social movements, Anarchism originated among the people, and it will preserve its vitality and creative force so long only as it remains a movement of the people. From all times, two currents of thought and action have been in conflict in the midst of human societies. On the one hand, the masses, the people, worked out, by their way of life, a number of necessary institutions in order to make social existence possible, to maintain peace, to settle quarrels, and to practice mutual aid in all circumstances that required combined effort. Tribal customs among savages, the village communities, later on industrial guilds in the cities of the Middle Ages, the first elements of international law that these cities elaborated to settle their mutual relations, these and many other institutions were developed and worked out, not by legislation, but by the creative spirit of the masses. On the other hand, there have always flourished among men, magi, shamans, wizards, rainmakers, oracles, and priests, who were the founders and the keepers of a rudimentary knowledge of nature, and of the first elements of worship of the sun, the moon, the forces of nature, ancestor worship. Knowledge and superstition went then hand in hand, the first rudiments of science and the beginnings of all arts and crafts being thoroughly interwoven with magic, the formulae and rites of which were carefully concealed from the uninitiated. By the side of these earliest representatives of religion and science, there were also the experts in ancient customs, those men, like the Brehons of Ireland, who kept in their memories the precedents of law. And there were also the chiefs of the military bands, who were supposed to possess the magic secrets of success in warfare. These three groups of men formed among themselves secret societies for the keeping and transmission, after a long and painful initiation, of the secrets of their knowledge and crafts, and if, at times, they opposed each other, they generally agreed in the long run. They leagued together and upheld one another in different ways, in order to be able to command the masses, to reduce them to obedience, to govern them, and to make them work for them. It is evident that anarchy represents the first of these two currents, that is to say, the creative, constructive force of the masses, who elaborated common law institutions in order to defend themselves against a domineering minority. It is also by the creative and constructive force of the people, aided by the whole strength of modern science and technique, that today anarchy strives to set up institutions that are indispensable to the free development of society, in opposition to those who put their hope in laws made by governing minorities. We can therefore say that from all times there have been anarchists and statists. Moreover, we always find that institutions, even the best of them, that were built up to maintain equality, peace, and mutual aid, become petrified as they grow old. They lose their original purpose, they fall under the domination of an ambitious minority, and gradually they become an obstacle to the ulterior development of society. Then individuals, more or less isolated, rebel against these institutions. But while some of these discontented, who rebel against an institution that has become irksome, strive to modify it for the common welfare, and above all to overthrow the guilds, etc., others strive only to set themselves outside and above the social institutions altogether, in order to dominate the other members of society and to enrich themselves at society's expense. All really serious political, religious, economic reformers have belonged to the first of the two categories, and among them there have always been individuals who, without waiting for all their fellow citizens, or even a minority of them, to be imbued with similar ideas, strove to incite more or less numerous groups against oppression, or advanced alone if they had no following. There were revolutionists in all times known to history. However, these revolutionists appeared under two different aspects. Some of them, while rebelling against the authority that oppressed society, in no wise tried to destroy this authority, they simply strove to secure it for themselves. Instead of a power that had grown oppressive, they sought to constitute a new power, of which they would be the holders, and they promised, often in good faith, that the new authority, handed over to them, would have the welfare of the people at heart and would be their true representative, a promise that later on was inevitably forgotten or betrayed. Thus were constituted imperial authority in the Rome of the Caesars, ecclesiastical authority in the first centuries of our era, dictatorial power in the decaying cities of the Middle Ages, and so forth. The same line of thought brought about royal authority in Europe at the end of feudal times. Faith in an emperor for the people, a Caesar, is not yet dead, even in the present day. But side by side with this authoritarian current, another current asserted itself, every time the necessity was felt of revising the established institutions. At all times, from ancient Greece till nowadays, there were individuals and currents of thought and action that sought, not to replace any particular authority by another, but to destroy the authority that had grafted itself on popular institutions, without creating a new one to take its place. They proclaimed the sovereignty of both the individual and the people, and they tried to free the popular institutions from authoritarian overgrowths. They worked to give back full liberty to the collective spirit of the masses, so that popular genius might freely reconstruct institutions of mutual aid and protection, in harmony with new needs and conditions of existence. In the sites of ancient Greece, and especially in those of the Middle Ages, Florence, Pskov, etc., we find many examples of this kind of conflict. We may therefore say that Jacobins and anarchists have existed at all times among reformers and revolutionists. Formidable popular movements, stamped with the character of anarchism, took place several times in the past. Villages and cities rose against the principle of government, against the supporters of the state, its tribunals, its laws, and they proclaimed the sovereignty of the rights of man. They denied all written law, and asserted that every man should govern himself according to his conscience. They thus tried to found a new society, based on the principles of equality, full liberty, and work. In the Christian movement in Judea, under Augustus, against the Roman law, the Roman state, and the morality, or rather the immorality, of that epoch, there was unquestionably much anarchism. Little by little this movement degenerated into a church movement, fashioned after the Hebrew Church and Imperial Rome itself, which naturally killed all that Christianity possessed of anarchism at its outset, gave the Christian teachings a Roman form, and soon made of it the mainstay of authority, state, slavery, and oppression. The first seeds of opportunism introduced into Christianity are already strong in the four Gospels and the Acts of the Apostles, or, at least, in the versions of the same that are incorporated in the New Testament. The Anabaptist movement of the 16th century, which in the main inaugurated and brought about the Reformation, also had an anarchist basis, but crushed by those reformers who, under Luther's rule, leagued with princes against the rebellious peasants, the movement was suppressed by a great massacre of peasants and the poorer citizens of the towns. Then the right wing of the reformers degenerated little by little, till it became the compromise between its own conscience and the state which exists today under the name of Protestantism. Thus, to summarize, anarchism had its origin in the same creative, constructive activity of the masses which has worked out in times past all the social institutions of mankind, and in the revolts of both the individuals and the nations against the representatives of force, external to these social institutions, who had laid their hands upon these institutions and used them for their own advantage. Those of the rebels whose aim was to restore to the creative genius of the masses the necessary freedom for its creative activity, so that it work out the required new institutions, were imbued with the anarchist spirit. In our times, anarchy was brought forth by the same critical and revolutionary protest which gave rise to socialism in general. However, one portion of the socialists, after having reached the negation of capitalism and of society based on the subjection of labor to capital, stopped in its development at this point. They did not declare themselves against what constitutes the real strength of capitalism. The state and its principal support centralization of authority, law, always made by a minority for its own profit, and a form of justice whose chief aim is to protect authority and capitalism. As to anarchism, it did not stop in its criticism before these institutions. It lifted its sacrilegious arm, not only against capitalism, but also against these pillars of capitalism, law, authority, and the state. The anarchist ideal and the preceding revolutions. Anarchism, as we have already said, arises from the course taken by practical life. Godwin, contemporary of the Great Revolution of 1789–93, had seen with his own eyes how the authority of the government, created during the revolution and by the revolution itself, had in its turn become an obstacle to the development of the revolutionary movement. He was also aware of what went on in England under cover of Parliament, the pillage of communal lands, the sale of advantageous posts, the hunting of the children of the poor and their removal from workhouses, by agents who travelled all over England for the purpose, to the factories of Lancashire, where masses of them soon perished. And Godwin soon understood that a government, were it even that of the Jacobin one and indivisible republic, would never be able to accomplish the necessary social, communistic revolution, that a revolutionary government, by virtue of its being a guardian of the state, and of the privileges every state has to defend, soon becomes a hindrance to the revolution. He understood and openly proclaimed the idea that for the triumph of the revolution men must first get rid of their faith in law, authority, unity, order, property, and other institutions inherited from past times when their forefathers were slaves. The second anarchist theorist, Proudhon, who came after Godwin, lived through the revolution of 1848. He was able to see with his own eyes the crimes committed by the Republican government, and at the same time convince himself of the impotence of Louis Blanc's state socialism. Under the recent impression of what he had seen during the Revolution of 1848, he wrote his powerful work, General Idea on the Revolution, in which he boldly proclaimed anarchism and the abolition of the state. And lastly, in the International Working Men's Association the anarchist conception also asserted itself after a revolution, that is, after the Paris Commune of 1871. The complete revolutionary impotence of the Council of the Commune, although it contained, in a very just proportion, representatives of all the revolutionary parties of that time, Jacobins, Blanquists, and Internationalists, and the incapacity of the General Council of the International Working Men's Association, which was sitting in London, and its silly, harmful pretensions to govern the Parisian movement by orders issued from England, both these lessons opened the eyes of a great number. They led several federations of the International, and several of its prominent members, including Bakunin, to meditate on the harmfulness of every kind of authority, even when it is elected with as much freedom as that of the Commune or that of the Workers' International. Some months later, the decision taken by the General Council of the International at a private meeting convened in London in 1871, instead of an annual congress, made the dangers of a government in the International still more evident. By this baneful resolution the forces of the association, which up till then gathered together for an economic, revolutionary struggle, for the direct action of the labor unions against the capitalism of employers, were to engage in an electoral, political, and parliamentary movement, which could but waste and destroy their real forces. This resolution brought about open rebellion among the Latin federations of the association, Spanish, Italian, Jurassic, and partly Belgian, against the General Council, and from this rebellion dates the anarchist movement which we see going on. We thus see that the anarchist movement was renewed each time it received an impression from some great practical lesson. It derived its origin from the teachings of life itself. But no sooner had it sprung up than it began to work out a general expression of its principles, and the theoretical and scientific basis of its teachings. Scientific not in the sense of adopting an incomprehensible slang, or clinging to ancient metaphysics, but in the sense of finding a basis for its principles in the natural sciences of the time, and of becoming one of their departments. At the same time it worked out its own ideal. No struggle can be successful if it is unconscious, if it has no definite and concrete aim. No destruction of existing things is possible if men have not already settled for themselves, during the struggles leading to the destruction, and during the period of destruction itself, what is going to take the place of that which is to be destroyed. Even a theoretical criticism of what exists is not possible without one picturing to oneself a more or less exact image of that which he desires to see in its place. Consciously or unconsciously, the ideal, the conception of something better, always grows in the mind of whoever criticizes existing institutions. It is the more so with men of action. To tell men, Let us first destroy capitalism and autocracy, and then we shall see what we shall put in their stead, is but to deceive oneself and to deceive others. Never has a real force been created by deception. In fact, even the one who deprecates ideals and sneers at them always has, nevertheless, some conception of what he would like to see in lieu of what he is attacking. For example, while working to destroy autocracy, some imagine an English or a German constitution in the near future, others dream of a republic, subject perhaps to a powerful dictatorship of their party, or a monarchical republic as in France, or a federative republic as in the United States, while there is now a third party which conceives a still greater limitation of state power, a still greater liberty for the cities, for the communes, for the workers' unions, and for all sorts of groups, united among themselves by free, temporary federation, than can be obtained in any republic. And when people attack capitalism, they always have a certain conception, a vague or definite idea, of what they hope to see in the place of capitalism, state capitalism, or some sort of state communism, or a federation of free communist associations for the production, the exchange, and the consumption of commodities. Each party has thus its own conception of the future, its ideal, which enables it to pronounce its own judgment on all facts occurring in the political and economic life of nations, and inspires it in its search for suitable means of action, in order the better to march towards its aim. It is, therefore, natural that anarchism, although it has originated in everyday struggles, has also worked to elaborate its ideal. And this ideal, this aim, these plans, soon separated the anarchists, in their means of action, from all political parties, as also, in a very great measure, from the socialist parties which have thought it possible to keep the ancient Roman and canonical idea of the state and to transport it into the future society of their dreams. Anarchism. It is seen from the foregoing that a variety of considerations, historical, ethnological, and economical, have brought the anarchists to conceive a society, very different from what is considered as its ideal by the authoritarian political parties. The anarchists conceive a society in which all the mutual relations of its members are regulated, not by laws, not by authorities, whether self-imposed or elected, but by mutual agreements between the members of that society, and by a sum of social customs and habits not petrified by law, routine, or superstition, but continually developing and continually readjusted, in accordance with the ever-growing requirements of a free life, stimulated by the progress of science, invention, and the steady growth of higher ideals. No ruling authorities, then. No government of man by man, no crystallization and immobility, but a continual evolution such as we see in nature. Free play for the individual, for the full development of his individual gifts, for his individualization. In other words, no actions are imposed upon the individual by a fear of punishment, none is required from him by society, but those which receive his free acceptance. In a society of equals this would be quite sufficient for preventing those unsociable actions that might be harmful to other individuals and to society itself, and for favoring the steady moral growth of that society. This is the conception developed and advocated by the anarchists. When we look into the origin of the anarchist conception of society, we see that it has had a double origin: the criticism, on the one side, of the hierarchical organizations and the authoritarian conceptions of society, and on the other side, the analysis of the tendencies that are seen in the progressive movements of mankind, both in the past, and still more so at the present time. From the remotest, Stone Age antiquity, men must have realized the evils that resulted from letting some of them acquire personal authority, even if they were the most intelligent, the bravest, or the wisest. Consequently, they developed, in the primitive clan, the village community, the medieval guild, neighbors' guilds, arts and crafts guilds, traders, hunters, and so on, and finally in the free medieval city, such institutions as enabled them to resist the encroachments upon their life and fortunes both of those strangers who conquered them, and those clansmen of their own who endeavored to establish their personal authority. The same popular tendency was self-evident in the religious movements of the masses in Europe during the earlier portions of the Reform movement and its Hussite and Anabaptist forerunners. At a much later period, namely, in 1793, the same current of thought and of action found its expression in the strikingly independent, freely federated activity of the sections of Paris and all great cities and many small communes during the French Revolution. 57 and later still, the labor combinations which developed in England and France, notwithstanding draconic laws, as soon as the factory system began to grow up, were all outcome of the same popular resistance to the growing power of the few, the capitalists in this case. These were the main popular anarchist currents which we know of in history, and it is self-evident that these movements could not but find their expression in literature. So they did, beginning with Lao Tse in China, and some of the earliest Greek philosophers, Aristippus and the Cynics, Zeno and some of the Stoics. However, being born in the masses, and not in any centers of learning, these popular movements, both when they were revolutionary and when they were deeply constructive, found little sympathy among the learned men, far less than the authoritarian hierarchical tendencies. The Greek Stoic, Zeno, already advocated a free community, without any government, which he opposed to the state utopia of Plato. He already brought into evidence the instinct of sociability, which nature had developed in opposition to the egotism of the self-preservation instinct. He foresaw a time when men would unite across the frontiers and constitute the cosmos, and would have no need of laws, law courts, or temples, and no need either of money for their exchanges of mutual services. His very wording seems to have been strikingly similar to that now in use amongst anarchists. 58. The Bishop of Alba, Marco Girolamo Vita, developed, in 1553, similar ideas against the state, its laws, and its supreme injustice, as also did the early precursors of rationalism in Armenia, in the 9th century, the Hussites, especially Chojecki, in the 15th century, and the early Anabaptists. Rabelais in the first half of the 16th century, Fenelon at the end of it, and especially the encyclopedist Diderot at the end of the 18th century, developed the same ideas, which found, as has just been mentioned, some practical expression during the French Revolution. But it was Godwin, in his Inquiry Concerning Political Justice, who stated in 1793 in a quite definite form the political and economic principles of anarchism. He did not use the word anarchy itself, but he very forcibly laid down its principles, boldly attacking the laws, proving the uselessness of the state, and maintaining that only with the abolition of courts true justice, the only real foundation of all society, would become possible. As regards property, he openly advocated communism. 59. Proudhon was the first to use the word anarchy, no government, and to submit to a powerful criticism the fruitless efforts of men to give themselves such a government as would prevent the rich ones from dominating the poor, and at the same time always remain under the control of the governed ones. 60. The repeated attempts of France, since 1793, at giving herself such a constitution, and the failure of the Revolution of 1848, gave him rich material for his criticism. Being an enemy of all forms of state socialism, of which the communists of those years, the 40s and 50s of the 19th century, represented a mere subdivision, Proudhon fiercely attacked all such attempts, and taking Robert Owen's system of labor checks representing hours of labor, he developed a conception of mutualism, in which any sort of political government would be useless. The values of all the commodities being measured by the amount of labor necessary to produce them, all the exchanges between the producers could be carried on by means of a national bank, which would accept payment in labor checks, a clearing house establishing the daily balance of exchanges between the thousands of branches of this bank. The services exchanged by different men would thus be equivalent, and as the bank would be able to lend the labor checks money without interest, and every association would be able to borrow it on payment of only 1% or less to cover the administration costs, capital would lose its pernicious power, it could be used no more as an instrument of exploitation. Proudhon gave to the system of mutualism a very full development in connection with his anti-government and anti-state ideas, but it must be said that the mutualist portion of his program had been developed in England already by William Thomson. He was a mutualist prior to his becoming a communist, and the English followers of Thomson, John Gray, 1825, 1831, and J. F. Bray, 1839. Such was the growth of anarchist ideas, from the French Revolution and Godwin to Proudhon. The next step was made within the great International Working Men's Association, which so much inspired the working classes with hope, and the middle classes with terror, in the years 1868, 1870, just before the Franco-German War. That this association was not founded by Marx, or any other personality, as the hero worshippers would like us to believe, is self-evident. It was the outcome of the meeting, at London, in 1862, of a delegation of French working men, who had come to visit the Second International Exhibition, with representatives of British trade unions and radicals, who received that delegation. The association began to spread rapidly in the Latin countries. Its fighting power soon became menacing, while at the same time its federations and its yearly congresses offered to the working men the opportunity of discussing and bringing into shape the ideas of a social revolution. The near approach of such a revolution was generally expected at that time, but no definite ideas as to its possible form and its immediate steps were forthcoming. On the contrary, several conflicting currents of socialist thought met together in the International. The main idea of the association was a direct struggle of labor against capital in the economic field, i.e., the emancipation of labor, not by middle-class legislation, but by the working men themselves. And now came the terrible Franco-German War, into which Napoleon III and his advisers madly rushed, in order to save the empire from the rapidly advancing revolution, and with it came the crushing defeat of France, the provisory government of Gambetta and Thiers, and the Commune of Paris, followed by similar attempts at Saint-Étienne in France 1871, and at Barcelona and Cartagena in Spain 1873. And these popular insurrections brought into evidence what the political aspect of a social revolution ought to be. Not a democratic republic, as was said in 1848, but the free, independent communist commune. Of course, the Paris Commune itself suffered from the confusion of ideas as to the economic and political steps to be taken by the revolution, which prevailed, as we saw, in the International. Both the Jacobinists and the Communalists, i.e., the Centralists and the Federalists, were represented in the uprising, and necessarily they came into conflict with each other. The most warlike elements were the Jacobinists and the Blanquists, but the economic, communist ideals of Babeuf had already faded among their middle-class leaders. They treated the economic question as a secondary one, which would be attended to later on, after the triumph of the Commune, and this idea prevailed. But the crushing defeat which soon followed, and the bloodthirsty revenge taken by the middle classes, proved once more that the triumph of a popular commune was materially impossible without a parallel triumph of the people in the economic field. For the Latin nations, the Commune of Paris, followed by similar attempts at Cartagena and Barcelona, settled the ideas of the revolutionary proletariat. This was the form that the social revolution must take: the independent commune. Let all the country and all the world be against it, but once its inhabitants have decided that they will communalize the consumption of commodities, their exchange and their production, they must realize it among themselves. And in so doing, will find such forces as never could be called into life and to the service of a great cause, if they attempted to take in the sway of the revolution the whole country, including its most backward or indifferent regions. Better openly to fight such strongholds of reaction than to drag them as so many chains riveted to the feet of the fighter. More than that, we made one step more. We understood that if no central government was needed to rule the independent communes, if the national government is thrown overboard and national unity is obtained by free federation, then a central municipal government becomes equally useless and noxious. The same federative principle would do within the commune. The uprising of the Paris Commune thus brought with it the solution of a question which tormented every true revolutionist. Twice had France tried to bring about some sort of a socialist revolution, by imposing it through a central government, more or less disposed to accept it, in 1793–94, when she tried to introduce l'égalité de fait real, economic equality by means of strong Jacobinist measures, and in 1848, when she tried to impose a democratic socialist republic. And each time she failed. But, now a solution was indicated, the free commune do it on its own territory, and with this grew up a new ideal anarchy. We understood then that at the bottom of Proudhon's Idée générale de la révolution au XIXe siècle, unfortunately, not yet translated into English 61, lay a deeply practical idea, that of anarchy. And in the Latin countries the thought of the more advanced men began to work in this direction. Alas! In Latin countries only, in France, in Spain, in Italy, in the French-speaking part of Switzerland, and the Wallonic part of Belgium. The Germans, on the contrary, drew from their victory over France quite another lesson and quite different ideals: the worship of the centralist state. The centralist state, hostile even to national tendencies of independence, the power of centralization and a strong central authority, these were the lessons they drew from the victories of the German Empire, and to these lessons they cling even now, without limit, that this was only a victory of a military mass, of the universal obligatory military service of the Germans, over the recruiting system of the French, and over the rottenness of the Second Napoleonic Empire approaching a revolution, which would have benefited mankind, if it were not hindered by the German invasion. In the Latin countries, then, the lesson of the Paris and the Carthagena communes laid the foundation for the development of anarchy. And the authoritarian tendencies of the General Council of the International Working Men's Association, which soon became evident and worked fatally against the unity of action of the Great Association, still more reinforced the anarchist current of thought. The more so as that council, led by Marx, Engels, and some French Blanquist refugees, all pure Jacobinists, used its powers to make a coup d'état in the International. It substituted in the program of the association parliamentary political action in lieu of the economic struggle of labor against capital, which hitherto had been the essence of the International. And in this way it provoked an open revolt against its authority in the Spanish, Italian, Jurassic, and East Belgian federations, and among a certain section of the English internationalists. In Mikhail Bakunin, the anarchist tendency, now growing within the International, found a powerful, gifted, and inspired exponent, while round Bakunin and his Jura friends gathered a small circle of talented young Italians and Spaniards, who further developed his ideas. Largely drawing upon his wide knowledge of history and philosophy, Bakunin established in a series of powerful pamphlets and letters the leading principles of modern anarchism. The complete abolition of the state, with all its organization and ideals, was the watchword he boldly proclaimed. The state has been in the past a historical necessity, which grew out of the authority won by the religious castes. But its complete extinction is now, in its turn, a historical necessity, because the state represents the negation of liberty, and spoils even what it undertakes to do for the sake of general well-being. All legislation made within the state, even when it issues from the so-called universal suffrage, has to be repudiated, because it always has been made with regard to the interests of the privileged classes. Every nation, every region, every commune must be absolutely free to organize itself, politically and economically, as it likes, so long as it is not a menace to its neighbors. Federalism and autonomy are not enough. These are only words, used to mask the state authority. Full independence of the communes, their free federation, and the social revolution within the communes, this was, he proved, the ideal now arising before our civilization from the mists of the past. The individual understands that he will be really free in proportion only as all the others round him become free. As to his economic conceptions, Bakunin was at heart a communist, but, in common with his federalist comrades of the International, and as a concession to the antagonism to communism that the authoritarian communists had inspired in France, he described himself as a collectivist anarchist. But, of course, he was not a collectivist in the sense of Vidal or Pecker, or of their modern followers, who simply aim at state capitalism. He understood it in the above-mentioned sense of not determining in advance what form of distribution the producers should adopt in their different groups, whether the communist solution, or the labor checks, or equal salaries, or any other method. And with these views, he was an ardent preacher of the social revolution, the near approach of which was foreseen then by all socialists, and which he foretold in fiery words. 62. In proportion as the workers of Europe and America began to know each other directly, without the intermediary of governments, they grew more and more convinced of their own forces and of their capacity for rebuilding society on new bases. They saw that if the people resumed possession of the land and of all that is required for producing all sorts of necessaries of life, and if the associations of men and who would work on the land, in the factories, in the mines, and so on, became themselves the managers of production, they would be able, in such conditions, to produce with the greatest ease all that is necessary for the life of society, so as to guarantee well-being for all, and also some leisure for all. The recent progress in science and techniques rendered this point more and more evident. Besides, in a vast international organization of producers and consumers, the exchange of produce could be organized with the same ease once it would not be done for the enrichment of the few. At the same time, the ever-growing thinking portion of the workers saw that the state, with its traditions, its hierarchy, and its narrow nationalism, would always stand in the way of the development of such an organization, and the experiments made in different countries with the view of partially alleviating the social evils within the present middle-class state proved more and more the fallacy of such tactics. The wider the sphere of those experiments, the more evident it was that the machinery of the state could not be utilized as an instrument of emancipation. The state is an institution which was developed for the very purpose of establishing monopolies in favor of the slave and serf owners, the landed proprietors, canonic and laic, the merchant guilds and the money lenders, the kings, the military commanders, the noblemen, and finally, in the 19th century, the industrial capitalists, whom the state supplied with hands driven away from the land. Consequently, the state would be, to say the least, a useless institution, once these monopolies ceased to exist. Life would be simplified, once the mechanism created for the exploitation of the poor by the rich would have been done away with. The idea of independent communes for the territorial organization, and of federations of trade unions for the organization of men in accordance with their different functions, gave a concrete conception of society regenerated by a social revolution. There remained only to add to these two modes of organization a third, which we saw rapidly developing during the last 50 years, since a little liberty was conquered in this direction, the thousands upon thousands of free combines and societies growing up everywhere for the satisfaction of all possible and imaginable needs, economic, sanitary, and educational, for mutual protection, for the propaganda of ideas, for art, for amusement, and so on. All of them covering each other, and all of them always ready to meet the new needs by new organizations and adjustments. Passing now to the economic views of anarchists, three different conceptions must be distinguished. So long as socialism was understood in its wide, generic, and true sense as an effort to abolish the exploitation of labor by capital, the anarchists were marching hand in hand with the socialists of that time. But they were compelled to separate from them when the socialists began to say that there is no possibility of abolishing capitalist exploitation within the lifetime of our generation, that during that phase of economic evolution which we are now living through we have only to mitigate the exploitation, and to impose upon the capitalists certain legal limitations. Contrarily to this tendency of the present-day socialists, we maintain that already now, without waiting for the coming of new phases and forms of the capitalist exploitation of labor, we must work for its abolition. We must, already now, tend to transfer all that is needed for production, the soil, the mines, the factories, the means of communication, and the means of existence, from the hands of the individual capitalist into those of the communities of producers and consumers. As for the political organization, i.e., the forms of the Commonwealth in the midst of which an economic revolution could be accomplished. We entirely differ from all the sections of state socialists in that we do not see in the system of state capitalism, which is now preached under the name of collectivism, a solution of the social question. We see in the organization of the posts and telegraphs, in the state railways, and the like, which are represented as illustrations of a society without capitalists, nothing but a new, perhaps improved, but still undesirable form of the wage system. We even think that such a solution of the social problem would so much run against the present libertarian tendencies of civilized mankind, that it simply would be unrealizable. We maintain that the state organization, having been the force to which the minorities resorted for establishing and organizing their power over the masses, cannot be the force which will serve to destroy these privileges. The lessons of history tell us that a new form of economic life always calls forth a new form of political organization, and a socialist society, whether communist or collectivist, cannot be an exception to this rule. Just as the churches cannot be utilized for freeing man from his old superstitions, and just as the feeling of human solidarity will have to find other channels for its expression besides the churches, so also the economic and political liberation of man will have to create new forms for its expression in life, instead of those established by the state. Consequently, the chief aim of anarchism is to awaken those constructive powers of the laboring masses of the people which at all great moments of history came forward to accomplish the necessary changes, and which, aided by the now accumulated knowledge, will accomplish the change that is called forth by all the best men of our own time. This is also why the anarchists refuse to accept the functions of legislators or servants of the state. We know that the social revolution will not be accomplished by means of laws. Laws can only follow the accomplished facts, and even if they honestly do follow them, which usually is not the case, a law remains a dead letter so long as there are not on the spot the living forces required for making of the tendencies expressed in the law an accomplished fact. On the other hand, since the times of the International Working Men's Association, the anarchists have always advised taking an active part in those workers' organizations which carry on the direct struggle of labor against capital and its protector, the state. Such a struggle, they say, better than any other indirect means, permits the worker to obtain some temporary improvements in the present conditions of work, while it opens his eyes to the evil that is done by capitalism and the state that supports it, and wakes up his thoughts concerning the possibility of organizing consumption, production, and exchange without the intervention of the capitalist and the state. The opinions of the anarchists concerning the form which the remuneration of labor may take in a society freed from the yoke of capital and state still remain divided. To begin with, all are agreed in repudiating the new form of the wage system which would be established if the state became the owner of all the land, the mines, the factories, the railways, and so on, and the great organizer and manager of agriculture and all the industries. If these powers were added to those which the state already possesses, taxes, defense of the territory, subsidies to religions, etc., we should create a new tyranny, even more terrible than the old one. The greater number of anarchists accept the communist solution. They see that the only form of communism that would be acceptable in a civilized society is one which would exist without the continual interference of government, i.e., the anarchist form. And they realize also that an anarchist society of a large size would be impossible, unless it would begin by guaranteeing to all its members a certain minimum of well-being produced in common. Communism and anarchy thus complete each other. As to anarchist communism, it is certain that this solution wins more and more ground nowadays among those working men who try to get a clear conception as to the forthcoming revolutionary action. The syndicalist and trade union movements, which permit the working men to realize their solidarity and to feel the community of their interests, much better than any elections, prepare the way for these conceptions. And it is hardly too much to hope that when some serious movement for the emancipation of labor begins in Europe and America, attempts will be made, at least in the Latin countries, in the anarchist-communist direction much deeper than anything that was done by the French nation in 1793–94. A few conclusions of anarchism. All political economy takes, in an anarchist's view, an aspect quite different from the aspect given to it by the economists, who, being unaccustomed to use the scientific, inductive method, even do not realize what a natural law is, although they very much like to use this expression. They even do not notice the conditional character of all so-called natural laws. In fact, every natural law always means this: if such and such conditions are at work, the result will be this and that. If a straight line crosses another line, so as to make equal angles on both its sides at the crossing point, the consequences will be such and such. If those movements only which go on in the interstellar space act upon two bodies, and there is not, at a distance which is not infinitely great, a third or a fourth body acting upon the two, then the centers of gravity of these two bodies will begin to move towards each other at such a speed. This is the law of gravitation. And so on. Always, there is an if a condition to be fulfilled. Consequently, all the so-called laws and theories of political economy are nothing but assertions of the following kind. Supposing that there always are in a given country a considerable number of people who cannot exist 1 month, or even 1 fortnight, without earning a salary and accepting for that purpose the conditions which the state will impose upon them, in the shape of taxes, land rent, and so on, or those which will be offered to them by those whom the state recognizes as owners of the soil, the factories, the railways, etc. Such and such consequences will follow. Up till now, the academic economists have always simply enumerated what happens under such conditions, without specifying and analyzing the conditions themselves. Even if they were mentioned, they were forgotten immediately, to be spoken of no more. This is bad enough, but there is in their teachings something worse than that. The economists represent the facts which result from these conditions as laws, as fatal, immutable laws. And they call that science. On the other side, the state, considered as a political power, state justice, the church, and capitalism are facts and conceptions which we cannot separate from each other. In the course of history these institutions have developed, supporting and reinforcing each other. They are connected with each other not as mere accidental coincidences. They are linked together by the links of cause and effect. The state is, for us, a society of mutual insurance between the landlord, the military commander, the judge, the priest, and later on the capitalist, in order to support each other's authority over the people, and for exploiting the poverty of the masses and getting rich themselves. Such was the origin of the state, such was its history, and such is its present essence. Consequently, to imagine that capitalism may be abolished while the state is maintained, and with the aid of the state while the latter was founded for forwarding the development of capitalism and was always growing in power and solidity, in proportion as the power of capitalism grew up, to cherish such an illusion is as unreasonable, in our opinion, as it was to expect the emancipation of labor from the church, or from Caesarism or imperialism. Certainly, in the first half of the 19th century, there have been many socialists who had such dreams, but to live in the same dreamland now that we enter in the 20th century, is really too childish. A new form of economic organization will necessarily require a new form of political structure. And, whether the change be accomplished suddenly, by a revolution, or slowly, by the way of a gradual evolution, the two changes, political and economic, must go on abreast, hand in hand. Each step towards economic freedom, each victory won over capitalism will be at the same time a step towards political liberty, towards liberation from yoke of the state by means of free agreement, territorial, professional, and functional. And each step made towards taking from the state any one of its powers and attributes will be helping the masses to win a victory over capitalism. The means of action. It is self-evident that if the anarchists differ so much in their methods of investigation and in their fundamental principles, both from the academic men of science and from their social democratic colleagues, they must equally differ from them in their means of action. Holding the opinions we do about law and the state, we evidently cannot see a source of progress, and still less an approach to the required social changes, in an ever-growing submission of the individual to the state. We cannot either go on saying, as superficial critics of present society often say when they require the state management of industries, that modern capitalism has its origin in an anarchy of production due to the non-intervention of the state and to the liberal doctrine of let things alone, laissez-faire, laissez-passer. This would amount to saying, that the state has practiced this doctrine, while in reality it never has practiced it. We know, on the contrary, that while all governments have given the capitalists and monopolists full liberty to enrich themselves with the underpaid labor of working men reduced to misery, they have never, nowhere given the working men the liberty of opposing that exploitation. Never has any government applied the leave things alone principle to the exploited masses. It reserved it for the exploiters only. In France, even under the terrible revolutionary, i.e., Jacobinist, convention, strikes were treated as a coalition, as a conspiracy to form a state within the state, and punished with death. So we need not speak after that of the anti-labor legislation of the Napoleonic Empire, the monarchic restoration, even the present middle-class republic. In England, working men were hanged for striking, under the pretext of intimidation, as late as in 1813, and in 1834 working men were transported to Australia for having dared to found, with Robert Owen, a national trades union. In the 60s strikers were sent to hard labor for picketing, under the pretext of thus defending freedom of labor, and not further back than 1903, as a result of the Taft-Vale decision, the Amalgamated Society of Railway Servants had to pay £26,000 to a railway company for having declared a strike. Need we speak after that of France, where the right of constituting labor unions and peasant syndicates was obtained only in 1884, after the anarchist agitation which broke out at Lyon and among the miners in 1883, or of Switzerland, where strikers were shot at Arello during the boring of the St. Gothard Tunnel in 1875, to say nothing of Germany, Spain, Russia, and the United States, where state intervention in favor of capitalist misrule was still worse. On the other side, we have only to remember how every state reduces the peasants and the industrial workers to a life of misery, by means of taxes, and through the monopolies it creates in favor of the landlords, the cotton lords, the railway magnates, the publicans, and the like. We have only to think how the communal possession of the land was destroyed in this country by enclosure acts, or how at this very moment it is destroyed in Russia, in order to supply hands to the landlords and the great factories. And we need only to look round, to see how everywhere in Europe and America the states are constituting monopolies in favor of capitalists at home, and still more in conquered lands, such as Egypt, Tonkin, the Transvaal, and so on. What, then, is the use of talking, with Marx, about the primitive accumulation as if this push given to capitalists were a thing of the past? In reality, new monopolies have been granted every year till now by the parliaments of all nations to railway, tramway, gas, water, and maritime transport companies, schools, institutions, and so on. The state's push is, and has ever been, the first foundation of all great capitalist fortunes. In short, nowhere has the system of non-intervention of the state ever existed. Everywhere the state has been, and is, the main pillar and the creator, direct and indirect, of capitalism and its powers over the masses. Nowhere, since states have grown up, have the masses had the freedom of resisting the oppression by capitalists. The few rights they have now they have gained only by determination and endless sacrifice. To speak therefore of non-intervention of the state may be all right for middle-class economists, who try to persuade the workers that their misery is a law of nature. But how can socialists use such language? The state has always interfered in the economic life in favor of the capitalist exploiter. It has always granted him protection in robbery, given aid and support for further enrichment. And it could not be otherwise. To do so was one of the functions, the chief mission of the state. The state was established for the precise purpose of imposing the rule of the landowners, the employers of industry, the warrior class, and the clergy upon the peasants on the land and the artisans in the city. And the rich perfectly well know that if the machinery of the state ceased to protect them, their power over the laboring classes would be gone immediately. Socialism, we have said whatever form it may take in its evolution towards communism must find its own form of political organization. Serfdom and absolute monarchy have always marched hand in hand. The one rendered the other a necessity. The same is true of capitalist rule, whose political form is representative government, either in a republic or in a monarchy. This is why socialism cannot utilize representative government as a weapon for liberating labor, just as it cannot utilize the church and its theory of divine right, or imperialism and Caesarism, with its theory of hierarchy of functionaries, for the same purpose. A new form of political organization has to be worked out the moment that socialist principles shall enter into our life. And it is self-evident that this new form will have to be popular, more decentralist, and nearer to the folk-mode self-government than representative government can ever be. Finally, being a revolutionary party, what we study in history is chiefly the genesis and the gradual development of previous revolutions. In these studies we try to free history from the state interpretation which has been given to it by state historians. We try to reconstitute in it the true role of the people, the advantages it obtained from a revolution, the ideas it launched into circulation, and the faults of tactics it committed. Without entering here into an analysis of the different revolutionary movements, it is sufficient to say that our conception of the coming social revolution is quite different from that of a Jacobin dictatorship, or the transformation of social institutions effected by a convention, a parliament, or a dictator. Never has a revolution been brought about on those lines, and if the present working class movement takes this form, it will be doomed to have no lasting result. On the contrary, we believe that if a revolution begins, it must take the form of a widely spread popular movement, during which movement, in every town and village invaded by the insurrectionary spirit, the masses set themselves to the work of reconstructing society on new lines. The people, both the peasants and the town workers, must themselves begin the constructive work, on more or less communist principles, without waiting for schemes and orders from above. From the very beginning of the movement they must contrive to house and to feed everyone, and then set to work to produce what is necessary to feed, house, and clothe all of them. They may not be, they are sure not to be, the majority of the nation. But if they are a respectably numerous minority of cities and villages scattered over the country, starting life on their own new socialist lines, they will be able to win the right to pursue their own course. In all probability they will draw towards them a notable portion of the land, as was the case in France in 1793–94. As to the government, whether it be constituted by force, only, or by election, be it the dictatorship of the proletariat, as they used to say in France in the 40s, and as they still say in Germany, or else an elected provisional government, or a convention, we put no faith in it. We know beforehand that it will be able to do nothing to accomplish the revolution, so long as the people themselves do not accomplish the change by working out on the spot the necessary new institutions. We say so, not because we have a personal dislike of governments, but because the whole of history shows us that men thrown into a government by a revolutionary wave have never been able to accomplish what was expected from them. And this is unavoidable. Because in the task of reconstructing society on new principles, separate men, however intelligent and devoted they may be, are sure to fail. The collective spirit of the masses is necessary for this purpose. Isolated men can sometimes find a legal expression to sum up the destruction of old social forms when the destruction is already proceeding. At the utmost, they may widen, perhaps, the sphere of the reconstructive work, extending what is being done in a part of the country, over a larger part of the territory. But to impose the reconstruction by law is absolutely impossible, as was proved, among other examples, by the whole history of the French Revolution. Many thousands of the laws passed by the Revolutionary Convention had not even been put into force when reaction came and flung those laws into the waste paper basket. During a revolution, new forms of life will always germinate on the ruins of the old forms, but no government will ever be able to find their expression so long as these forms will not have taken a definite shape during the work itself of reconstruction, which must be going on in thousands of spots at the same time. Who guessed who, in fact, could have guessed before 1789 the role that was going to be played by the municipalities and the Commune of Paris in the revolutionary events of 1789 to 1793. It is impossible to legislate for the future. All we can do is to vaguely guess its essential tendencies and clear the road for it. It is evident that in understanding the problem of the social revolution in this way, anarchism cannot let itself be seduced by a program that offers as its aim, the conquest of the power now in the hands of the state. We know that this conquest is not possible by peaceful means. The middle class will not give up its power without a struggle. It will resist. And in proportion as socialists will become part of the government, and share power with the middle class, their socialism will grow paler and paler. This is, indeed, what socialism is rapidly doing. Were this not so, the middle classes, who are very much more powerful numerically and intellectually than most socialists imagine them to be, would not share their power with the socialists. On the other hand, we also know that if an insurrection succeeded in giving to France, to England, or to Germany a provisional socialist government, such a government, without the spontaneous constructive activity of the people, would be absolutely powerless, and it would soon become a hindrance and a check to the revolution. In studying the preparatory periods of revolutions, we come to the conclusion that no revolution has had its origin in the power of resistance or the power of attack of a parliament or any other representative body. All revolutions began among the people. None has ever appeared armed from head to foot, like Minerva rising from the brain of Jupiter. All had, besides their period of incubation, their period of evolution, during which the masses, after having formulated very modest demands in the beginning, gradually began to conceive the necessity of more and more thorough and deeper changes. They grew more bold and daring in their conceptions of the problems of the moment, they gained confidence, and, having emerged from the lethargy of despair, they widened their program. The humble remonstrances they formulated at the outset grew step by step to be truly revolutionary demands. In fact, it took France 4 years, from 1789 to 1793, to create a republican minority which would be strong enough to impose itself. As to the period of incubation, this is how we understand it. To begin with, isolated individuals, profoundly disgusted by what they saw around them, rebelled separately. Many of them perished without any apparent result, but the indifference of society was shaken. Even those who were satisfied with existing conditions and the most ignorant were brought by these separate acts of rebellion to ask themselves, for what cause did these people, honest and full of energy, rebel and prove ready to give their lives? Gradually it became impossible to remain indifferent. People were compelled to declare themselves for or against the aims pursued by these individuals. Social thought woke up. Little by little, small groups of men were imbued with the same spirit of revolt. They also with the hope of a partial success, for example, that of winning a strike and of obtaining bread for their children, or of getting rid of some hated functionary, but very often also without any hope of success, they broke into revolt simply because they could not remain patient any longer. Not one or two such revolts, but hundreds of small insurrections in France and in England preceded the revolution. This again was unavoidable. Without such insurrections, no revolution has ever broken out. Without the menace contained in such revolts, no serious concession has ever been wrung by the people from the governing classes. Without such risings, the social mind was never able to get rid of its deep-rooted prejudices, nor to embolden itself sufficiently to conceive hope. And hope, the hope of an improvement, was always the mainspring of revolutions. The same has occurred whenever a revolution drew near, and we can safely say that as a general rule the character of each revolution was determined by the character and the purpose of the insurrections that preceded it. Consequently, to expect a social revolution to come like a Christmas box, without being heralded by small acts of revolt and insurrections, is to cherish a vain hope. It would be shutting one's eyes to what is going on all round, in Europe and America, and taking no notice of the hundreds of strikes and small uprisings occurring everywhere, and gradually assuming a more widespread and a deeper character. The anarchist principle. Translation by James Barbowen. First published in Les Temps Nouveaux, number 67, and subsequently released as a pamphlet in 1913, this article discusses the core ideas of anarchism and how its apparently negative principles of anti-statism and anti-capitalism hide an extremely positive and constructive conclusion. Originally, anarchy was presented as a simple negation. It was a negation of the state and of the personal accumulation of capital, a negation of all forms of authority, a negation too of the established structures of society, based on injustice, absurd egoism, and oppression, as well as of the prevailing morality, derived from Roman law, adopted and sanctified by the Christian Church. As a result of this struggle against authority, and born at the very heart of the International Working Men's Association, the anarchist position developed as a distinct revolutionary party. Of course, great intellects such as Godwin, Proudhon, and Bakunin would not limit themselves to a simple negation, the affirmation, the conception of a free society, without authority, marching toward the conquest of material, intellectual and moral well-being followed on from the negation. This was its inevitable and logical complement. In the writings of Bakunin as well as those of Proudhon and also of Stirner, there are profound insights into the historical roots of the anti-authoritarian principle, the part that it has played in history, and the role that it is going to be called on to play in the future development of humanity. No state, or no authority, in spite of its negative formulation, had a deeply affirmative meaning when spoken by them. It was both a philosophical and a practical principle which signified that the whole of the life of human societies, everything, from daily individual relationships between people to broader relationships between races across oceans, could and should be reformulated, and they would be reformulated sooner or later, according to the principles of anarchy, namely with complete and total liberty in individual relationships, with natural and temporary associations, and with social solidarity as a guiding principle. In sum, it was a philosophical concept. Today, philosophy has become a laughing stock. However, it was no joke when Voltaire's Philosophical Dictionary 63 was first published, putting philosophy within everyone's reach, inviting everyone to consider the meaning of everything. This was a revolutionary work whose influence can be traced through the uprisings across France in both the countryside and the city in 1793 as well as in the passionate engagement of the volunteers of the revolution. At that time, the bosses, architects of poverty and hunger, regarded philosophy with a sense of dread. However, the clerics and the businessmen, ably assisted by the German academic philosophers and their incomprehensible jargon, succeeded in rendering philosophy useless, even ridiculous. The clerics and their followers asserted so vehemently that philosophy was so much foolishness that the atheists eventually came to believe it. And the bourgeois businessmen, the red, white, and blue opportunists ridiculed philosophy so much that even the sincerest of people became convinced. Which stock market speculator, which Thiers, which Napoleon, which Gambetta did they not parrot, the better to pursue their business interests? As a consequence, philosophy has become a most mistrusted subject these days. Well, no matter what the clergy, the businessmen, and the parrots say, anarchy was understood by its founders as a great philosophical idea. It is, indeed, more than a mere motive for this or that action, it is a general philosophical principle. It is a global perspective derived from a true understanding of social phenomena, of human history, and of the true causes of progress, both ancient and modern. It is a concept that we can only adopt if we alter all of our assessments, both great and small, of the major social phenomena as well as of the intimate relationships between us in our daily lives. It is a principle of the daily struggle. And if it is a powerful principle in this struggle, this is because it encompasses the deep aspirations of the masses. It is a principle distorted by statist science and trampled underfoot by the oppressors, but it remains vital and active, always forging new progress in spite of and in opposition to all oppressors. It expresses an idea that, for as long as there have been human societies, has sought to change relationships between people, and that will one day transform them, both those that are established between people living under a single roof and those that may be established in international associations. It is, in sum, a principle that demands a complete reconstruction of all of the sciences, whether physical, natural, or social. This positive and reconstructive aspect of anarchy has been developing ceaselessly. Today, anarchy has to carry an equally great burden upon its shoulders as it did at its inception. It is no longer simply a struggle against fellow workers who arrogate some authority to themselves within a workers' organization. It is no longer simply a struggle against rulers, as was once the case, nor is it simply a struggle against an employer, a judge, or a police officer. It is all these things, of course, for without the everyday struggle, why call oneself a revolutionary? Ideas and action are inseparable. If ideas are to become central to an individual's existence, without action, these ideas are meaningless. But it is also more than that. It is the struggle between two great principles that, from time immemorial, have been at war with one another within society, the principle of liberty, and the principle of coercion. These two principles are once more engaged in a monumental struggle which must, of necessity, result in a new triumph of the libertarian principle. Look around yourself. What remains of all those political currents that once trumpeted themselves as explicitly revolutionary? Only two positions remain, the authoritarian current and the libertarian current, that is to say, the anarchists and, in direct opposition to them, all the other political movements, whatever name they give themselves. In contrast to all these other parties, the anarchists are the only ones to defend the principle of liberty. All the others boast of creating human happiness by changing or softening the form of the whip. If they cry, "Down with the hemp rope on the gibbet," it is simply to replace it with a silken cord with which to lash our backs. They are unable to conceive of society without the whip, without coercion of this sort or that, without the whip of wages or hunger, without the whip of judges or policemen, without the whip of punishment in one form or another. Only we dare state that punishment, policemen, judges, hunger, and wages have never been and never will be a part of progress, and that under a regime that uses these instruments of coercion, if progress is achieved, it is achieved in spite of and not because of these instruments. This is our struggle. And what honest young heart would not beat faster with the idea that it too can become part of the struggle? Who would not assert, in contradiction to those oppressive minorities, the most beautiful aspect of humanity, that which has created all of the progress around us, and which has flowered in spite of the efforts of many to trample it underfoot? But that is not all. As the division between the libertarian and the authoritarian position becomes more and more stark, the latter clings increasingly to the moribund ways of the past. It knows that it faces a powerful principle, which, if understood fully by the masses, is capable of imparting an irresistible strength to the revolution. And yet it works to obstruct each of the currents that join to form the great revolutionary torrent. It seeks to control the communalist strand of thought which is increasingly visible in both France and England, and it seeks to obstruct the workers' revolt against the bosses that is on the rise the world over. Instead of finding allies in the less advanced socialists, we find them, in both these areas, cunning adversaries. They push themselves with all the strength of their learned prejudices, causing socialism to deviate from its direct path. This will end with the obliteration of any socialist current within the workers' movement, unless the workers realize in time and turn away from those who currently shape their opinions. Anarchists are thus forced to work without respite and without delay in all these areas. They must reaffirm the main philosophical cornerstones of anarchy. They must incorporate scientific methods, for these will help to reshape ideas. The myths of history will be debunked, along with those of social economy and philosophy. They will provide support to those who, out of a desire for scientific truth, are already, often unwittingly, setting an anarchist stamp on contemporary thought. They must participate in the daily struggle against oppression and prejudice in order to maintain a spirit of revolt everywhere people feel oppressed and possess the courage to rise up. They must thwart the clever machinations of all those parties who were once allies but who now are hostile. who seek now to divert onto authoritarian paths those movements which were originally spawned in revolt against the oppression of capital and state. And finally, in all of these areas, they have to find, within the practice of life itself and indeed working through their own experiences, new ways in which social formations can be organized, be they centered on work, community, or region, and how these might emerge in a liberated society, freed from the authority of governments and those who would subject us to poverty and hunger. Is not the very magnitude of the task before us the greatest inspiration for those of us who feel that we have within us the strength to fight? Is it not vital that we recognize each separate act which occurs during the course of the great struggle that we have to sustain? 63 Voltaire's Dictionnaire philosophique, Philosophical Dictionary, is an encyclopedic dictionary, first published in 1764. The alphabetically arranged articles often criticized the Roman Catholic Church and other institutions. Voltaire sought to create a text which would fit in one's pocket and be affordable because revolutionary material must be small enough for people to carry with them. His text aimed to educate and amuse at the same time. Editor. A few thoughts about the essence of anarchism. Published in Freedom, January 1914, this article sees Kropotkin discussing the core aspects of anarchism. He stresses that anarchism has to be socialistic to be consistent and ties it into popular movements resisting authoritarian social, economic, and political relationships. It was originally a letter sent to a French anarchist congress held in August the previous year. So far as we know anything about the history of human society, there has always been found in it two currents of thought and action, two different tendencies. There has been the authoritarian tendency, represented by the wizards, the scientists of olden times, the priests, the military chiefs, and so on, who maintained that society must be organized by a central authority, and that this authority must make laws and be obeyed. And in opposition to this authoritarian current there has always been the popular current, which worked at organizing society, not from above downwards, but on a basis of equality, without authority, from the simple to the complex, by the free consent of the individuals in the clan and the tribe, and later on in the village community and the confederation. From the earliest times these two currents were found struggling against each other. They continue to do so, and the history of mankind is the history of their struggles. This second current is represented now by the anarchists. Whilst those who ignore willingly or not the constructive work that has been accomplished by the popular current in the savage tribe, the village community, the urban commune, the federations of communes, and, till our own days, in the working men's organizations, open and secret, as well as in the thousands of free societies now formed for all sorts of purposes, those who ignore this work and consider themselves predestined to organize the masses are the representatives of the dominating governing tendency that found its expression in the church, the state, and authoritarian socialism. Since its first steps the popular current has been working at developing among men those institutions which render possible man's life in society. The savages, when they were hardly emerging from the ordeal of the glacial period, must have noticed that there were among them dominating tendencies, and that in order to combat them, or at least to bridle them, the revolt of isolated individuals would not be sufficient. Something else was necessary. As the representatives of the dominating tendency must have already preached then as they do now the necessity of stopping disorder by establishing an authority, by transforming custom into law and mutual agreements into obligations, and by developing a religion, so also the representatives of the popular libertarian tendency evidently understood since then that they would not be able to combat this tendency otherwise than by opposing to it some sort of voluntary organization of society. Their words were different from those we use now, but this idea must have already been born then. And we see, indeed, that while they were developing such an organization they based themselves upon a very large liberty of the individual and upon the equal rights of every individual of the tribe, the stem, or the clan to a share of the land occupied by the tribe, the stem, or the clan. They thus recognized equal rights to the land, which was at that time, together with the plundering of enemies, the chief source of income. What we describe now as political and economic equality was thus aimed at since those times by the primitive builders of society. More than that, to the dominating spirit of the minorities of warriors and wizards, they were opposing the constructive spirit of the masses. To the spirit of obedience and submission they opposed the spirit of independence of the individual, and at the same time the spirit of voluntary cooperation, so as to constitute society without subduing everyone to authority. Nowadays, in the struggle of the exploited ones against the exploiters, the same constructive activity has fallen to the anarchists. Their aim is the free individual. But they understand that it is not by robbery, nor by seizing upon and monopolizing all sorts of natural wealth, lands, mines, roads, rivers, seaports, etc., nor by exploiting the labor of other men fallen, forcibly or willingly, into servitude, that they shall succeed in freeing the individual. They understand that, as they live amidst sociable creatures, such as men are, they never would free themselves if they tried to free themselves alone, individually, without taking the others into account. To have the individual free, they must strive to constitute a society of equals, wherein every one would be possessed of equal rights to the treasuries of knowledge and to the immense wealth accumulated by mankind and its civilization, wherein nobody should be compelled to sell his labor, and consequently, to a certain degree, his personality, to those who intend to exploit him. This is why anarchy necessarily is communist, why it was born amidst the international socialist movement, and why an individualist, if he intends to remain individualist, cannot be an anarchist. He who intends to retain for himself the monopoly of any piece of land or property, or any other portion of the social wealth, will be bound to look for some authority which could guarantee to him possession of this piece of land, or this portion of the modern machinery so as to enable him to compel others to work for him. Either the individual will join a society of which all the members own, all together, such a territory, such machinery, such roads, and so on, and utilize them for the life of all, and then he will be a communist, or he will apply to some sort of authority, placed above society, and obtain from it the right of taking, for his own exclusive and permanent use, such a portion of the territory or the social wealth. And then he will not be an anarchist, he will be an authoritarian. This last has already been done by the bourgeois, by the present exploiters of the human herd. There is no new social experiment to be made that way, as it has already been made on a large scale for several centuries in succession. The middle classes of the present times have tried, and succeeded in dividing among themselves the territory and the social wealth, so as to make them the property of separate individuals and their heirs. And they succeeded in this legal appropriation by creating the state, especially the modern state with the representative parliamentary government. And they have taken full advantage of this appropriation of the land to exploit those who had had no share in the robbery and the partition. They have constituted modern society on that basis. They imagined that in this way they would conquer full liberty for themselves, or, at least, freedom for their own individual development. And they discover now that they are, with their children, the serfs of the state, of that same state for the growth of which they have worked so energetically, in the hope that, while guaranteeing them their individual properties and protecting them from the proletarians, it would never attack the freedom of the monopolists. But they see now, those of them, at least, who are intelligent enough to understand what is going on today, that it becomes impossible to maintain this privileged position any longer. They play their last cards to retain it, but they realize that this is impossible. This is why some of them, the clever ones, make an offer to some of the exploited to associate themselves with the middle classes, by constituting out of them a fourth class of monopolists, to exploit the rest of the nation, as well as all the nations that are backward in industry. However, labor begins to see through this trick, and after having allowed themselves to be fooled during the last 40 or 50 years by the promise of a conquest of political power, the mass of the workers begin to see that they have lost their time, that they have been the tools of the politicians, and now they are giving them the cold shoulder. What the anarchists had foreseen and foretold 40 years ago, i.e., the inevitable failure of parliamentarism as a means of attaining the emancipation of labor and preparing the advent of a socialist society, becomes now evident to everyone. And this failure, in proportion as it becomes more and more evident, is bound to produce a new awakening of the working classes. The more necessary is it, therefore, to find a short and precise expression of our aims, and to indicate in which directions we intend to work so as to build up the future as well as to destroy the past. Letter to the Bakunin Centenary Celebration. In this letter to a meeting marking the 100th anniversary of Bakunin's birth, Kropotkin summarizes his life, ideas, and influence. It is notable for its stress on the International Working Men's Association as the place Bakunin's ideas flourished. It was published in Freedom in June 1914. Dear comrades, I am sorry that I cannot be with you for the commemoration of the birthday of our great teacher, Mikhail Bakunin. There are few names which ought to be as dear to the revolutionary working men of the world as the name of this apostle of the mass revolt of the proletarians of all nations. Surely, none of us will ever think of minimizing the importance of that labor of thought which precedes every revolution. It is the conscience of the wrongs of society, which gives to the downtrodden and oppressed ones the vigor that is required to revolt against those wrongs. But with immense numbers of mankind, quite an abyss lies between the comprehension of the evils, and the action that is needed to get rid of these evils. To move people to cross this abyss, and to pass from grumbling to action, was Bakunin's chief work. In his youth, like most educated men of his times, he paid a tribute to the vagaries of abstruse philosophy. But he soon found his way at the approach of the revolution of 1848. A wave of social revolt was rising then in France, and he flung himself heart and soul into the turmoil. Not with those politicians who already prepared to seize the reins of power as soon as monarchy would fall under the blows of the revolted proletarians. He foresaw, he knew already, that the new rulers would be against the proletarians the moment they would be at the head of the republic. He was with the lowest masses of the Paris proletarians, with those men and women whose vague hopes were already directed towards a social, communistic commonwealth. Here he represented the so much needed link between the advanced parties of the Great Revolution of 1793 and the new generation of socialists, a giant trying to inspire the generous but much too pacific socialist proletarians of Paris with the stern daring of the sans-culottes of 1793 and 1794. Of course, the politicians soon saw how dangerous such a man was for them, and they expelled him from Paris before the first barricades of February 1848 had been built. He was quite right, that bourgeois Republican Cassadier 64, when he said of Bakunin, "Such men are invaluable before the revolution. But when a revolution has begun they must be shot." Of course they must. They will not be satisfied with the first victories of the middle classes. Like our Portuguese worker friends 65, they will want some immediate practical results for the people. They will want that every one of the downtrodden masses should feel that a new era has come for the ragged proletarian. Of course, the bourgeois must shoot such men, as they shot the Paris workers in 1871. In Paris, they took the precaution of expelling him before the revolution began. Expelled from Paris, Bakunin took his revenge at Dresden, in the revolution of 1849, and here his worst enemies had to recognize his powers in inspiring the masses in a fight, and his organizing capacities. Then came the years of imprisonment in the fortress of Olmütz, where he was chained to the wall of his cell, and in the deep casemates of the St. Petersburg and Schlüsselburg fortresses, followed by years of exile in Siberia. But in 1862 he ran away from Siberia to the United States, and then to London, where he joined the friends of his youth Herzen and Ogarev. 66. Heart and soul he threw himself into supporting the Polish uprising of 1863. But it was not until 4 years later that he found the proper surroundings and ground for his revolutionary agitation in the International Working Men's Association. Here he saw masses of workers of all nations joining hands across frontiers, and striving to become strong enough in their unions to throw off the yoke of capitalism. And at once he understood what was the chief stronghold the workers had to storm, in order to be successful in their struggle against capital, the state. And while the political socialists spoke of getting hold of power in the state and reforming it, destroy the state, became the war cry of the Latin federations, where Bakunin found his best friends. The state is the chief stronghold of capital, once its father, and now its chief ally and support. Consequently, down with capitalism and down with the state. All his previous experience and a close friendly intercourse with the Latin workers made of Bakunin the powerful adversary of the state and the fierce revolutionary anarchist communist fighter he became in the last 10 years of his life. Here Bakunin displayed all the powers of his revolutionary genius. One cannot read his writings during those years, mostly pamphlets dealing with questions of the day, and yet full of profound views of society, without being fired by the force of his revolutionary convictions. In reading these writings and in following his life, one understands why he so much inspired his friends with the sacred fire of revolt. Down to his last days, even amidst the pangs of a mortal disease, even in his last writings, which he considered his testament, he remained the same firmly convinced revolutionary anarchist and the same fighter, ready to join the masses anywhere in their revolt against capital and the state. Let us, then, follow his example. Let us continue his work, never forgetting that two things are necessary to be successful in a revolution. Two things, as one of my comrades said in the trial at Lyon, an idea in the head, and a bullet in the rifle. The force of action guided by the force of anarchist thought. P. Kropotkin. From Ethics, Origin and Development. These extracts are from Kropotkin's posthumously published work on the evolution of ethics, Etika, Proihozhny I Razvitay and Ravstvenosti, 1922, translated into English by Louis S. Friedland and Joseph R. Piroshnikov, which complements Mutual Aid. This is the only place where Kropotkin discusses Proudhon's ideas in depth, indicating how his ideas on justice and equality represent an important development as they explicitly link both concepts, particularly economically. After the French Revolution, in the beginning of the 19th century, ideas of economic justice and economic equality were advanced in the teaching which received the name of socialism. The fathers of this teaching in France were Saint-Simon and Charles Fourier, and in England, Robert Owen. Already, among these early founders of socialism, we find two different points of view as to the methods by which they propose to establish social and economic justice in society. Saint-Simon taught that a just social system can be organized only with the aid of the ruling power, whereas Fourier, and to some extent Robert Owen, held that social justice may be attained without the interference of the state. Thus Saint-Simon's interpretation of socialism is authoritarian, whereas that of Fourier is libertarian. In the middle of the 19th century, socialistic ideas began to be developed by numerous thinkers, among whom should be noted in France, Considerant, Pierre Leroux, Louis Blanc, Cabet, Vidal, and Pecker, and later Proudhon; in Germany, Karl Marx, Engels, Rodbertus, and Schoeffel; in Russia, Bakunin, Chernyshevsky, Lavrov, etc. All these thinkers and their followers bent their efforts either to the spreading of the socialistic ideas in understandable form, or to putting them upon a scientific basis. The ideas of the first theorists of socialism, as they began to take a more definite form, gave rise to the two principal socialistic movements, authoritarian communism and anarchistic, non-authoritarian, communism, as well as to a few intermediate forms. Such are the schools of state capitalism, state ownership of all the means of production, collectivism, cooperationism, municipal socialism, semi-socialistic institutions established by cities, and many others. At the same time, these very thoughts of the founders of socialism, especially of Robert Owen, helped to originate among the working masses themselves a vast labor movement, which is economic in form, but is, in fact, deeply ethical. This movement aims to unite all the workingmen into unions according to trades, for the purpose of direct struggle with capitalism. In 1864 to 1879 this movement gave origin to the International, or the International Workers' Association, which endeavored to establish international cooperation among the united trades. Three fundamental principles were established by this intellectual and revolutionary movement. 1. Abolition of the wage system, which is nothing but a modern form of the ancient slavery and serfdom. 2. Abolition of private ownership of all that is necessary for production and for social organization of the exchange of products. 3. The liberation of the individual and of society from that form of political enslavement, the state, which serves to support and to preserve economic slavery. The realization of these three objects is necessary for the establishment of a social justice in consonance with the moral demands of our time. For the last 30 years the consciousness of this necessity has penetrated deeply into the minds not only of working men, but also progressive men of all classes. Among the socialists, Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, 1809–1865, approached nearer than any other the interpretation of justice as the basis of morality. Proudhon's importance in the history of the development of ethics passes unnoticed, like the importance of Darwin in the same field. However, the historian of ethics, Jodl 67, did not hesitate to place this peasant compositor, a self-taught man who underwent great hardships to educate himself, and who was also a thinker, and an original one, side by side with the profound and learned philosophers who had been elaborating the theory of morality. Of course, in advancing justice as the fundamental principle of morality, Proudhon was influenced on one side by Hume, Adam Smith, Montesquieu, Voltaire, and the encyclopedists, and by the Great French Revolution, and on the other side by German philosophy, as well as by Auguste Comte 68 and the entire socialistic movement of the 40s. A few years later this movement took the form of the International Brotherhood of Workers 69, which put forward as one of its mottos the Masonic formula: there are no rights without obligations, there are no obligations without rights. But Proudhon's merit lies in his indicating clearly the fundamental principle following from the heritage of the Great Revolution, the conception of equity, and consequently of justice, and in showing that this conception has been always at the basis of social life, and consequently of all ethics, in spite of the fact that philosophers passed it by as if it were non-existent, or were simply unwilling to ascribe to it a predominating importance. Already in his early work, Qu'est-ce la propriété? What is property? Proudhon identified justice with equality, more correctly equity, referring to the ancient definition of justice: justum equal est, injustum inequal, the equitable is just, the inequitable unjust. Later he repeatedly returned to this question in his works, Système de contradictions, economic system of economical contradictions, or, the philosophy of poverty, and Philosophie du progrès, philosophy of progress, but the complete elaboration of the great importance of this conception of justice he gave in his 3-volume work, De la justice dans la révolution et dans l'Église, on justice in the Revolution and in the Church, which appeared in 1858. 70. It is true that this work does not contain a strictly systematic exposition of Proudhon's ethical views, but such views are expressed with sufficient clearness in various passages of the work. An attempt to determine to what an extent these passages are Proudhon's own ideas, and how far they are adaptations from earlier thinkers, would be difficult and at the same time useless. I shall, therefore, simply outline their main contentions. Proudhon regards moral teaching as a part of the general science of law. The problem of the investigator lies in determining the basis of this teaching, its essence, its origin, and its sanction, i.e., that which imparts to law and to morality an obligatory character, and that which has educational value. Moreover, Proudhon, like Comte and the encyclopedists, categorically refuses to build his philosophy of law and of morality on a religious or a metaphysical basis. It is necessary, he says, to study the life of societies and to learn from it what it is that serves society as a guiding principle. 71. Up to this time all ethical systems were constructed more or less under the influence of religion, and not a single teaching dared to advance the equity of men and the equality of economic rights as the basis of ethics. Proudhon attempted to do this as far as was possible in the days of Napoleonic censorship, always on guard against socialism and atheism. Proudhon wished to create, as he expressed it, a philosophy of the people, based on knowledge. He regards his book, on justice in the Revolution and in the Church, as an attempt made in that direction. And the object of this philosophy, as of all knowledge, is foresight, so that the path of social life may be indicated before it is actually laid out. Proudhon considers the sense of personal dignity as the true essence of justice and the fundamental principle of all morality. If this sense is developed in an individual, it becomes with reference to all men regardless of whether they are friends or enemies a sense of human dignity. The right is an ability, inherent in all, to demand from all others that they respect human dignity in their own person, and duty is the demand that everyone should recognize this dignity in others. We cannot love everybody, but we must respect each man's personal dignity. We cannot demand the love of others, but we unquestionably have a right to demand respect for our personality. It is impossible to build a new society on mutual love, but it can and should be built on the demand of mutual respect. To feel and to assert human dignity first in all that pertains to us, and then in the personality of our fellow men, without falling into egoism, as well as not paying attention either to deity or to society, this is right. To be ready under all circumstances to rise energetically in defense of this dignity, this is justice. It would seem that at this point Proudhon should have declared quite definitely that a free society can be built only on equity. But he did not so declare, perhaps because of the Napoleonic censorship. In reading his Justice, this conclusion, equity, seems almost inevitable, and in a few passages it is more than implied. The question of the origin of the sense of justice was answered by Proudhon in the same manner as by Comte and by modern science, that it represents the product of the development of human societies. In order to explain the origin of the moral element, Proudhon endeavored to find for morality, i.e., for justice 72, an organic base in the psychic structure of man. 73 Justice, he says, does not come from above, nor is it a product of the calculation of one's interests, for no social order can be built on such a basis. This faculty, moreover, is something different from the natural kindness in man, the feeling of sympathy, or the instinct of sociality upon which the positivists endeavor to base ethics. A man is possessed of a special feeling, one that is higher than the feeling of sociality, namely, the sense of righteousness, the consciousness of the equal right of all men to a mutual regard for personality. 74. Thus, Jodl remarks, after his most vigorous protests against transcendentalism, Proudhon turns, after all, to the old heritage of intuitional ethics, conscience. Geschichte Ethik, ch. 11, p. 267. This remark, however, is not quite correct. Proudhon merely meant to say that the conception of justice cannot be a simple inborn tendency, because if it were, it would be difficult to account for the preponderance it acquires in the struggle with other tendencies continually urging man to be unjust to others. The tendency to protect the interests of others at the expense of our own cannot be solely an inborn feeling, although its rudiments were always present in man, but these rudiments must be developed. 75 And this feeling could develop in society only through experience, and such was actually the case. In considering the contradictions furnished by the history of human societies, between the conception of justice native to man and social injustice, supported by the ruling powers and even by the churches, Proudhon came to the conclusion that although the conception of justice is inborn in man, thousands of years had to elapse before the idea of justice entered as a fundamental conception into legislation at the time of the French Revolution in the Declaration of the Rights of Man. Like Comte, Proudhon very well realized the progress that was taking place in the development of mankind, and he was convinced that further progressive development would occur. Of course, he had in mind not merely the development of culture, i.e., of the material conditions of life, but mainly of civilization, enlightenment, i.e., the development of the intellectual and the spiritual organization of society, the improvement in institutions and in mutual relations among men. 76 In this progress he ascribed a great importance to idealization, to the ideals that in certain periods acquire the ascendancy over the petty daily cares, when the discrepancy between the law, understood as the highest expression of justice, and actual life as it is developed under the power of legislation, acquires the proportions of a glaring, unbearable contradiction. In a later part of this work we shall have occasion to return to the significance of justice in the elaboration of the moral conceptions. For the present I will simply remark that no one prepared the ground for the correct understanding of this fundamental conception of all morality so well as Proudhon. 77. The highest moral aim of man is the attaining of justice. The entire history of mankind, says Proudhon, is the history of human endeavor to attain justice in this life. All the great revolutions are nothing but the attempt to realize justice by force, and since during the revolution the means, i.e., violence, temporarily prevailed over the old form of oppression, the actual result was always a substitution of one tyranny for another. Nevertheless, the impelling motive of every revolutionary movement was always justice, and every revolution, no matter into what it later degenerated, always introduced into social life a certain degree of justice. All these partial realizations of justice will finally lead to the complete triumph of justice on earth. Why is it that, in spite of all the revolutions that have taken place, not a single nation has yet arrived at the complete attainment of justice? The principal cause of this lies in the fact that the idea of justice has not as yet penetrated into the minds of the majority of men. Originating in the mind of a separate individual, the idea of justice must become a social idea inspiring the revolution. The starting point of the idea of justice is the sense of personal dignity. In associating with others we find that this feeling becomes generalist and becomes the feeling of human dignity. A rational creature recognizes this feeling in another friend or enemy alike as in himself. In this, justice differs from love and from other sensations of sympathy. This is why justice is the antithesis of egoism, and why the influence which justice exerts upon us prevails over other feelings. For the same reason, in the case of a primitive man whose sense of personal dignity manifests itself in a crude way, and whose self-aimed tendencies prevail over the social, justice finds its expression in the form of supernatural prescription, and it rests upon religion. But little by little, under the influence of religion, the sense of justice, Proudhon writes simply justice, without defining whether he considers it a conception or a feeling, deteriorates. Contrary to its essence, this feeling becomes aristocratic, and in Christianity, and in some earlier religions, it reaches the point of humiliating mankind. Under the pretext of respect for God, respect for man is banished, and once this respect is destroyed, justice succumbs, and with it society deteriorates. Then a revolution takes place which opens a new era for mankind. It enables justice, only vaguely apprehended before, to appear in all the purity and completeness of its fundamental idea. Justice is absolute and unchangeable, it knows no more or less. 78. It is remarkable, adds Proudhon, that from the time of the fall of the Bastille, in 1789, there was not a single government in France which dared openly to deny justice and to declare itself frankly counter-revolutionary. However, all governments violated justice, even the government at the time of the Terror, even Robespierre, especially Robespierre. 79. Proudhon pointed out, however, that we should guard against trampling upon the interests of the individual for the sake of the interests of society. True justice consists in a harmonious combination of social interest with those of the individual. Justice, thus interpreted, contains nothing mysterious or mystical. Neither is it a desire for personal gain, since I consider it my duty to demand respect for my fellow men, as well as for myself. Justice demands respect for personal dignity even in any enemy, hence the international military code. Since man is a being capable of progressing, justice opens the path to progress for all alike. Therefore, wrote Proudhon, justice found expression in the earliest religions, in the Mosaic Law, for example, which bade us love God with all our heart, with all our soul, with all our might, and to love our neighbor as we love ourselves, in the book of Tobit, where we are told not to do unto others what we do not want done unto us. 80 similar ideas were expressed by the Pythagoreans, by Epicurus and Aristotle, and the same demand was made by non-religious philosophers like Gassendi, Hobbes, Bentham, Helvetius, etc. 81. In short, we find that equity is everywhere considered the basis of morality, or, as Proudhon wrote, as regards the mutual personal relations without equality there is no justice. 82. Unfortunately, all the worshippers of the ruling power, even the state socialists, fail to notice this fundamental principle of all morality and continue to support the necessity of the inequality and non-equity inherent in the state. Nevertheless, equity became in principle the basis of all the declarations of the Great French Revolution, just as it was accepted earlier in the Declaration of Rights in the North American Republic. Already the Declaration of 1789 proclaimed that nature made all men free and equal. The same principle was reiterated in the Declaration of July 24, 1793. The Revolution proclaimed individual equality, equality of political and civic rights, and also equality before the law and the courts. More than that, it created a new social economy by recognizing instead of private rights, the principle of the equivalent value of mutual service. 83. The essence of justice is respect for our fellow men, Proudhon constantly insisted. We know the nature of justice, he wrote, its definition can be given in the following formula. Respect thy neighbor as thyself, even if thou canst not love him, and do not permit that he or thyself be treated with disrespect. Without equality there is no justice. I 204, 206. 84. Unfortunately, this principle has not as yet been attained either in legislation or in the courts, and certainly not in the church. Economics suggested one way out: the subdivision of labor in order to increase production, which increase is, of course, necessary, but it has also shown, at least through the testimony of some economists, such as Rossi, for example, that this division of labor leads to apathy among the workers and to the creation of a slave class. We thus see that the only possible way out of this situation is to be found in mutuality of service, instead of the subordination of one kind of service to another, I 269, and therefore in the equality of rights and possessions. This is just what was asserted by the Declaration of the Convention of February 15, and July 24 of 1793, in which freedom and the equality of all before the law were proclaimed, and this declaration was reiterated in 1795, 1799, 1814, 1830, and 1848, I 270. Justice, as Proudhon sees it, is not merely a restraining social force. He sees in it a creative force, like reason and work. 85. Then, having remarked, as Bacon had already done, that thought is born of action, and dedicating for this reason a series of excellent pages to the necessity of manual labor and of the study of trades in schools as a means of broadening our scientific education, Proudhon proceeds to consider justice in its various applications, with respect to individuals, in the distribution of wealth, in the state, in education, and in mentality. Proudhon had to acknowledge that the development of justice in human societies requires time, a high development of ideals and of the feeling of solidarity with all, is required, and this can be attained only through long individual and social evolution. We will return to this subject in another volume. I will only add here that all this part of Proudhon's book, and his conclusion in which he determines wherein lies the sanction of the conception of justice, contain very many ideas stimulating to human thought. This quality of mental stimulation is characteristic of all Proudhon's writings, and it was pointed out by Herzen and by many others. However, in all his excellent words about justice, Proudhon did not indicate clearly enough the distinction between the two meanings given in the French language to the word justice. One meaning is equality, an equation in the mathematical sense, while the other meaning is the administering of justice, i.e., the act of judging, the decision of the court, and even the taking of the law into one's own hands. Of course, when justice is mentioned in ethics it is interpreted only in the first sense, but Proudhon at times used the word justice in its second sense, which circumstance leads to a certain indefiniteness. This is probably the reason why he did not try to trace the origin of this concept in man, a problem with which, as we will see later, Litra 86 dealt at some length. At any rate, from the time of the appearance of Proudhon's work, Justice in the Revolution and in the Church, it became impossible to build an ethical system without recognizing as its basis equity, the equality of all citizens in their rights. It is apparently for this reason that the attempt was made to subject this work of Proudhon's to a unanimous silence, so that only Jodl was unafraid of compromising himself and assigned to the French revolutionist a prominent place in his history of ethics. It is true that the 3 volumes which Proudhon devoted to justice contain a great deal of irrelevant matter, a vast amount of polemics against the Church. The title, Justice in the Revolution and in the Church, justifies this, however, all the more because the subject under discussion is not justice in the Church, but in Christianity and in the religious moral teachings in general. They also contain 2 essays on woman, with which most modern writers will, of course, not agree, and finally, they contain many digressions, which, though they serve a purpose, help to befog the main issue. But notwithstanding all this, we have at last in Proudhon's work an investigation in which justice, which had been already alluded to by many thinkers who occupied themselves with the problem of morality, was assigned a proper place. In this work, at last, it is stated that justice is the recognition of equity and of the striving of men for equality, and that this is the basis of all our moral conceptions. Ethics had for a long time been moving toward this admission. But all along it had been so bound up with religion, and in recent times with Christianity, that this recognition was not fully expressed by any of Proudhon's predecessors. Finally, I must point out that in Proudhon's work, Justice in the Revolution and in the Church, there is already a hint of the threefold nature of morality. He had shown in the first volume, though in a very cursory way, in a few lines, the primary source of morality, sociality, which is observed even among the animals. And he dwelt later, toward the end of his work, on the third constituent element of all scientific, as well as of religious morality, the ideal. But he did not show where the dividing line comes between justice, which says, give what is due, and is thus reduced to a mathematical equation, and that which man gives to another or to all above what is due, without weighing what he gives or what he receives, which, to my mind, constitutes a necessary, constituent part of morality. But he already finds it necessary to complete justice by adding the ideal, i.e., the striving for idealistic actions, due to which, according to Proudhon, our very conceptions of justice are continually broadened and become more refined. And indeed, after all that mankind lived through from the time of the American and the 2 French revolutions, our conceptions of justice are clearly not the same as they were at the end of the 18th century, when serfdom and slavery called forth no protest even from liberal moralists. We have now to consider a series of works on ethics by thinkers who take the evolutionist viewpoint and who accept Darwin's theory of the development of all organic life, as well as of the social life of man. Here ought to be included a succession of works by modern thinkers, because almost all who wrote on ethics in the second half of the 19th century show evidence of the influence of the evolutionist theory of gradual development, which rapidly conquered the mind, after it was so carefully elaborated by Darwin in its application to organic nature. Capitalism and the State. When a workman sells his labor to an employer and knows perfectly well that some part of the value of his produce will be unjustly taken by the employer, when he sells it without even the slightest guarantee of being employed so much as 6 consecutive months, it is a sad mockery to call that a free contract, as long as 3/4 of humanity are compelled to enter into agreements of that description. Force is of course necessary, both to enforce the supposed agreements and to maintain such a state of things. Force, and a great deal of force, is necessary to prevent the laborers from taking possession of what they consider unjustly appropriated by the few, and force is necessary to continually bring new uncivilized nations under the same conditions. Anarchist communism, its basis and principle. Of what use in fact is this great machine that we call the state? Is it to hinder the exploitation of the worker by the capitalist, of the peasant by the landlord? Is it to assure us work? To protect us from the loan shark? To give us sustenance when the woman has only water to pacify the child who weeps at her dried out breast? No, 1,000 times no. The state is there to protect exploitation, speculation, and private property. It is itself the byproduct of the rapine of the people. The proletarian must rely on his own hands, he can expect nothing of the state. It is nothing more than an organization devised to hinder emancipation at all costs. Everything in the state is loaded in favor of the idle proprietor, everything against the working proletarian. Bourgeois education, which from an early age corrupts the child by inculcating anti-egalitarian principles, the church which disturbs women's minds, the law which hinders the exchange of ideas of solidarity and equality, money, which can be used when needed to corrupt whoever seeks to be an apostle of the solidarity of the workers, prison and grapeshot as a last resort to shut the mouths of those who will not be corrupted. Such is the state. The breakdown of the state, words of a rebel. From Representative Government. Translation by Paul Sharkey. This article on the interwoven nature of economic and political systems appeared in Words of a Rebel, 1885. Following Proudhon's lead, Kropotkin stresses that a non-capitalist economy means the end of government. He also stresses that political rights and liberties are won by the struggle of the people, not given by ruling elites. When we look at the essential features of human societies, setting secondary and temporary features to one side, we find that the political regime to which they are subjected is always the expression of the economic regime existing within that society. The political organization does not change at the whim of lawmakers. True, it may change name and may today present itself in the guise of a monarchy and tomorrow in that of a republic, but it does not undergo any equivalent modification in substance. It is fashioned and made after the economic regime of which it is always the expression and at the same time the consecration and support. As it evolves, the political regime of such and such a country may occasionally find itself overtaken by the economic changes taking place, whereupon it is abruptly rearranged, remodeled so as to fit in with the economic regime which has been established. But on the other hand, if, in time of revolution, that political regime should race ahead of economic change, it amounts to nothing more than a dead letter, a formula inscribed in charters but bereft of any real impact. Thus the Declaration of the Rights of Man, whatever part it may have played in history, is now nothing more than an historical document, and those splendid words liberty, equality, fraternity will be nothing more than dreams or lies scrawled on church and prison walls until such time as liberty and equality become the foundations of economic relations. Universal suffrage would have been as unthinkable in a slave-based society as despotism in a society founded upon what is called freedom of transactions but which is rather freedom of exploitation. Western Europe's working classes have learnt this lesson well. They know or have an inkling that societies shall continue to find it hard to breathe freely within existing political institutions until such time as today's capitalist order has been overthrown. They know that such institutions, for all their splendid names, are nevertheless the corruption and domination of the strongest and the stifling of all freedom and progress. They know that the only way to shrug off these encumbrances would be to found economic relationships upon a fresh arrangement, collective ownership. Finally, they know that for a thoroughgoing and lasting political revolution to be brought off, there has to be an economic revolution. Precisely because of the close connection that exists between the political regime and the economic regime, however, it is plain that any revolution in the manner of the production and distribution of goods could not take place if it were not made together with a profound alteration of those institutions that are generally referred to as political. The abolition of private property and its associated exploitation, the establishment of a collectivist or communist arrangement would be unrealizable if we were to insist on holding on to our parliaments or our kings. A new economic departure requires a new political departure, and that truth is so readily appreciated by everybody that in fact the intellectual efforts currently underway among the masses of the people focuses willy-nilly upon both sides of the matter in hand. In thinking through the future economy, it also probes the politics of the future, and alongside the terms collectivism and communism we hear these words said: workers' state, free commune, anarchy, or indeed, anti-authoritarian or anarchist communism and collectivist commune. General rule: do you wish to study fruitfully? Make a start by sending the 1,000 prejudices in which you were schooled up in smoke, one by one. These words, one famous astronomer's preface to his lectures, are equally applicable to every branch of human knowledge, even more to the social sciences than to the physical sciences, because, right from the very earliest venture into the realms of the latter, we find ourselves grappling with a host of prejudices inherited from a bygone age, notions that are entirely false and which are started in order to mislead the people that much better, a scrupulously calculated sophistry designed to taint popular opinion. So we have some basic groundwork to carry out before we can move sure-footedly ahead. Now among those prejudices there is one that is especially deserving of our attention, because, not only does it underpin all our modern political institutions, but we can detect traces of it in nearly every social theory advanced by the reformers. It consists of trusting to representative government, to government by proxy. Towards the close of the last century, the French people overthrew the monarchy and the last of the absolute kings mounted the scaffold, paying the price for his crimes and those of his predecessors. It seemed that at that precise point, just when everything good, great, and lasting achieved by the revolution had been pulled off through the enterprise and energy of individuals or groups, and thanks to the disorganization and weakness of central government at that time, I say, it seemed that the people would not be disposed to submit to the yoke of some new authority founded upon the same principles as its predecessor, of an authority not yet corroded by the vices that afflicted the former authorities. Far from it. Under the sway of governmental prejudices and letting themselves be taken in by the semblance of freedom and well-being afforded, so it was said, by the British and American constitutions, the French people raced to endow itself with a constitution, then more constitutions which it often changed, introducing infinitely varying details, but all of which were founded upon this principle, representative government. What matter whether it be monarchy or republic? The people does not govern itself, it is governed by more or less wisely chosen representatives. It may crow about its sovereignty, but it will be quick to abdicate it. Willy-nilly, it will elect its deputies, on whom it will or will not keep an eye, and it will be such deputies who will assume the burden of ruling over the vast range of interconnected interests and the whole complexity of human relationships throughout the length and breadth of France. Later, every country in continental Europe followed suit. One after another, they toppled their absolute monarchies and all embarked upon the parliamentary path. All but the Oriental despotisms tread that same path. Bulgaria, Turkey, and Serbia dabble in constitutional government. Even in Russia, we see efforts to shrug off the yoke of one Camarilla 87 and replace it with the easier yoke of a delegated assembly. And, worse still, France, breaking fresh ground, is still lapsing back into the same bad old ways. Disgusted by the sad experience of the constitutional monarchy, the people one day overthrows it, only to hasten the very next day to elect an assembly unchanged other than in name and to entrust the burden of government to its care, which it would sell on to some brigand who will invite the foreign invader onto the fertile plains of France. 88. 20 years later, it makes the same mistake all over again. Seeing the city of Paris free and deserted by the troops and the powers that be, it does not turn to experimenting with some new formula that might speed the establishment of a new economic arrangement. Content to replace the word empire with republic and the latter with commune, it hurriedly replicates the representative system under the commune. It camouflages the brand new idea with the worm-eaten legacy of the past, abdicates its own initiative to the care of an assembly of fairly haphazardly elected folk and trusts to them to handle the complete reorganization of human relationships that was the only thing that might have breathed strength and life into the commune. 2. Its supporters, and it does have supporters of good faith, if not of good judgment, invariably boast of the services that we have been rendered thanks to that institution, or so they say. To listen to them, it is to the representative system that we owe a debt for the political freedoms we enjoy these days, freedoms previously unknown under the late absolute monarchy. But is that sort of reasoning not tantamount to mistaking the cause for the effect, or, rather, one of two simultaneous effects for the cause. In essence, what few freedoms we have gained over the past century have not been given to us nor indeed guaranteed to us by representative government. They were wrested from governments, along with national representation, by the great tide of liberal thought issuing from the revolution. Furthermore, it is the spirit of freedom and rebelliousness that has successfully preserved them in spite of and in the face of relentless encroachments by governments and parliaments themselves. Representative government does not of itself dole out real freedoms and is wonderfully compatible with despotism. Freedoms must be wrested from it just as much as from absolutist kings, and once wrested, they have still to be defended against Parliament just as they once would have been against a monarch, day by day, inch by inch, relentlessly. 89. To attribute the achievements of general progress to parliaments, to imagine that a constitution is of itself enough to ensure freedom, these fly in the face of the most elementary rules of historical judgment. Besides, this is not the issue. It is not a matter of knowing whether the representative system has any advantages to offer over the reign of a pack of flunkies exploiting the whims of an absolute master. If it has made headway in Europe, this is because it was better suited to the phase of capitalist exploitation through which we have passed during the 19th century but which is now drawing to an end. It certainly offered better security for the industrial entrepreneurs and merchant to whom it gave the power that had fallen from the grasp of the feudal lord seigneurs. But in addition to its considerable drawbacks, monarchy too might have had a few advantages over the reign of the feudal lords. It too was the inevitable creation of its times. Does that mean that we must forever remain under the authority of some king and his servants? Comparable in this regard to despots, representative government, whether it goes under the name of parliament, convention, or council of the commune, or endows itself with some other, more or less preposterous title, whether it is appointed by the prefects of a Bonaparte or elected as freely as can be by an insurgent city, representative government will always be out to extend its legislation, always bolstering its authority by interfering with everything, by killing individual and group initiative so as to replace it with law. Its natural and inescapable predisposition will be to seize hold of the individual from childhood onwards and to lead him, law by law, from threat to punishment, from the cradle to the grave, without ever releasing its prey from its close surveillance. Has an elected assembly ever been caught declaring that it is not competent to pronounce upon anything? The more revolutionary it is, the more it lays hands on everything that falls outside of its remit. Legislating on every single aspect of human activity, meddling even in the tiniest details of the lives of its subjects, this is the very essence of the state, or government. Setting up a government, be it constitutional or otherwise, amounts to establishing a force that will inevitably be out to take over everything and to regulate every function of society, acknowledging no restraint beyond that which we may be able from time to time to deploy against it by means of agitation or insurrection. Parliamentary government, the record shows, is no exception to this rule. The mission of the state, they tell us, the better to bind us, is to offer the weak protection against the strong, the poor against the rich, the laboring classes against the privileged classes. We know how governments have acquitted themselves of this mission, they have turned it on its head. In keeping with its origins, government has always been the protector of privilege against those keen to slip its bonds. Representative government in particular has, with the connivance of the people, organized the defense of every one of the privileges enjoyed by the commercial and industrial bourgeoisie against the aristocracy on the one hand and the exploited on the other, showing itself modest, polite, and mild in its dealings towards some and ferocious with the others. Which is why the smallest labor protection law, no matter how anodyne, can only be extracted from a parliament by means of insurrectionist agitation. Just cast your mind back to the battles that had to be fought, the agitation that had to be raised in order to extract a few miserable laws on limiting working hours from the British Parliament, the Swiss Federal Council or the French Chambers. The very first such laws, passed in Britain, were extorted only by barrels of gunpowder placed under the machines in the factories. Either we shall achieve economic equality in the nation, the city, whereupon free and equal citizens, not about to abdicate their rights to the care of the few, will seek some new form of organization that allows them to manage their affairs for themselves, or there will still be a minority that bullies the masses economically, a fourth estate made up of privileged bourgeois, in which case, woe betide the masses. The representative government, elected by that minority, will act accordingly. It will legislate to uphold their privileges and will deploy force and massacre against the rebellious. 3. That is the way things are, and it cannot be otherwise, as long as people hold elections in order to appoint their masters. Just let workers surrounded by naught but equals take it into their heads one day to endow themselves with rulers, and it will be the same story. No more legs of lamb will be handed out then, it will be all adulation and lies, and there will remain plenty of rotten tomatoes. What more is to be expected when one stakes one's most sacred rights on an auction? What is it that is actually asked of the voters? That they come up with someone to whom they can entrust the right to legislate on all that they hold most dear, their rights, their children, their work. And then we are taken aback when 2,000 or 3,000 Robert McKay's 90 step forward to compete for these royal rights. We look for a man, along with a few others picked out in the same lottery, to whom we entrust the right to lose our children at 21 or 19 years of age, if he so chooses, to lock them away for a 3-year stretch, and for 10 whole years, if he prefers, in the putrefying atmosphere of the barrack, to have them slaughtered whenever and wherever he chooses by launching a war that the country will be forced to continue, once launched. He will have the power to shut down the universities or to open them up, depending on his whim, forcing parents to send their children there or barring them from entering. A new Louis XIV, he will have it within his power to favor industry, to sacrifice the North in favor of the South, or the South for the sake of the North, to annex a province or to give it away. He will be able to command something of the order of 3 billion francs per annum, which he will snatch away from the mouth of the worker. He will still have the royal prerogative of appointing the executive, which is to say, a power which, for as long as it can get along with the chamber, may prove every bit as despotic and tyrannical as that of the former royalty. For whereas Louis XIV had only a few dozen civil servants at his command, he will command them by the hundreds, and if the king managed to pilfer a few measly sacks of acus from the state treasury, the constitutional minister of our own day can honestly pocket millions by a single stock exchange operation. And you are surprised to see all of the passions come to the fore when people are on the lookout for a master who is to be vested with such power. When Spain put her vacant throne up for auction, were we taken aback to see the buccaneers running in from every side? For as long as the selling of royal rights endures, nothing will be susceptible to reform, the election will be a bonfire of the vanities and consciences. Besides, no matter how far we might reduce the powers of the deputies, even were we to break it down so far as to turn every municipality into a miniature state, everything would remain as it was. One can understand delegation when there are 100 or 200 men who come together every day in the course of their work, in their common concerns, who know each other thoroughly, who have scrutinized some matter from every angle and who have arrived at a decision, and who pick someone out and send him off to arrive at an agreement with other delegates of the same sort in relation to that particular matter. Then the selection is made with full knowledge of the case, and each and every person knows that he can rely on his delegate. That delegate, furthermore, will merely expound to other delegates the thinking that led his colleagues to such and such a conclusion. Not empowered to enforce anything, he will seek to reach an agreement and will come back with a simple proposition that those who gave him his mandate are free to embrace or reject. Indeed, that was how delegation came about. When the communes used to send their delegates out to other communes, that was their only mandate. And it is still the way that meteorologists and statisticians run their international congresses, or the delegates from the railway companies and postal services in various countries. But what is now being asked of the voters, 10 or 20,000 men, 100,000 with the list voting system, who do not know one another at all, who have never set eyes on one another, who never get together on any shared concern, are asked to agree upon the selection of one man. And that man will not be dispatched to expound upon one specific matter or to advocate on behalf of a resolution bearing upon such and such a specific issue. No, he has to be a jack of all trades, he must pass laws on anything and everything, and his word shall be law. The original meaning of delegation has been wholly betrayed and has become an absurdity. The omniscient creature being sought for today does not exist. To this collection of non-entities the people abdicates all its rights, except for the right to oust them from time to time and appoint replacements. But as the new assembly, appointed in accordance with the same procedures and charged with the same task, is going to be every bit as bad as its predecessor, the broad masses end up losing interest in the farce and restrict themselves to papering over the cracks, accepting whichever new candidates may carry the day. But if the electoral system bears the marks of a constitutional defect that is beyond reform, what can we say about the fashion in which the assembly carries out its mandate? Just one moment's reflection and you will instantly see the pointlessness of the task you foist upon it. Your representative is required to cast an opinion, a vote on a whole infinitely varied host of issues arising from within that redoubtable machine, the Central East State. He must vote on the luxury tax on dogs and on the reform of university teaching, without ever having set foot in a university nor known the advantages of owning a dog in the countryside. He must pronounce upon the advantages of the grow rifle and the best site for the state stud farm. He shall vote on the phylloxera infestation, on tobacco, on primary education, and on municipal sanitation, on Cochin China and Guyana, on chimney pots, and on the Paris Observatory. He, who has only seen soldiers in parades, shall reorganize the army corps, and without ever having seen an Arab, he shall write and rewrite the Muslim property laws for Algeria. He shall vote on the least details of military uniform according to the tastes of his spouse. He shall protect sugar and sacrifice wheat. He shall kill the vineyards while imagining that he is protecting them, and he shall vote for the reforestation of pasture lands while protecting pastures against the forest. He will be solidly in the pocket of the banks. He shall kill off this canal to make way for that railway without being entirely sure in what part of France either of them is located. He shall add new articles to the penal code without ever having consulted it. An omniscient and omnipotent Proteus, today a man-at-arms, tomorrow a pig farmer, and by turns banker, academic, sewer cleaner, doctor, astronomer, pharmacist, courier, or merchant, according to the agenda of the chamber, he shall never hesitate. Accustomed, in his role as a lawyer, journalist, or public orator, to speaking on what he knows nothing about, he shall vote on all of these issues. Moreover, anyone who is capable of thinking without letting himself be led astray by the prejudices of our depraved education will find enough examples of his own from the history of representative government in our own day. And will realize that, no matter what the representative body may be it made up of workers or of bourgeois, be it wide open to revolutionary socialists, it will keep all the vices of representative assemblies, which are not functions of the individuals, but inherent in the institution itself. The dream of a workers' state, governed by an elected assembly, is the most unwholesome of the dreams derived from our authoritarian education. Just as there can be no good king, be he a Rienzi 91 or an Alexander III, so there can be no good parliament. The socialist future lies elsewhere. It will open up fresh paths to humanity in politics as in economics. 4. What did the Great Revolution do when it laid its axe to the authority of the king? What made that revolution possible was the disorganization of the central authorities, which were reduced over 4 years to absolute powerlessness, to the role of mere recorder of fates accomplis, spontaneous actions from the towns and countryside, stripping the authorities of all their prerogatives, withholding taxes and obedience. But was the high-ranking bourgeoisie able to live with that state of affairs? It could see that the people, having done away with the rights of the seigneurs, was about to turn on those of the urban and village bourgeoisie, and it successfully sought to stem this. To which end it made itself the apostle of representative government and spent 4 years working with all the force of action and organization it could muster to inculcate this idea in the nation. Its ideal was Etienne Marcel's 92 ideal, a king who is theoretically endowed with absolute authority, but who is actually reduced to a cipher by a parliament obviously made up of representatives from the bourgeoisie. the bourgeoisie omnipotent through parliament, under a veneer of royalty that is its goal. The people may well have forced a republic upon it, but this it accepts only grudgingly and discards at the first opportunity. Attacks upon the central authorities, stripping these of their prerogatives, decentralization, dispersing authority would have amounted to abandoning its affairs to the people and would have run the risk of a genuinely popular revolution. Which is why the bourgeoisie is out to strengthen the central government still further, to endow it with powers of which the king himself never dared even to dream, to concentrate everything into its hands, to enforce its writ throughout the entire length and breadth of France and then to seize all of it through the National Assembly. That Jacobin ideal remains to this very day the ideal of the bourgeoisie in every country in Europe, and representative government is its weapon. Can this ideal be ours? Can socialist workers dream of remaking society in the same terms as the bourgeois revolution? Can they, in their turn, dream of reinforcing central government by handing over the entire economy to it and entrusting the governance of all their political, economic, and social affairs to representative government? Must what was a compromise between royalty and bourgeoisie become the ideal of the socialist worker? Self-evidently not. A new political phase corresponds to a new economic phase. A revolution as profound as the one dreamed of by socialists cannot be kept within the mold of the political life of the past. A new society founded upon equality of conditions, on collective possession of the instruments of labor cannot tolerate, even for 8 days, the representative regime nor any of the tinkering designed to electrify that cadaver. That regime has had its day. Its disappearance is as inevitable today as its appearance was in times past. It corresponds to the reign of the bourgeoisie. It is by this regime the bourgeoisie has reigned for the past century, and it will vanish with it. As for ourselves, if we want social revolution, we have to look for a form of political organization appropriate to the new form of economic organization. Besides, that form exists in outline already. It is the formation, moving from the simple to the complex, of groups freely established to cater for all of the multifarious needs of individuals within society. Modern societies are even now moving in that direction. On every front, free association and free federation are out to supplant passive obedience. These free groupings are already numbered in the tens of millions, with new ones emerging daily. They are spreading and even now beginning to cover entire branches of human activity: science, the arts, industry, commerce, aid, indeed even territorial defense and crime prevention and the courts. Nothing is beyond their remit. Their sphere of influence is spreading and will eventually encompass everything that was once upon a time arrogated by kings and parliament to themselves. The future belongs to the unfettered banding together of interested parties, and not to governmental centralization, to freedom and not to authority. Our riches. This discussion of how capitalism exploits and oppresses the working class is the first chapter of The Conquest of Bread. It is a succinct restatement of the libertarian critique of capitalism as a system rooted in exploitation and oppression, a critique first presented under the name of anarchism by Proudhon in What is Property? 1840. The human race has traveled far since those bygone ages when men used to fashion their rude implements of flint and lived on the precarious spoils of the chase, leaving to their children for their only heritage a shelter beneath the rocks, some poor utensils, and nature, vast, ununderstood, and terrific, with whom they had to fight for their wretched existence. During the agitated times which have elapsed since, and which have lasted for many thousand years, mankind has nevertheless amassed untold treasures. It has cleared the land, dried the marshes, pierced the forests, made roads. It has been building, inventing, observing, reasoning. It has created a complex machinery, wrested her secrets from nature, and finally it has made a servant of steam. And the result is that now, the child of the civilized man finds ready, at its birth, to his hand an immense capital accumulated by those who have gone before him. And this capital enables him to acquire, merely by his own labor, combined with the labor of others, riches surpassing the dreams of the Orient, expressed in the fairy tales of the 1001 Nights. The soil is cleared to a great extent, fit for the reception of the best seeds, ready to make a rich return for the skill and labor spent upon it, a return more than sufficient for all the wants of humanity. The methods of cultivation are known. On the wide prairies of America each 100 men, with the aid of powerful machinery, can produce in a few months enough wheat to maintain 10,000 people for a whole year. And where man wishes to double his produce, to treble it, to multiply it 100-fold, he makes the soil, gives to each plant the requisite care, and thus obtains enormous returns. While the hunter of old had to scour 50 or 60 square